Love classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. They've got the goods and more new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings, y'all. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. 5 new roads. Relax and enjoy the difference. I lost my headphones there for a second, yo.
You're good, bro?
Yeah. Well, you know.
Yeah, of course. It's time now, though, for Krusty's Corner. Brian is out all week long. He'll be back on Monday. Send him some love on social media. Here's Zach Wolchuk.
Thank you very much. We've got 5 bold predictions for the Dallas Cowboys offseason. See if you guys like these or not. We start with number 5. Stephon Gilmore does get locked up on a multi-year deal. We played the Mike Zimmer audio last week. He was a big fan of Gilly coming out of the draft there. Intelligent, smart player, can play some press. And I do think that's something that Zimmer will want to do more of. And I think Gilmore was pretty darn good for you last year. Obviously, he is getting older. The long speed, not quite there, but his IQ, his cerebralness at the position, I think he's able to, be able to translate that, and he'll be able to play into his mid-30s. And when you have Trayvon Diggs coming off that injury, I think you just need some more insurance other than just a rookie player. So I'm cool with getting Gilmore in here on a team-friendly type of deal.
Yeah, I think this should be the start of the veteran contracts that are multi-year but might only go 1 year. Okay, yeah, sure, Stephon Gilmore, here's your 3-year deal. We're going to, give you the nice signing bonus, spread most of the first-year salary out over 3 years, throw in a little extra for you. And I hope that they follow that model with a handful of players because I agree with Michael Irvin, in that G-bag of the day. Just go win. Let's stop talking about it. And this challenge is for the front office. Like I said, the first Monday after the season ended. This is a front office season. We can talk about leadership. We can talk about coaching better. We can talk about playing harder, paying more attention. This is a job the front office has to get right. And it's going to be risky for them and against the way that they've gone about business. But it's crucial because I do believe this is the last year in this championship window for now.
How about this one? Number 4, bold predictions for the Cowboys offseason. They released Michael Gallup and signed Marquise Hollywood Brown in the offseason. Gallup, we know, has been, kind of on the downward trend since the injury. But Hollywood Brown, former first-round pick of the Ravens, had over 1,000 yards in 2021, was a little banged up last year, had just over 574 yards, but he's an OU kid. Be reuniting with CeeDee Lamb. Maybe this could be a landing place where he would want to come and play with the Dallas Cowboys. Certainly brings a speed element.
Yeah, there's an explosive guy there. Him and Brandon Cooks would strike some fear into the secondaries of defenses, so that's for sure. But he's kind of banged up, dude. He's kind of injured, dude. So you could probably get him for a pretty fair price because of that. And I think most of his tenure in Arizona was just guy couldn't stay healthy enough to really put together a long season of great play. So if you get him on the cheap, maybe. As a wide receiver 3, I would certainly like that. I do like they need to get somebody in there because we know Gallup is not going to be here. They're going to June 1 him, save plenty of money. But Tolbert's not your wide receiver 3. Tolbert is still a bit of a project at this point. So you got to get somebody. Maybe it's a veteran on the relatively cheap like a Marquise Brown. Maybe it's somebody in the draft. I don't know, but the spot has to be addressed.
Yeah, you're dead on right. I love what you were saying if you can get them on the cheap without it costing you a bunch of salary cap space because I feel like the Cowboys need to be spending the bulk of that improving in the trenches.
I agree.
Yeah.
Cowboys add Azeez Al-Shaair would be number 3 at linebacker. He, of course, we know you have Damone Clark coming back. Shaair was undrafted out of FAU in 2019, spent 4 years with the Niners, signed with the Titans in 2023, had a career year in Tennessee, 163 tackles, 2 sacks. He's 230, and he's certainly an upgrade over Marquise Bell. No disrespect over Bell, but he's an actual linebacker who's got the body type for that. Now you can move Marquise Bell back to safety. I know he's a name we've talked about quite a bit. You have a lot of linebackers that are free agents, but he's a guy that's not kind of at that top of the list. He's kind of in the middle tier, so he's not going to cost probably top of the line money.
Yeah, this is perfect. This is exactly what they should be thinking here. The depth of this linebacker class allows for a guy like Azeez Al-Shaair to be maybe not even a top 5 free agent linebacker on some team, in some team's mind. But the style of linebacker that he is, the physical, physical, aggressive, attacking linebacker who wants to get in the mix in the run game. He's that thumper. He's willing to shed blocks. He's kind of got a screw loose like that when you watch him play. That's the kind of guy that he is. He made, what, $5 million last year? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
It was a $5 million deal, I think, with Tennessee.
It was a cheap deal.
Yeah. So,
and the production was there. I mean, I think he's a guy that, and he can cover better than I think people give him credit for.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, and that's just a bonus. I need somebody who can come in here and actually be a legitimate linebacker when it comes to stopping the run.
Number 2, and this one I'm a little iffy on, but I understand it because he is a guy that's probably going to be cheap. But Cowboys land running back A.J. Dillon in free agency. Of course, he was a second-round pick of the Packers, has some of the biggest quads you'll ever see in your entire life. But I think he was a little bit disappointing there in that tandem with Aaron Jones last year. It was not great for him, but he would be somebody that could answer some of the short yardage struggles. Like where Tony Pollard was not a great fit, he's a guy that can get you some of those tough, dirty yards because he is kind of a bigger, more bruising back. Or you could sign him as that cheap free agent runner, and then you still draft a guy.
Yeah, I like that approach. You know, it's got to be one veteran or another, and a short yardage guy makes sense because I'm going to need the guy from college to be a home run hitter.
Yeah, I need to look a little bit more into. I do believe that if the Cowboys were to sign A.J. Dillon, we would all receive a simultaneous phone call of just rabid laughter from Jared Sandler.
Yeah, I know Packer fans are not big on him, and I get it because as a second-round pick, he came in with some pretty high expectations. I think he had like one good year in Green Bay where they were like,
you'd
okay.
have to have an amazing explanation, like it just wasn't a good scheme fit for him. But yes, considering that there was another guy in the backfield outperforming you by 30%, that's not a good sign.
Yeah, I wasn't a big A.J. Dillon fan, but I can understand the logic there just based on the type. He's a bigger, more physical back. But number 1, bold prediction for the offseason is that Dak Prescott does agree to the most lucrative contract in the National Football League. Cowboys get him that extension, and he ends up being the Cowboys quarterback for many, many more years, which, of course, Jordan Schultz reported yesterday, $60 million probably is what the starting price would be. And I don't know. I mean, I think that we've seen that they are maybe more open than they've ever been before to possibly going into this season, letting this thing ride as we've talked about. But I could also see them looking at kind of their cap numbers and thinking, damn, we got to go ahead and extend this thing so we are able to free up some space right now for this season.
Yeah, I did think it was interesting in that sound from Jimmy Johnson where he was on Miami radio talking about being, him and Jerry having the better relationship since the Ring of Honor situation, saying, and he was kind of joking around like he's on his advisory board, but he did say in the middle of that, like, yeah, Jerry, after the Packers game, he calls me and we're talking about, like decisions on his coach and his quarterback. And so like he mentioned the quarterback there. So I do think there is some level of willingness to maybe not marry themselves completely to Dak like they've done and they've talked about doing again.
I think if you're going to go bold prediction with Dak, you got to get that in your story one way or another for the tags and the search and the Google algorithm and everything. So I understand you got to do it, but I think the much better bold prediction is that one doesn't get done, and that maybe the Cowboys are going to make him go earn it. That's the way I would have taken that if I was that writer. Yeah, I think it's truly a 50-50 though. I don't know what's going to happen here.
It's tough to judge right now.
Yeah, I could see them being fine with the ultimate deadline has made the deal every time with Dak and the Cowboys. They have not done anything early, not a single day. So I would expect the contract to expire and them to go into next offseason and maybe even close the training camp before something gets done, to be honest with you. NFL news of the daytime. Thank you, Wolchuk. Where are we going with the NFL spread?
We got a fun Edelman-Stephon Gilmore training camp fight story, retirements, and could this team up in San Fran actually be possible? That's next.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, baby. It is hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a terrific afternoon. Thanks for making us part of your day. We need more football news, Wolchuk. Where are we going to go?
Oh, we got it for you. Don't you worry. The Rumorooskies are flowing when it comes to Justin Fields right now and where he is going to go. He was speaking on a podcast with Equinemius St. Brown and Amon-Ra St. Brown. Of course, Equinemius, teammate of his in Chicago. And they were asking him a variety of things. We'll get to his thoughts on why he unfollowed the Bears on Instagram in just a moment. But he did also allude to the fact that Pittsburgh happens to be his favorite stadium to play in that is not Soldier Field in Chicago. We talked about the rumors of Fields to the Steelers. That makes a lot of sense. We also have another NFL insider, Tony Pauline, who, Tony's one of these guys where you take it with a grain of salt. He's been right on a little bit, wrong on a lot. But he said there's another team that I'm told is genuine interest in acquiring Fields and exploring a trade, and that would be the Las Vegas Raiders. And I could see the Raiders getting in on that as well. With Antonio Pierce, we talked about the Mahomes breakdown yesterday where they're just going to try and be physical and beat the crap out of Patrick Mahomes. They could use a quarterback upgrade unless they want to rock with Aiden O'Connell, but seems like a move to the AFC sounds likely for Justin Fields, whether it's Pittsburgh or whether it's Vegas.
Yeah, I've seen him even put his name on Atlanta a little bit, just talking about their weapons.
Yep.
And we know upon unfollowing the Bears on Instagram, he was rapidly following the players for the Falcons you mentioned
London,
yesterday.
Bijan,
Yeah. So that's another one that you could see, and he's from Georgia, right? So all that makes a ton of sense. I love what you said about Pauline, though. Shout out to Pauline. He stays getting his shots up, though.
He tries.
Yeah,
And some of those things fall.
Yeah, they do.
Gosh dang it!
You throw enough at the wall, eventually
Tony.
one of them's going to stick for you.
I want to get it real clear here, my opinion on Justin Fields. I just feel like if you know your guy is not going to be really dang good, you're spinning your wheels. I would rather take a guy in the 4th round and hope he's the next Dak, or a 6th round, hope he's the next Tom Brady. Let's use our 20th pick. Let's use our 2nd round pick. Let's do something other than get a quarterback that a team has had for 2 years and they're convinced this ain't the dude.
The guy.
Yeah. You're playing a lottery. You're not trying to finish 12th. You're trying to finish 1st so you can win 4 Super Bowls.
And I think these teams probably, if they weren't sitting outside of the top 5 in the draft, they'd probably want to do that. We're going to take Caleb Williams. We're going to take Drake May. They're probably looking at it like, damn it, we're not in position to do that this year.
And that's what I'm saying. I don't even need a blue chip prospect to try this on. I just need to know that all of my other options aren't special.
Right.
Yeah.
Here was Fields talking on the podcast about the big story yesterday was him unfollowing the Bears on Instagram.
The unfollow with the Bears. What's up with that?
Man, bro, I'm glad we're talking about it because why do people take social media so serious?
But like, why you unfollowing the Bears?
Like, I still mess with the Bears. I'm just trying to take a little break. I unfollow the Bears and the NFL, bro. I'm not just trying to have football on my timeline. Like, I know y'all mess with a girl, EQ, especially you. Just because you don't follow the girl on IG don't mean you're not messing with her.
That's true. That's true. That's facts. That's fact. Oh, so you're saying you mess with the Bears more now that you unfollow them?
Man, it's not even like that. It's something that I don't want to see in my timeline. I'm about to go on vacation. I don't want to see no football. And guess what?
Just get a little away for a little bit.
It's either keep Fields. We want Fields. It's either draft Caleb. So it's like, bruh, man, I'm tired of hearing the talk. I just wanted to be over.
We know unfollowing is a slight. We know the proper thing to do is mute if you don't want to see it for a while.
Boom.
Okay. And there has been plenty of examples of players unfollowing and it meaning they don't like the team or they're about to go somewhere else.
Yep.
It is an undercover sign at more than 50%. And even if it was only like 20%, it would still very much be news that people think there's a 20% chance you're about to leave. I just think the player in this situation needs to check himself, maybe shake himself, and realize that everybody knows the Bears don't want you anymore, and you're probably sensitive about it, so you unfollowed them. You don't have to make up a story.
It's great.
Yeah, I think my favorite part, too, is because if you're unfollowing it's not like the Bears Instagram account is the one that's cranking out all the content that is suggesting getting rid of you.
They're putting all the tweets on the story. They're like, "Hey, we want Caleb. We want
it's not the
they're
Bears
not trying
account.
to rub this in your face, Justin."
But I guess maybe you want to just like end all things that like you can go in and search like just certain words that you don't want to pop up anymore, right? And just like make it to where Bears are one of those deals. But
There's
like
a lot of ways around it. Yeah.
The Bears actual account is not the one that's tweeting out or Instagramming out anything about hypotheticals.
Just stand on it. Just say, hey, yeah, I everywhere I go, they're talking about getting rid of me. I'm a prideful player. I don't want to, be dissed like this and then be like, yeah, go Bears. They're freaking getting rid of me. They're firing me. Guess what? If the fan fires me, I'm gonna unfollow them.
Right.
It's I'm gonna throw double barrels out. Now I will respect the program director who gave me a great opportunity for over a decade here at 105 to the Fan. Unlike some of our alumni that don't appreciate that, But overall, the brand will be unfollowed.
Yeah, it was hilarious.
Fair.
I think you're right. Like the mute, that's what a lot of people are coming back with. Like, Justin, you can just mute their account. You don't have to unfollow.
I do like the idea, though. I do like the idea that somebody is curating that, like we would curate our top 8 in on MySpace back in the day.
Oh, your best friends?
Every day you're waking up like, I don't know if I'm going to follow you today or not. I'm going to go through all of my followers and edit
1 to 4,
depending on what my mood is. Hey, teach their own here with their social media experience if that's what you're doing.
We have Amazon Prime. Apparently, they're going to pay a record $120 million to stream its first NFL playoff game after the 2024 season. $120 million. That is absolutely bonkers for Amazon Prime. And happy retirement to Matthew Slater, one of the best special teamers that ever did it. Patriots 10-time Pro Bowler announced yesterday after 16 seasons. He's hanging it up. He is going to retire. He said in a statement on the Patriots website, "I've given all that I possibly can to respect and honor the game, though it is time for my relationship with the game to evolve. The love I have for it will last a lifetime."
As good as he was as a special teams ace, the coolest thing about him, I thought, was that he just loved being in the Belichick system. Like so many players are like, oh my goodness, this is exhausting. I can't take it. And he loved being on the Belichick team.
He embraced it.
It was music to his ears.
I thought you were going to say as good as he was as a special teamer was as bad as he was as a receiver, which might be true. I don't know. I mean, he didn't really get out there at all as a wide receiver.
Well, so he had 3 total targets as a wide receiver. He only had the 1 catch, but the 1 catch was a 46-yard bomb ski in a critical Monday Night Football moment where Tom Brady let one rip. Single coverage, Matthew Slater getting it done.
Dude,
I've seen that one play like 10 times over the last 24 hours.
That's a Hall of Fame moment
he retired.
Shout out to Matthew Slater, though. He really did have an outstanding career. Rams have released a center. He's going to be a free agent, Brian Allen, as they're trying to clean some house, make some salary cap space, as are the Patriots. Patriots released a couple of players the other day as well. Lions are releasing safety Tracy Walker after 6 seasons in Detroit. Eagles are a team that could get in on that. The Jets and the 49ers as well that need safety help, I've seen reported. Speaking of secondary, though, I brought up Stephon Gilmore earlier. This was Julian Edelman on his podcast. He had Terry Bradshaw on. The two of them together is comedic gold. But he's talking about when Stephon Gilmore went from Buffalo, joined him on the Patriots. It's their first training camp practice. Him and Gilly actually got in a little training camp scuffle. Here's Julesy talking about that fight.
Me and Gilmore, I was pissed. They gave him $14 million.
Over how many years?
It was 14 a year.
What?
Yeah, he was a stud. Made me a lot better, but I was pissed. The first day he came in, he was a Buffalo Bill. I wanted to show him, first day of pads, this is how we this here. He kind of hems me up on a flag route. We get into it. I take his helmet off. I start punching him. Belichick goes, "You two, get the off the field. Hit the showers."
Gotta go shower with the guy.
So it was the first period.
I'd have got a water hose outside.
We start walking back, and we're pissed off at each other, and all of a sudden, we get in the locker room, and I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry.
When did you go back out to practice?
Because they told us to get out, which it was the best. If I would have known that, I would have done that so many more times. Get out of practice, training camp practice, first day of pads.
It's amazing. Everyone, just start fighting. And you get the F off the field, boys. You two. We need to ask if we can get Gilmore on during training camp. As soon as he's back with the Cowboys, we got to ask him about this fight with Julian Edelman.
Yeah, I wish we knew about this story when he sat down with us.
I know
at the
when I
Super
saw
Bowl
this, I was like, "Dang it! Why did we have to see this now?"
That's an epic story. I mean, Julian Edelman's like, dude, first of all, you come from our rival. This is like somebody coming from the Eagles to the Cowboys, and the Cowboys pay the Eagle, and you feel like you're the guy that's supposed to be getting paid here. It's like I'm about to show you a little something.
Yeah, it can be tough when you spend your money on outside of the building, guys.
Yeah.
It can make a lot of hurt feelings.
Luckily, he ended up. He won Defensive Player of the Year, so it was worth it. But Terry Bradshaw's reaction, like, how much was he making? $14 million for years? No, per year.
Yeah.
Terry's like, what?
Yeah,
I made that over my whole career.
Bradshaw makes a good point. Like, you walk into the locker room, you just kind of like wait. You you see, is he going to go take the shower? Like, you don't want to. That's probably not the moment where you want to be doing that.
That could be
awkward. You got to let one of them go first.
At that point, you don't want to start a fight when nobody's around.
Yeah.
It's going to be you and that guy, and if that guy beats you, then there's going to be nothing stopping him from beating you just a little bit extra. You want to at least have somebody else around when you get one of these fights. They can go on for a long, long time. But my favorite part of that was I just think he catches the Belichick tone in a way.
Yes.
He's good at it, man.
Yeah.
He's really, really good. Now, from Bill Belichick to Kyle Shanahan, we talked about this on our BetQL show on Sunday, Eric, and I threw this out there where if you're Bill Belichick, the only reason why maybe going to the San Francisco 49ers as defensive coordinator would be, okay, they do have a lot of talent. You can be a good coach there, but also you can be like, I'm the reason why you finally won if you win it. Kyle, all right, I was able to come in here and I'm the one that's fixing your in-game management blunders because I'm a genius and you already have a good offense. I'm a defensive wizard, but I'm going to really be the reason you've won, and then I can go and take over. Maybe I take over your damn job, or I end up getting a head coaching job somewhere else. But Niners Nation has pointed out, and they're trying to build some fuel here for Belichick as the defensive coordinator with the 49ers.
Niners Nation, just a fan base, just trying to garner this thing up.
It's a fan blog, essentially. But I guess Kyle was talking about Bill Belichick a couple of years ago, and he said, if Bill became available 2 weeks from now and said he wants to come here, and I was told I had to let someone go to bring him in, that would probably be a smart decision to do that.
So he was playing in hypothetical land a couple years ago?
A couple years ago, he has said, yes, I would be very interested in having Bill Belichick here. So now the Niner fans are running with this, could this happen? Could Bill actually come and be the defensive coordinator of the 49ers?
I kicked off the segment on Sunday on BetQL saying if Kyle Shanahan dials up Bill Belichick, I don't even think Bill Belichick is answering the phone call.
Wow.
But then Walchuk hit me with that, and I was like, man, okay, maybe there is a scenario where Belichick can win because he's going there and he's because right now the whole Kyle Shanahan narrative, it's not even the genius offense first. The first thing on the line in terms of playing word association with Kyle Shanahan is can't win the big one. And so if you can be Bill Belichick who gets to erase that stigma off of him, I think that's quite the notch on your belt for Bill.
Yeah.
I don't know if he thinks that way, though.
There's a lot of things I like about it. Ideally, I would like him to sit out a year and study, but maybe being in the league can help you keep up to date as much as possible, even working with the Shanahan. Okay, so I want Bill optimized for when and if Jerry tries to go hire him if things go bad for Mike McCarthy, number one. Number two, I love the parallels between maybe they get Bill like they got Dion, win a Super Bowl, and then Jerry's convinced Bill's what we need.
Wow.
You take Bill like you took Dion, and you win the Super Bowl the next year.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
You've just taken that a step further.
I never even, that. Those weren't dots that I was connecting whatsoever. That is ingenious.
Thank you.
That would be awesome. That would be awesome.
Let's bring it all back to the 90s, boys. Let's do it.
And if you're Bill, and I don't know what he's been doing offensively for the last couple of years as, the head coach that is making the decisions and putting weird people in place and almost acting like offense and has not evolved in any way. But
it's almost he doesn't even care about it.
But having the self-awareness to know, I need to be around this. How much can Belichick benefit from being around a guy like Shanahan?
They could both learn off each other.
He's obviously the head coach of the defense here, and that's what his focal point will be. But being in the room, being around, and sharing quiet moments together where you're learning what it's like. The other side of the brain, which Belichick has the defensive genius side. You're talking to a guy in Kyle Shanahan who's got that that other side of the brain where it's offense genius. If you're Belichick, that's a nice little thing as well.
It's honestly a terrifying thought because I do think it could work, and it might be able to eventually get them the Lombardi that they haven't been able to get since the '94 season. And as a Cowboy fan that wants to see them just fail at all costs, I don't want this to happen at all, because if it does, I do think they will be your Super Bowl champion.
Is Belichick's ego in check enough that he would do that? I don't think so.
He's the same Bill Belichick that out of spite is benching Malcolm Butler in a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And that being the reason why you end up losing it. Like, we'll just let Alshon Jeffrey do whatever he wants against us today.
I'll go as far as saying I think if he was willing to be defensive coordinator, he would have been the Cowboys' hire. How about that?
Okay.
Yeah.
He's got a big ego. We also have Bills' Gabe Davis, who's posted on Instagram a seeming goodbye to the Buffalo Bills fans. I think Gabe Davis is going to leave Bills Mafia, try and take his talents elsewhere in free agency. And how about what Jimmy Graham is doing? Have you guys seen this? He's going to join a four-person team intending to row across the Arctic Ocean in July of 2025. That is absolutely unbelievable what he's doing. It's going to be about 1,000 kilometers, approximately 620 miles that he's going to row. So, hey, Jimmy, you're an absolute athletic marvel. That's an incredible story.
That's something. All right, thank you, Wolchuk. NFL news of the day, most afternoons, 3 o'clock. We have an epic investigation into the state of the Cowboys analytics department. I'll get that to you and so much more. Sports hodgepodge right around the corner. Coming up at 6 o'clock, Nick Engstedt, Locked On Mavs, is going to join us to talk about all their big storylines. It's coming up here in the G-Bag Nation.
Take your Turn It On, Leave It On fan experience everywhere you go with our Odyssey app. Proudly presented by Comerica.
Yeah, buddy. Welcome back. It is the G-Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. There's Jalen Brunson audio that's out there, him talking about his ultimate decision to sign with New York as a free agent. That's good. Jonathan Papelbon ripped Anthony Rendon. We're going to get that audio for you coming up a little bit later on as well here in the G-Bag Nation. Hope you're having a great day. Right here, it's the backstory of the Cowboys analytics department. They were way ahead of the curve with analytics in the early 2010s, ready to pick up the tradition that Gil Brandt and the guys had set long ago when they brought the first computer into scouting. They were about to take that and into the next era. But something got in the way. We'll have that story and the outlook right now when it comes to using analytics to improve your personnel department and your in-game management. Where are the Cowboys? How confident should we be at this crucial piece of the current picture for being good in the NFL? Segments brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to truckwreck.com. Yeah, we go back to our friends at Blogging the Boys for this. David Howman with the story.
David does an awesome job.
So Tom Robinson was their analytics czar, and he was a league trend center about 14 years ago. There were only 5 of him in the entire league in 2010. The Cowboys had 1, and they were excited about leading the way, as I just set up. And, where did things go wrong? Well, where did most things go wrong between 2010 and 2020, guys?
JG's?
Yeah. Garrett's in year 3.
Oh, no. You didn't like this?
Will McClay had just been elevated. It was after the Travis Frederick draft. Their process was bad. The result was good. They ended up choosing Trav over Sharif Floyd. But after that draft, they needed to make a move, and they elevated Will McClay to bring the coaching staff, the front office, and the scouts all together on the same page on draft day and sort of give them a point man here. And Will McClay's done a hell of a job with that. And he did a hell of a job instantly working with Tom Robinson, implementing analytics into their personnel decisions, because there's a lot of stuff that the naked eye just can't tell. And when you get that hard, unfiltered data, unbiased data, it can change your evaluations. And it's been a big reason the Cowboys have been so successful in the Will McClay era. Jay Jeezy was not as open to it when it came to in-game management. Wasn't totally against it, but as one source in this story says, is Jason only wanted it on his terms. Analytics for stuff that he was specifically interested in for this game, or maybe analytics that confirmed his own way of looking at things. Oh, yeah, of course I do it like this because that's what the analytics say. If the analytics disagreed, he would say it's nerd stuff. All right, so there's Jay Jeezy for you.
These people don't know football. It's weird because you'd think he'd be more open-minded being a Princeton guy to some of these numbers.
Do you think he called them data freaks like Mad Doggy does?
Data freaks. These data freaks, boy.
I wouldn't know a player if he sat on you.
Another character in this story is Adam Vonderhaar, who worked alongside Robinson from 2019 to 2022 as a football research analyst and now serves as the director of football analytics at Sumer Sports. He opened up about how receptive Garrett was to the analytical work that he and Robinson would present. So we're giving you the backstory here, but also talking about how good should we feel about where the Cowboys analytics are. I think probably Eric can tell us how good they were when it came to, in-game management stuff last year. Vonderhaar says, I think it depended on what it was. If I'm telling Jason Garrett what kind of plays he should be calling as the nerd guy, why would he listen to me anyway? So that's part of it. But I know for a fact that there were studies that we did where he would come to us and say, hey, I'm trying to decide how we should go about this. I know one, for example, was 4th and 1. And he was like, should we hand it off to Zeke or should Dak be sneaking it? And that was like a whole study we did for him, and he took that to heart. So we gave him this whole report on the deal, and the next game, Dak had 2 or 3 QB sneaks, and they all converted. So that's on JG's positive side of the ledger. David Howman, Blogging the Boys, did a nice job of balancing it, not necessarily slamming Jason Garrett, gave an accurate portrayal of what it was. And he was much more receptive to stuff. It just depended on what it was. I think the 4th down stuff, maybe less so. So that's kind of where it got wrong for Jason Garrett, and was maybe one of the biggest screaming reasons from the mountaintops that he had to go when he did. Okay, then they say, as we detailed in the first part, McCarthy came in with a very specific plan for a robust analytics department, and this was one of several selling points for Jerry Jones. The sudden onset of the pandemic halted those hiring efforts, but McCarthy already had an analytics department that consisted of Robinson, Von der Haar, and Alok Patani, a data science developer at Google who does consulting work for the team. And I think overall that's a good sign. Von der Haar described McCarthy hire as, quote, really exciting because it was like everyone was kind of starting fresh. There were definitely some reports from the Garrett era, and there were coaches that were still around, but they came in with a big wish list of stuff, which was exciting for us because it's like, okay, cool, let's start doing this stuff. And, you know, just puts a big spotlight on how disappointing that Garrett era was and how many different things from the play design to the analytics that were just so maddening in the final 3 or 4 years. And, you know, frankly, it's the biggest reason in here. As I'm reminded, it's still the Jones boys in charge, and they were okay with letting Garrett do that. Like everything was fine, you know. All this stuff was obvious by the time we got to 3 and 4 years from Garrett's eventual dismissal. It had become obvious to even the most green of blogger that cared to spend 30 minutes researching it that the Cowboys were way behind in this stuff. So the good news is you got McCarthy. What happened? What has happened since then? Despite the excitement, McCarthy's first season in Dallas went poorly. Though injuries played a large role in that, once the season concluded, attention once again shifted to the proposition of expanding the analytics department. But while changes to the coaching staff were made on expansion in the analytics department never happened. It's unclear whether or not the team made actual attempts to hire others into the department under Robinson, but the stagnation served as an early point of contention for McCarthy. So McCarthy wanted more. Wanted an overhaul after season 1. Team's kind of dragging its feet. Brian would tell you, if he was here, things can move slow over there.
Sure.
And for a small family business, they definitely run like a corporation when it comes to the speed at which they're capable of making decisions. According to a current football operations staffer in the organization, the Cowboys had earned a negative reputation for their analytics department at that point. Garrett was seen as a coach who only wanted reports that backed up his perceived notions, and the size of the department remained steady even as other teams rapidly expanded. Robinson and Von der Haar were frequently tasked with generating reports or studies and then later given more time-sensitive tasks that kept them from ever finishing what they had started on. So it was hard for them to get momentum on projects. You won't meet a single soul who doesn't think Tom Robinson's a genius. He gets this stuff like nobody else, but not everyone is cut out to be a leader. And this is where the story turns to maybe Robinson had a significant role in bleeping some of this stuff up as well. Ooh. And he was here for a while, okay? Like a decade. He said, we've had a few scouts come through here that are great talent evaluators, but they never got a scouting coordinator job, or they do and they end up getting fired because it's one thing to scout and a whole other thing to coordinate other scouts. I think Tommy's one of the best analytics guy out there, but he didn't have the organization skills to hack it. Von der Haar refutes the detail about Robinson, but said they were, really good friends and remain so to this day. Fair or not, Robinson's analytics department became difficult to recruit for. The perception from the outside was that it was a high-pressure situation with little payoff, and it led to a decline in interest for other analytics staffers to come to Dallas. Inside the building, there was a growing belief that the lack of organization and consistency from the department was the missing piece to McCarthy's overarching football plan and often resulted in the team lacking key parts in the preparation phase for some games. While the team had once felt okay with the trade-off, Von der Haar mentioned things changed with McCarthy's heavier lean on his analytics department. And with that change came the decision to part with Robinson shortly after the 2022 season concluded. Like most of these decisions in the NFL, it was a sensitive parting of ways that wasn't all that amicable, especially given some of the assumptions that were levied against Robinson. That said, even Robinson's harshest critics during his time in Dallas insist that he's a good guy with a bright future. And regardless of how things went down with that split, the Cowboys found themselves looking to hire a new head of their analytics department, and with it, an aggressive expansion of a department that had remained dormant for far too long. Now, that's in the past. We are a year into this new approach, and the new approach is cool, Wolchuk. What they've done is taken this guy, Ryan Feder, who was in Green Bay working for the head of analytics for the Packers for almost McCarthy's entire tenure. His right-hand man was this dude, Feder. Feder now works as a member of the coaching staff and is in charge of communicating the message from the coaching staff into the analytics department. Instead of nerds, like saying, hey, guys, would you like to meet about the football team? You actually have an analytics guy on staff who is trained as a traditional numbers dude.
Which is brilliant. So now you're getting everybody on the same page. I remember that from the Athletic article we used talking about McCarthy and kind of his fingerprints and some of the changes that he's made. So now you're kind of having everything aligned instead of there being a break in everything. Like, this is your department. Now they're all crossover here. So it's good. It's kind of like the cross the hall stuff that they do during the bye weeks.
Indeed. I think it's something to be bullish about with this football team. How do they score overall this year, Eric?
I mean, I think they scored, like, McCarthy's always having game management issues, and some of that isn't necessarily to the analytics I mean, I guess to some extent it is, but so much of it is when he's calling the timeouts and all the different ways of should you punt, and the kicking stuff is always we look to the analytics on that, and I still don't know exactly what their process is of, like, him making the decision in the moment, or how many people are like in his ear telling him what to do. I think he's definitely better than Garrett was in terms of being more aggressive at times. But he botches things plenty, but all these coaches do. So I think by and large, he's just okay. You'd never really fully trust him when it comes to the end of game management. You're throwing the ball when you should have ran it. You know, it's the Seahawks game, I think, where they win despite the things that his decisions should have lost you that game, and anybody would tell you that, but you ended up winning, so we didn't really have to hash it out too much. But there's always that with him. But he is more aggressive than Jason Garrett for the most part, so I think that's something that we appreciate. Like, he's willing to go for it on fourth down.
Yeah, I think the easy thing is fourth down, and then I think the hardest thing to get right for these coaches is what is the optimal early down pass percentage? How are we doing there? Because that was maddening for Jason Garrett. Was he would predictably run constantly on first down, and he would run almost the same play every time. Like, variety of play and variety of what you do on down to keep the defense guessing as much as possible is a huge component here. That's what I want my coaches asking my analytics department, like, how predictable are we when we get in these alignments? Because we want the defense to legit be 50-50 every time.
Yeah, and Kellen Moore was another example of predictability and early down running the football guaranteed. And that was broken down pretty good last offseason after Kellen Moore moves on from the Cowboys. There was so many different articles that were out that illustrated that. So that was a huge nightmare. McCarthy's definitely better at being more willing to throw the ball early and often, but he still gets into these ruts at times through the course of a game or a season where you're going, including the Packers game, where you're not getting anything going in the run game, and still, here's a first down handoff, here's a second down handoff. Not as bad as Kellen Moore, not as bad as Jason Garrett, Scott Linehan, but he still has moments throughout the season where you're going, how are you falling back into this?
It's sickening, especially when it's so inefficient. You know?
Yeah, and you're like, dude, why
the second and long?
Why are you living for second and 10, second and 9? And there were stretches, that 6-week stretch after the bye week, it felt like he was hitting all the right notes and everything was working. And then as the season went on, it was like, okay, are you falling back into this? And then the Green Bay game was a huge example of it.
It was unbelievable how that fell apart so convincingly or so massively after that win streak they went on. I guess we had warning signs in the Seahawks and Lions victories. Maybe we should have paid a little bit more attention to that. But you don't want to style point it when you're on a winning streak and people are starting to get excited about what's possible. It's time for a sports hodgepodge, Chief. Where are you taking us?
Football, food, and the worst trend among American men next here in the nation.
Be a part of the show. Text us on the truckwreck.com fan text line. bring you DFW's best spring training coverage of your world champions. Jared Sadler with daily reports and the KNC Masterpiece and G-Bag Nation doing their shows live from Surprise beginning Monday, February 26th. Thanks to Sonic, On-Time Experts, and Best Buy Windows and Siding for their support of our exclusive spring training coverage on 105.3 The Fan.
Why do so many Texans love classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? They've got the goods and more new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads, relax and enjoy the difference.
Well, thank you, Lucius. Thanks to all the Tolos for making us part of your day. It is the nation here, the G-Back Nation and Fan. An epic round tripper coming up at 4 o'clock. A Jimmy Jack, if you will, from Zach Wolchuk. Time now for a sports hodgepodge. Here's Eric Giafalo.
Looks like Paramount Plus and Peacock are reportedly in talks to merge into a single streaming service. So what do you think they'll call that? 877-881-1053. Paramount Plus and Peacock. What are they going to call it?
Cock.
Sorry. I don't know if anybody's going to top that one. I think you might be onto something.
That was my
there.
nickname in college, actually.
Maybe just to add the plus to it. Mount Cock Plus.
Yes. Yeah, it's got a nice ring to it.
So if you peruse NFL.com's team needs article, and we'll get to the single worst trend amongst American men here in just a moment.
They love running back.
And a lot of good food conversation to be had here. But I need to start with the idea of looking at NFL.com and their team needs article. If you parse through it, and I didn't, but Travis Wingfield did, and he reported back, the amount of teams that need offensive line is, it's running rampant. And we know that. Like, it's hard. There's only a couple teams in the league where you feel like, oh, they got like really good offensive line. Then it's like, there's a pretty significant drop off there, and some offensive lines are just patently awful, where you can't even find one guy on the starting five that you would even want on your offensive line being like your worst guy. So you see NFL.com team needs. 26 teams have offensive line as a top 5 need. 21 teams have offensive line as a top 3 need, and 6 teams have offensive line as the top need. And then 5 teams have multiple spots on the offensive line that need help. So everybody's looking for linemen everywhere. And I know this draft is going to be pretty fruitful in the way of linemen.
First round, if you need a tackle, there's going to be probably about 8 that are taken.
Cool. And then we hear good things about the centers. You know, there's not always the center position where it's like, hey, there's a handful of guys that work, but apparently there's at least 3 in the top 40 players that can get it done from a center standpoint. So you might be able to snag your guy in the first round and it not be a problem. And I've kind of gone the route where I think you need to address linebacker and defensive tackle in free agency and go get you that center that I think we all want, the Biotish replacement as he leaves in free agency. It's like you want to go draft that center, but I've been reading about this guy who's a local dude, Skyline High School. He went to Texas State, and his name's Aaron Brewer, center for the Titans, 26 years old. Started 34 games over the last 2 years. He's done it at multiple spots. I think he's, from what I understand, he's mostly a center, but he can play some guard for you as well. But 26 years old, he just played on a 1 year's projected 1 year deal for $6 million. So you're talking about $6 million a year. This dude, 26 years old, and when you read about him, apparently extreme end in mobility and explosiveness, able to get to reach blocks that most can't. So I think he's a little bit undersized. He's like a 6'1", 300-pound kind of dude, and I don't know if we want maybe more of a physical bully in there.
Yeah,
because I know
some power.
Like Biotish wasn't the strongest dude in the world, but he's the 11th ranked center according to Pro Football Focus for last year. I mean, I think that's a relatively cheap deal, 26 years old. That might be a free agent center you could go snag. Aaron Brewer. Just keep an eye out.
I would just wonder, like, why would the Titans not want to bring him back?
Well, I mean, who knows? Maybe he does go back there, but I don't know that. Maybe he's not franchise tag worthy, so maybe he tests the market and another team grabs him.
It's an option. I mean, we've just had 2 centers get released here lately, too, so there are some centers that are going to be out there.
I do think you want to spend your first-round pick at expensive positions if you can. So if you could go get linebacker and center, not expensive positions, taken care of in free agency, and then be able to look at that and say, dude, is there a tackle available? Because those are the really expensive players. And with the rookie salary scale, you're getting them in a slotted amount for 4 years plus a fifth-year option. And I think the Cowboys are smart to look to those elite positions in the first round. But I think it's so important to get a really good center that I'm going to take the premium player in the first round. I don't want a center that somebody else is ready to move on from or willing to let go. You need that next guy. The elite player is not going to be one you find in free agency.
Headline: New York City men are paying $5,000 to emulate on their body what they believe David Beckham has on his.
Oh no, what is that?
What body part do you think it is?
Is it his hair?
If you could steal one part of David Beckham's aesthetic.
The sleeves of tattoos.
The tattoo, yeah, it does look pretty badass. Apparently, he has almond-shaped nips. And we've seen this throughout his soccer days. He rips that jersey off.
Okay.
And apparently,
Would do that, yeah.
doctors are being quoted as saying people want David Beckham's nipples. And we're finding ourselves in a place now where this is becoming trendy. It is not the most common procedure I perform, says one surgeon, but it is definitely one that is trending upwards. Dudes are paying $5,000 to reshape their nips.
Nipple
I didn't know we
reduction?
had. I guess it's probably a reduction for most.
What are we doing?
And then there's a shaping here where you want it to look like an almond or a football,
Okay.
Because it's not a football on a tee, it's a football like down that's about to be snapped by the center.
Okay.
It's a horizontal almond here.
We're about to kick off.
So whatever it is, literally this is what is happening. And they're saying that men are continuously becoming more and more conscious of how they dress and how they appear. And apparently how their nipples appear. I didn't know we had so much, so much fear about our own nipples.
I mean, I know the pepperonis, you got your like dimes, your dollars, but I didn't know either this was a thing that we're going reductions or trying to get like plastic surgery.
Trying to emulate somebody's.
Might be a pretty popular procedure on Oaklawn, the gentlemen that are maybe even more worried about their aesthetic. I don't know.
Gotcha. Yeah, I wonder how many of these dudes are skewing that way, perhaps. But I was not expecting to see that today. Now, good news.
If you're a model, this could be a huge career move.
Hey, the women have been doing it for a while now.
Really?
Yeah, they've been getting like the heart shapes.
Really?
Yeah, they've been.
Nips?
Yeah, they've been switching up for a minute now, man.
This is just the areola.
Yeah, just the areola situation.
They can turn that thing. Well, I guess listen.
Yeah, it looks like a nice little heart.
If Papa John's can do it with their pizzas, on
We
Valentine's
can
Day,
do it with human bodies.
why not?
I love it.
How long has this been going on, Lucius?
For a while, bro. For a hot minute.
Is there a shape you wouldn't get?
I'm sure there's plenty of shapes I would not want to get, but the heart, I think there's something to the heart.
2 elephants. The trunks open and everything. I don't know.
A giraffe neck?
Yeah, something strange.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, so maybe the men are just we're just following suit with the women here. The women have been doing this forever, behind closed doors to some extent.
This would never have been on my radar. This is crazy.
This is pretty crazy.
I do think caring a lot about your appearance as a man will really pay off in a lot of ways.
It probably will.
That's never been my bag. I couldn't work myself up to care or be consistent caring. I've tried to be like snazzy dresser a couple of times, like I'm going to get some business slacks and do that whole. Just doesn't stick. I can do it for like a couple of months, but then I'm like, man, I got to go to the dry cleaners and iron stuff.
There's a lot going on there.
The way you went through Vegas last week or 2 weeks ago, you made that very clear. That was legendary.
No suitcase.
Same set of clothes, like I'm a cartoon character every day.
But the ladies appreciate that stuff. If I had a son, the one thing I would try to do is just convince him, like, hey, you got this lane right here. You work out for 3 months, keep your haircut, get you a nice watch, maybe a tan, depending on how pale you are.
Maybe a little nipple reduction.
Yeah, and just have some kind of style. I don't care if it's hippie style or street style or country style or city slicker style. If you put something together, I think you can go up 2 levels. From 6 to you're now dating 8s.
I'm with you.
With 90 days of prep, son.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a 90-day investment could change the course of your future forever when it comes to
now. I don't
to
know
the
if that
ladies.
means nipple reconstruction or not.
I don't think a female's going to like hear that you did that and be like, "Oh, that's attractive," necessarily
until she sees.
But if you had
but if she sees
everything-
you, if they're that impressive,
holy crap!
Are we self-conscious about our nipples generally?
I'm just a self-conscious individual anyway,
but not specifically to the nipples.
Now, once the shirt's off, I don't give a damn.
I think if you're shirt off guy, you would be aware, and you're not going to be shirt off guy if you don't have good looking nipples. You know, so you're getting everything dialed in. Like I just said, 90 days later, you're like, well, this is great, Dawson, but I take my shirt off and all they see is nipples. It's nipples for days, so I'm going to go ahead and hit this as the final piece of the puzzle. It's like some guys, they work out, but they can't get the diamond calves, so they get the calf inserts as the final piece of the puzzle.
Thinking about that one myself.
Yeah, they want to go from 6 to 10.
I do think that's a good point by you. Like, this is the cherry on top of a lot of work that you've been putting in.
Yeah.
This isn't just, hey, I got all these issues. You don't start with the nipple reduction. You finish there.
Yeah.
That's like you've earned all these other things, and now this is what's putting you over the top.
Because I don't know how many times we're looking and like, man, that is a smoking hot areola. Like, that's the selling point for me.
On a dude?
Well, I mean, consideration, bro.
It absolutely is.
Yeah, it can be
It can be a deal breaker.
the total package.
It can be a deal breaker.
Yeah, sometimes
You're
you
right
don't want to
about
be
that.
that way. You don't want to be that way, but yeah, sometimes I just can't. Get
That's
over
just too
it.
much.
The ratio has to be on
Can't
point.
get over
Yeah, you
it.
can get some wild ratios up in here.
Be careful.
All righty, that's
Or
two
the
down.
inverted situation. You ever had an inverted thing?
I've never seen the
Be
inverted.
looking for that joint, like I just had that. She finally let you know.
What is going on?
It's just not there. You're like, oh,
Just running away. Are you running
help
away
me
from
out
me
a long
right
time
now?
ago.
I'm chasing something that doesn't exist.
I don't live the life, bro. I don't live the life.
Pokey poke.
It's an innie. We got to run. 2 down, 3 to go. Epic round tripper with Woolchuck. Let's talk some damn baseball. Do you take this as disrespect to the world champs? We'll discuss it next in the nation.
Thanks to our Tolos. Those are our listeners who turn it on, leave it on. and studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Shoot ya, it's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on your home of the Cowboys, your home of the World Series champion Texas Rangers. We are off on our way to surprise Arizona Sunday. Can't wait. Here's Zach Wolchuk with that epic round tripper. Let's talk some baseball, bro.
Let's do it. We've got the top 10 of MLB Network's top 100 players that will be unveiled tonight. There was no Ranger from numbers 11 through 20. Bobby Witt Jr., though, Colleyville Heritage own, did come in at number 20 for the Royals. He moved up from 92 last year. You have Mike Trout of the Angels at 12, Bryce Harper at 11, which would mean I believe Corey Seager is going to be in the top 10. How high will he be? We'll find out tonight.
Is that our only one?
That's probably going to be our only one in the top 10. Yeah, I think Marcus Semien was the other highest. He was sitting there at 21. So I think Corey will get into the top 10 here, and we'll see how high he is. It's also something that's just frustrating me. I think we're all looking at the Rangers as, regardless of what's happening with the rotation and the injuries, this should be a playoff team this year.
Absolutely.
You're the defending World Series champions, and your offense is, I don't think that the national perspective understands just how much better this offense is about to get. Okay? Yeah. Whether it's Justin Fosse, whether it's Wyatt Langford, whether it's having Evan Carter for a full season, hopefully Corey Seager, he doesn't deal with anything else outside of the sports hernia and he comes back and you don't have to worry about him getting hurt. Right? This offense is going to be even better than it was last year, which was the best damn offense in the American League for the majority of the season.
Thank you. That's what everybody's so focused on, the rotation, and I understand it because that's the thing that is what has the most question marks, and that's the thing that needs, in theory, the most fixing or somebody to rise to the occasion. So I understand that conversation, but we cannot forget how dominant this offense was. It out-hit the worst bullpen. I mean, it was a record number of blowing saves, and you're still... you're
in the playoffs.
Not only in the playoffs,
nobody else would have done that.
Leading the division for the most part of the year.
Yep, absolutely. Amen.
So, yes, and then you factor in the great defense as well to help combat some of the poor pitching at times. So all of that is definitely recipe for still making the playoffs for sure. And you mentioned the offense and some of the newcomers and the young bucks. Wait till in the 5 o'clock hour. I got 2 clips here that are going to talk about 2 Ranger youngsters that are going to get your baseball you were going to be tingling. When you hear this sound.
Was it Donnie Ecker last night?
It was Donnie Ecker.
Man, driving home listening to Donnie Ecker talk about specifically Evan Carter and how they're not worried at all about the lefties. Oh, that got me so excited. But here's what's annoying me. CBS Sports has the 5 teams that are likely to miss the postseason in 2024 that were playoff teams a year ago. And at number 5, they've got your World Series champion Texas Rangers. And they're right. We know.
What a tired story.
Anytime you include the defending champions in this sort of piece, you're setting yourself up to look foolish. Damn right you are. You're looking foolish.
Yeah.
But put aside the champagne bottles and the commemorative gear. No. You have to admit there's a lot of downside here. Where is the downside, damn it?
You can't make me do any of that.
Oh, no, they don't have Scherzer and DeGrom and the new guy. Pitchers they didn't have all of last year when they won the World Effing Series.
Exactly. They don't have DeGrom. They don't have Scherzer for at least the start of the season. And off-season signing, Tyler Mahle is likely to miss the year as well following Tommy John. Yeah. There's also the matter of the American League. Realistically, the Rangers have 4 spots to vie for. Right? You got the Western Crown and the 3 wild cards. You got the Astros and the Mariners you're competing with. All right, spare me with the Mariners until the Mariners want to prove this. And I get it. They got some good pieces. I like some of the moves they made in the offseason. They were a playoff team 2 years ago. But right now, Astros are looking up at you. You just went into their house in Game 6 and 7 and knocked them out in the championship series when they had a chance to go ahead and knock you out. You're not scared of the Astros right now. And that's also a team that is dealing with some rotation issues. Framber Valdez looked like a shell of himself in the postseason.
He did.
And Justin Verlander's hurt right now. Mm-hmm. So if you want to knock the Rangers, you got to knock the Astros as well. I get it. Their bullpen looks much better than yours. But come on. I thought this was just disrespectful by CBS Sports to even have the defending champs on this list.
You know, it's a hot take. Maybe they feel like, well, we got to throw something out here to get some attention. And I do think the Rangers in general are disrespected because it's not a big name brand franchise. I think the rest of the country kind of looks at it how we looked at when the Royals won. It's like, oh, cool. I think I know a couple players on that team. It's not a team that gets talked about a lot. So, Maybe they're a little bit of a casualty of that, but you're going to have to go earn it. Eventually, the Astros became highly respected. It became a household name, So go do something crazy. I'd prefer you not cheat your way to it. And in maybe 3 or 4 years, this would be a moot point.
3 words, Wolchuk. Bulletin board material.
Damn right. Use this as motivation, boys.
That's what
People
this
are still
is.
doubting on you. You've got yourselves already the winning championship culture. Now you want to make sure it's here to stay, and the rest of Major League Baseball knows it.
I bet all these players walked into the clubhouse in surprise today, and Bochy had printed out hard copies of this dumbass article.
I hope they did. Now, the one thing...
Waiting for them for breakfast. That's what they got fed.
Oh, they don't believe we're making the playoffs? Why don't you go bleep yourself, CBS Sports? Now, Matt Snyder did a better job. He ranked the top 10 offenses entering the 2024 season. The one thing he messed up was he put the Rangers behind the Astros. But the Rangers are at 4th best offense in the entire league.
Within a reason.
I think that is fair. You got Seager, of
It's
course.
number 1 offense. in the
Adolis
sport.
Garcia.
Why isn't it number 1?
Dodgers and Braves.
The Dodgers, okay, but I guess with Shohei Ohtani, we're still wondering how he's going to look off of Tommy John surgery, are we not, to some extent?
As a pitcher, not as a hitter.
No, but not as a hitter at all?
Not really. I mean, he's already jacking bombs in spring training. I think he's going to be fine as a hitter.
Bomb jacker.
I love spring training bombs.
Yeah, I mean, Mookie Betts, Freddie Freeman, Shohei Ohtani, they're pretty filthy.
You ever heard of the Jungle Cat?
I get it with the Dodgers. And then the Braves, Ronald Acuna Jr., Matt Olson, Austin Riley, Ozzie Albies. Like, those two are pretty damn good offenses. I understand it. But I'm not putting the Rangers behind the Astros.
No.
When you got guys like Kyle Tucker that don't show up in the playoffs. I mean, I get you got Yordan Alvarez and Jose Altuve, but I'll take our guys over everyone else they got in their lineup.
817 says, I got 3 words for you. Let's go Rangers.
Damn right. Let's go Rangers. Hell yes. Phillies are at 5, followed by the Orioles, the Yankees, the Cardinals, the Diamondbacks, and the Blue Jays. Now, we talked about Anthony Rendon, and he does not like baseball, but he does it to collect his checks.
He likes it. It's just not a priority for him.
It's not a priority.
I think he says I don't like baseball.
Yeah, he doesn't like baseball.
It's just a job.
It's a job. Yeah, it's literally a job for him that he's good at. So Jonathan Papelbon, who was a former teammate of Anthony Rendon, was on the show Foul Territory, which is awesome if you get a chance to check it out. And Papelbon kind of ripped into his former, didn't kind of, he did. He ripped on his former teammate here, Anthony Rendon. This is what Jonathan Papelbon had to say.
Every single day this guy shows up to go out, it was like a chore. And he strictly got away with just raw athleticism and raw talent. Now, you can do that. But there's a reason why. Has he even made an all-star game yet? Or maybe one? I don't know. There's a reason why, he's not as successful as he really truly could be, because he's got more God-given talent than probably all 3 of us sitting here talking. But at the end of the day, he don't give a shit. So when you put those two together, it's a bad recipe for me, man. I'll be honest with you, man. If I'm the Angels GM, I'm trying to get rid of this dude as fast as I can. And I knew that, like, when he became a free agent, because I think 2 years after I played with him again, I was like, man, whoever gets that dude is going to get totally whamboozled. They're going to just
Whamboozled?
It's going to be the worst deal in history, and it's proven that way.
Hoodwinked.
Whamboozled. I loved what Papelbon said there. This guy just didn't give an S. And he's right. And we were definitely campaigning for the Rangers to possibly sign Anthony Rendon. I mean, he was incredible in the World Series run for the Nationals. But as soon as he got paid, he has clearly not given a damn. That contract has looked terrible with the Angels. And the Rangers and everybody else that were bidding for Anthony Rendon dodged a massive bullet.
Yeah, I remember being critical of the Rangers then because they kept being like in on this guy, in on that guy, and they'd always lowball somebody, and we're like, why are we hearing that the Rangers are in on these players when they clearly aren't? But I'm very glad that they didn't end up with him. And the Angels really, it's been going on for a long time how Pujols and Josh Hamilton and Anthony Rendon, just some of the absolute worst free agent signings you could possibly imagine in the last 15 years. And it's been huge for Rangers' success, because if they did make smart signings with as committed as they've been to winning, they would have been very, very dangerous the last couple of years.
Yeah, they absolutely would have been. Saw this from Jeff Wilson out there at Surprise Rangers spring training. Rangers are considering going with 3 catchers on the opening day roster, according to Bruce Bochy. That could be one of the last roster decisions. I think, of course, you're going to have Jonah Heim. You're going to have Andrew Kisner, whom they signed to fill Mitch Garver's spot as their primary backup catcher. But maybe Sam Huff or Andrew Knapp can be the other 2 guys they can try and force themselves onto the roster. I mean, we love Sam Huff. He's such a great dude. Injuries and just not really being consistent whenever he's had his opportunities to get called back up to the big leagues have kind of been his biggest problem. I mentioned the Diamondbacks. They were listed in that top 10 offenses article. Now, the reigning NL champs, apparently they're not ruling out a move out of Phoenix. Apparently they want some public funding to get some renovations, and the renovations cost will be around $400 to $500 million. And if they can't get the public financing, they are not opposed to the idea of moving out of Phoenix. Now, maybe they stay somewhere in Arizona. They move to Scottsdale. Maybe they just move to another city in the same state. Or they could be one of these teams that are looking like the A's are to move to Vegas. But Jeff Passan was talking about the A's move to Vegas, and we have alluded to this. There seems to be just a lot of grossness that's happening here. I think it absolutely is the ownership there with the A's. I think Vegas is starting to get frustrated with it. Jeff Passan talking about maybe the A's don't end up in Sin City.
There are doubts everywhere about the A's because here's the one thing that they have proven themselves adept at: being completely incompetent.
Wow.
I was talking with somebody yesterday, doing a story on expansion, and the A's came up because the A's need to be in place in Las Vegas in order for MLB to expand 2 more teams, which is looking like it's going to be 2030 or so. But this person who's been dealing with the A's is like, do they know what they're doing? Like, is this a joke? The whole process has been messed up from the start. Dating back 20 years to them trying to get a stadium in Oakland, failing to do so. And now they're going to go to Vegas, and all of a sudden it's going to be smooth sailing in a city that really hasn't shown a lot of desire to have you. The entire thing from the beginning, Tony, has been a disaster. And if this thing fell apart, it would surprise absolutely nobody.
Wow. Just brutal.
It was really impressive. He didn't even come up for air at any point. That was just a ripping of the A's. Yeah. And that was beautiful, and they deserve every bit of it.
They sure do.
And it's fair. It's you don't, sometimes you need to change the scenery. Other times you're just taking all your problems to a new view.
Yeah, you're really jacking around with some people that like to dictate terms in Las Vegas. They have a great plan for you. It impacts like 2 or 3 other properties along that area of the Strip. What they want is for you to give them something consistent, but that's what they're incapable of doing. I mean, we see how, incompetent a lot of these pro sports teams are. I do not think, though, that they're going to really leave or not go there. I think the reality is probably Vegas just wants them to get their stuff together.
Yeah.
And is probably, looking for a sweeter deal out of this. They're always trying to work the bottom line. And obviously the A's are notoriously cheap. So I think it could be a tough negotiation, but it makes sense for them to get the A's, and it makes sense for the A's to want to go to Las Vegas because none of the other cities they could possibly go to have the kind of infrastructure and potential that Las Vegas can provide them.
Absolutely. We did have a signing. The Red Sox have signed closer Liam Hendriks to a 2-year deal. So congratulations to Liam Hendriks, who was an all-star reliever after he bounced back from Tommy John surgery. So he's 35. He also was able to be a survivor of stage 4 non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. So that's an awesome story as he gets to go to Boston, take his talents there. And then we have, this is pretty cool. I heard KMC talking about this as well, but we didn't have time to get to it on our show. There's going to be an all-star village ahead of the 2024 game here at Globe Life Field in Arlington over the summer. So we've got less than 5 months, but the all-star village is going to incorporate more than 650,000 square feet. It's going to encompass Choctaw Stadium, which is formerly Globe Life Park, the North Lawn, which is Mark Holt's Lake area, and the esports gaming area. It's going to include stations like on-field activities, autograph signing sessions, and more. Both the area of home plate at Globe Life Park and the remaining home dugout are expected to play key roles in the interactive experience as well. So it's probably going to be hot as hell. I hope we do get some more indoor options for this, like being able to get inside the ballpark. That would help a lot. But this sounds badass. I'm excited to see what fully MLB does with this All-Star Village when we get to have the All-Star game here.
Yeah, some air conditioning tents on that lawn to be good if they have any possibility of doing that. I know there's a lot of it's an angled lawn. But that I don't know how that's going to work. I wish them the best, but tourists coming from out of town here to go to the All-Star game, they're not going to be ready for that 102.
Dude, the tourists are going to get crushed.
It takes me at least 2 or 3 weeks of building up the hydration and I don't know what the body does, but it takes us a while to get used to it.
Yeah,
you can't just fly in and go chill in 103 degrees in the middle of July.
No. That's a tough deal.
Thank you, Wolchuk. A proper round tripper, indeed. Another one's in the books. Now, a lot of football coming up. In the Expressway in 1 hour, Johnny Manziel threw his former coach under the bus, and we have some Jalen Brunson audio talking about his departure. Where are we going with the top 10, Wooly Bully?
It's your day, man. It's National Sticky Buns Day. The top 10 best-tasting cinnamon-flavored items. That's next on the Fan.
I want a Chapman's tea. Welcome back. It is the G-Back Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. It's time for the top 10 in 420. This segment is brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. You or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online to truckwreck.com. Here's the Woolly Bully, Zach.
Thank you very much. We are going to get to the top 10 cinnamon foods on National Sticky Bun Day, which is a glorious day. 877-881-1053. I will say a great way to celebrate National Sticky Bun Day. Go on over to the West End here in Dallas. Check out the Operators Club.
Meet me at the West End, baby.
Get their dessert. That is 2 fresh homemade cinnamon rolls with Henry's ice cream that they have delivered in-house every single day in the middle of it. Of course, it's covered with delicious icing, but it is one of the most eye-appealing because you eat with your eyes first, but also delicious tasting things you'll ever have in your life. And it's big enough for the entire family to share. If you want to have it by yourself, you can. But I think that thing could feed at least 4 people. It's absolutely fantastic. I really was hoping they'd bring one up today for you, Gavin, but I also know it's Lent, and I didn't know exactly like what for sure did you cut out for this.
It just breads and sweets this time.
So this would have been the no-go.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm glad that I didn't tempt you with it because I think you would have had to break it.
Wow.
It's that good, dude. It's that
tempting?
good. Yeah. So we'll wait till afterwards. But shout out to the Operators Club. Go to
Let's get
operatorsclub.com.
spiritual. You're going to get me between me and the Lord?
I
don't like your chances, Wolch.
Yeah, you don't want to be that guy.
And I'm with you, all right? And I am team you and your guidance here, but that thing is so damn tempting.
Dang.
I would be so proud of you if you were able to say no, because I know I'm too weak.
Well, I can on my best day, but not on my second best day, so we just have to find out what was going down.
Hopefully it would have been your best day, but I was looking out for you, and I said don't bring that. So whenever you get past this, we'll go ahead and check out the Operations Club, get you that. But it's delicious. 877-881-1053. What is your favorite cinnamon-type item? I did see a couple of sports nuggets here that I wanted to throw your way. How about this? We're starting to get the most valuable sports franchises in the world out again. We can do this every year. But the Cowboys, no surprise, they're up 20% in value. The most valuable franchise in the world at $9.2 billion. They're worth $1 billion more now than the next closest franchise.
Yes.
The Golden State Warriors.
Man, that's awesome.
Confetti's raining down on the Joneses today.
This is their Super Bowl. They're popping bottles right now.
There's a Warriors team. So there's a team other than the NFL number 2. That's surprising to me. Congrats to the Warriors, though.
Yeah, Warriors are at 8.2 bill. The Knicks are at 7.3 bill. The Lakers at 7.34. Then the Yankees at 7.13.
And I'm saying, did you see
NBC Sports?
Did you see how much they've jumped year over year? Because I see here is 20% for the Cowboys.
Yeah,
that's a monster jump.
Did you see that one?
Golden State up 10%. From last year. Did you already say that?
I just said the Cowboys plus 20%.
Okay,
but I didn't say the other ones. But they had the biggest jump by a lot.
Yeah, I know.
That's crazy, right? Like, how much more do they still have to grow?
I know. It's crazy that they're always number 1, but they also just had the biggest jump, more so than any team. Like the Yankees, 2% increase for the Yankees, 20% increase for the Cowboys, who were already in first place. Pretty amazing.
It's frustrating. They also did have the best total attendance. Some of that is because of the size of the stadium, but they beat the Jets out for the biggest attendance during the NFL season, 1,378,743. So, Cowboy fans, you're showing up, and I'll never tell you not to, because I know I can't help myself but be a fan of the organization no matter what they do to me. They can, punch me in the face, rip my heart out, spit on me, and stomp on it again, but I'll always come back, and I'll love you. But I'm really sick and tired of the product that we're putting out there every single January, going home with egg on our faces. However, just like me, you guys are going to show up and paint your faces and rah-rah, and maybe that's the issue. Maybe we are the problem. I'll look at myself in the mirror and say, I'm the damn problem here.
Wait, have you painted your face and done the game before?
I never have. But I know some people do that.
No, a lot of people do that.
I just paint my belly.
I'm actually surprised that you've never gone with the full-fledged face painting. Like I could see Dawson doing like a soccer face painting, rabid fan thing. I could see that. Like I know that like doesn't
in my early days.
Yeah, being the fan and like having half your face red and the other half blue or whatever.
Yeah, we could do that. That'd be fun.
I'm surprised Walchuk hasn't done that.
I know, I haven't done it. I did want to do the Braveheart deal, paint your face there on a Halloween or something. Maybe wear a kilt, go full-on Scottish. I am William Wallace style, but I never did that either. I also saw this, and I mean, everything's coming out here from the Eagles. They just keep making excuses. The excuse train keeps running. Big Dom's absence from the sideline apparently affected head coach Nick Sirianni.
They went over after it, right?
They did.
Didn't they lose every game after he got suspended?
They did. It affected him in a negative way down the stretch, according to an insider from Filthy. Big Dom apparently helped keep Sirianni's emotions in check, and he was involved in numerous arguments with players, coaches during games in Big Dom's absence. So, hell, who knew that the spoon or the straw that stirred the drink was Big Dom all the way on that Eagles sideline.
The biggest straw of all time.
Golly.
Kept things together. You know, you never know who important pieces of your chemistry might be.
It's a joke. All right, let's slide into our top 10. Best cinnamon foods on National Sticky Bun Day. I do believe probably the sticky bun or the cinnamon roll, however you want to refer to it, is probably the one seed in this. But I do love Cinnamon Toast Crunch. Some might fight me and say it's overrated. I think it's always going to be my one seed of cereals.
You know, I'm not going to fight you on that at all. I would definitely agree. You know, maybe sometimes you want to switch it up. I definitely understand that. You hit some Frosted Flakes, you do things like that. But yeah, Cinnamon Toast Crunch is definitely my top 10 favorite cinnamon treats of all time. The number one in my book is my mom's famous homemade cinnamon rolls, which she probably introduced in the mid-'80s and used as the star of the show for entertaining dozens of our friends and family during a Christmas Eve brunch, which was an annual tradition.
Christmas Eve brunch.
Wow.
Yeah. We're getting the festivities started early, baby. Full 24 hours.
So then after came her legendary
sugar cream pie.
Sugar cream pie?
You just not want to say cream pie?
Yes, the sugar cream pie.
That's exactly
which also has a cinnamon sugar top to it. It does have kind of a creme brulee type flavor. I don't know if that counts here, but yeah, the sugar cream pie came years later as far as the tradition.
See, respect to her, continuing to evolve, not being happy with just being a one-trick pony when it comes to the desserts. You know what I mean? Like having an arsenal of different pitches you can throw. Like obviously you have your fastball, and I do think when it comes to the Cinnamon Toast Crunch, like that feels like America's fastball when it comes to the cereals. That feels like it's everybody's number one, or it's always in the top 2 or 3.
Somewhere in
it's
the
always right there.
Yeah, no doubt.
But it's got to be Captain Crunch for me. But we're not doing cereals today. So I will just go to
cinnamon cereal day.
I'm
cereals. It's always fun.
I'm gonna take everyone to CC's right now, and we're gonna wait for the fresh cinnamon rolls to come out there.
I'm
gonna call dibs on the 2 most inside pieces.
Hell of a call here.
By 2, I mean 6.
Hell of a call on the CC cinnamon rolls. I also want to give a shout out to Mama's Pizza. I know there's a location in Fort Worth. Shout out to Jacob, who we got to meet at one of our appearances out there right before college football started. That was at Backyard in Fort Worth. That was awesome. But Mama's Pizza in Plano, where I grew up going every Friday for off-campus lunch, also has delicious homemade cinnamon rolls as well. Absolutely divine.
Yeah, I would like to point out that Eric is dead balls on right when it comes to these cinnamon rolls. You want the middle ones. Mm-hmm. Now with the brownies, you want the edges. You know, so he's batting 500 on this, which ain't bad, Eric.
Because you want the gooiness of the cinnamon roll.
Okay, I'm glad. Welcome to the good way of doing things here.
To me, I like the Pillsbury homemade cinnamon roll the best.
Yeah, it's good.
You know.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Lucius, where are we going with the cinnamon delights?
Well, I can tell you what it's not. It's not cinnamon whiskey, that's for sure.
Dude, that'll mess your stomach up bad.
Cinnamon whiskey. I say that respectfully, too.
Never liked it or had a bad time with it?
I tried it. It's just not
for
headaches, your stomach aches. It's just not the same.
The sugar content, right?
The stomach ache gets me every time if I do too much of that.
It does seem such a good idea after 4 or 5 beers, though, doesn't it?
Yes.
I don't know.
Not anymore. No.
Yeah, I don't know. No.
See, that's the kind of experience I had with tequila.
Yes.
It can never sound good to me ever again.
Yeah. Let's see. How about Apple Jacks? Apple Jacks and cinnamon, bro. Yeah, you guys were talking about cereal, and I went straight to Apple Jacks.
Okay.
Yeah, we didn't put enough respect on that name. We need to formally apologize for that, by the way, Walchuk. We'll do that soon.
I stand by the Apple Jacks. I was never big into them. I'm sorry.
They were better than I remember.
They were really, really good, bro.
Maybe I'll circle back and have to give them another shot. I'll give Apple Jacks another shot for you.
And Coquito during the Christmas times. It's a little drink like eggnog. They put the cinnamon joint on top of it.
Like a cinnamon garnish on there. Okay. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Sounds like something you do after you put the kids in bed and you go out downtown. Your 20s.
You guys, the SMU parties, huh? Fireball is fire, though, from the 214. Now, if you're out there in public, and eventually we're going to do this, where we get another remote, and we're going to be boozing and drinking with you, Brian's got to do his bet payoff to drink with the Tolos, but that's his drink of choice is the Fireball. That's the one where he's going to say yes, sir.
He will say yes to that shot.
ma'am.
Yes.
Otherwise,
But that does not count as a full drink. That only counts as a half beer.
yeah, he's still
40
going to
proof
he's still
schnapps,
going to nail the
basically.
beers. But if you want to like mix in a little bit of liquor in there to really tilt him over the
That's
edge,
the one.
That's the one to go ahead and buy for him. Just pro tip for you guys.
To me, I liked it, even though it was sugary because it didn't have all the liquor in it. So you can kind of participate in the shots without taking that immediate trip to Wastedville. You get yourself a 100 proof shot or even 80 proof, just regular whiskey shot. Those can catch up with you real quick. I felt like with the Fireball, I could do 4 or 5 of these and still kind of keep it within reason.
Number 10. Well, I'll give you some honorable mentions. The Cheerios Cinnamon Oat Crunch, Kellogg's Cinnamon Frosted Flakes, Hot Tamales, which I never really loved, Cinnamon Ice Cream, which is really good, and I'm surprised Cinnamon Ice Cream didn't make the top 10.
I don't know if it really counts because it's the oatmeal. It's the oatmeal cream pie ice cream that they did, but it felt like there was a cinnamon twist to that.
Maybe there was.
But the other thing too, Rusty Taco, that we used to go to in Denton all the time on the square.
Those margaritas,
the margaritas were dominant,
they were so good.
But the churros, their churros, and they had like a cinnamon sort of filling inside of them. Phenomenal.
Damn, yeah, churros have been texted in a lot. And churros are delicious, and I'm so upset that I overlooked those. Number 10 is organic apple cinnamon crunchy rice rollers.
Okay, we'll keep it moving.
That's a
What's
mouthful. Number 9 is cinnamon blondies. Number 8, Oreo golden cinnamon sandwich cookies.
Wow, I never had those. The Goldens are nice, though.
Dude.
I do recommend the Thins. The
Thins,
the golden
okay.
Thins are.
They just
next
came out
level.
with the Goldens and gluten free, so Maya's super happy. But the Goldens, I would always just go with the OG Oreos. The Goldens are pretty damn good. Number 7, cinnamon apple cheesecake. Now you're not big into the cheesecake there, Gavin, but for those of you that like the cinnamon apple,
A lot of people are. Yeah, I feel like I'm missing out on it.
Number 6, cinnamon donuts, and the cinnamon donut is quite good.
See, I don't know that I've ever even tried it.
It's not. See, I mean, you're right in terms of like overall donuts. I'm probably picking other flavors.
I just wonder if it comes across like it could be dry.
It could be. But if they make a good donut, and this you trust the spot that you're going to, the cinnamon donut is an underrated one that you're really going to enjoy. That's going to hit for you. It's going to smack. It's not going to slap, but it's going to smack.
I believe you. I'll try it.
Number 5 is the Snickerdoodles.
Oh, yes.
Legendary cookie.
Might be top
Absolutely.
3.
Number 4, cinnamon apple muffins. And shout out to Muffin Day yesterday.
Ooh. Is French toast in the top 3?
See, French toast is, well, okay, so number 2, I guess, could be kind of, it's not really French toast, but it's the cinnamon swirl bread.
Okay. That's your monkey bread, basically?
Yeah, basically. Or, I mean, you could use it as kind of like a sweet breakfast bread type of deal, but they don't specify French toast. But French toast definitely has cinnamon.
I love just taking a piece of bread and toasting it and then putting butter and cinnamon and sugar on it. I think that's amazing.
It is. 3 is Cinnamon Toast Crunch. 2 is the cinnamon swirl bread, as I mentioned. But number 1 on National Sticky Bun Day is the cinnamon roll. That is the one of the best cinnamon foods. And happy every cinnamon sticky bun day to you.
Thank you.
Well, Chuck, right back at you, brother.
I'm going to leave.
I appreciate your appreciation for the cinnamon and sugar
I love
mixture.
you all. I'm so excited. I can barely speak.
Could you reconfirm for us what the national day is?
National Sticky Bun Cinnamon Roll Day to you.
Wonderful.
Yeah, yes, sir.
I'm so embarrassed.
No, you nailed that. That was a great segment.
Great addition to the top 10. Where are we going next, Chief?
Let's go around the rim, and it'll feature the BS Tour. What is that? Next here in the nation.
Coming up Thursday morning on...
Why do so many Texans love classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? They've got the goods and more new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Found new roads. Relax and enjoy the difference, y'all.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time now for Eric Chiafalo to give us some sports content. Here's the Chief.
Yes, sir. Thank you. We do need to start by acknowledging blind spot in the previous segment, 214. No mention of Cinnabon during the cinnamon list.
Yeah, Cinnabon's fantastic.
And just
The
need
Kings.
to pay our respects for sure.
The way that they crafted that bread pastry, it's just different.
So it's not a cinnamon roll?
It is a cinnamon roll. So I think
Yeah.
I think it was number one. We just didn't specify it as Cinnabon.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah, they're saying the Cinnabon is the elite. You know, kind of like Tips.
It's the best
Treats
of
would
the
be.
cinnamon rolls.
Yeah.
Okay. Which is fair, and I did want to note that Wendy's and Cinnabon are launching a new Cinnabon pull-apart breakfast item.
Man, I'll try them all, man.
Cinnabon's been pairing. Didn't they partner with like Pizza Hut? Pizza Hut had some Cinnabon items
they did.
as well.
Yeah,
Taco Bell,
Sonic, I think.
does.
And they're always fantastic.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
phenomenal.
the little cinnamon balls that Taco Bell had, those were fire. Even though they had a little too much cream cheese in them, I still ate them. That's how good they were.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a big deal.
Yeah.
That's huge.
That is huge.
Yeah, Wendy's and Cinnabon, February 26th. So that's very, very exciting. All right, let's go ahead and cut the lights out. We'll put the kids to bed. The G-Bag Nation's going all 56 inches around that rim.
Let it rain. Rain dance.
Let it rain! Rain dance!
Rain dance.
I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
It's always a special occasion when Scottie Pippen, Horace Grant, and Luke Longley are having their own No Bull tour so they can tell their side of the Last Dance story. Did you guys see this?
No.
Their No Bull tour. They're basically going to be going from city to city, and they're all going to be sitting down on bar stools on a stage. They're all going to have a microphone, the three of them. And they're saying that a lot of people want to ask us about that BS documentary. And so they are going to be telling their side of The Last Dance.
They're forming like Voltron.
Yeah.
Yeah. All your haters got together and just became a super group.
Yes.
They're about to make a diss track about you.
Let's make our own super team,
Going
guys.
straight FUMJ.
You know, we talked about that a lot when it came out. I did feel like some of those teammates might be a little, grudgy about how Jordan framed some of those discussions. It really kind of took on the feeling more of like just his personal story than the story of the team. You know, like this is my take. This is my biography on those, 15 months or whatever it encapsulated.
Right. Well, that'll be interesting. I'm sure we'll get some clips or something that'll go viral, and we'll see
That'll
just
be
how
fun.
passionate it gets. But that was one of those things I wasn't expecting to see today. Now, if where would you guys rank in your mind? Where do you think the duo of Luka and Derek Lively would rank amongst other duos in terms of like best pick and roll pairs or pick pairs?
Efficiency wise?
Yeah, like I have it in front of me here, the points per pick. So on average, how many points you get when the two of you are involved in a pick together?
I'll say second.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to go top three there, so I'm going to go with one.
I was thinking the same. Like I was when I saw this list, I was like, oh, this is cool. And then I was like, well, this is a little bit less, and I think it's more respect to just how many great duos there are in the league at this, because they do fall in the top 10. They're number 8 as a duo.
Damn, that is disappointing though, because he was up in like number one with Dwight Powell for a little while.
There's just a part of you that feels like, man, this has, like when I watch it, it feels like this is a dynamite top 5 situation. Top 8 is still nothing to scoff at, and the Celtics have 2 of these because you have Porzingis. When Porzingis is setting a pick for Jaylen Brown or for Jason Tatum, that thing is getting it done in a big way. And I mean, ultimately, I think this is just our own expectations coming into this, because I was a little disappointed at first, but big picture, you're talking about the first like 40 games as a duo together, and they're already in the top 10 where this thing is headed between the two of them. And as Lively becomes more and more, the two of them with their chemistry together, obviously, but then just Lively being able to do more things, perhaps, this is going to get even better.
This points per possession?
Yeah, points per pick, points per possession.
Okay.
When they're getting after it together. So it's actually Halliburton and Miles Turner with the Pacers that is number one here.
Okay.
That's quite the duo. And then it's Porzingis and Jaylen Brown, and then it's Giannis and Dame. Obviously that makes a ton of sense.
Sure.
Then it's Porzingis and Tatum, and then it's Joker and Jamal Murray. That's your top 5. But Derek Lively and Luka are right there in the top 10.
My guess would have been Murray and Jokic 1-2 because of Murray's, 3-point ability and Jokic's ability to create so much for himself and others out of that situation. But yeah, I think I'm very confident Luka is, my top pick and roll guard in the league, and as Lively matures and gets better, I think by year 2 or year 3, it's incredible what he's doing at 19 years old. It typically takes big men, even after multiple years in college, a couple of years to sort of find their sea legs in the league.
Yeah, sky's the limit for these two. Now, we have some Jalen Brunson sound that we'll hit coming up in the Expressway. We have two clips that are going to be, for the most part, frustrating, I would think, from a Mavs standpoint. But let's not forget we get Kyrie Irving, okay? Just as a precursor to the clips that we're going to hear.
Kept Brunson, you're not probably getting Kyrie.
I apologize for being late to this particular party that is starring Bob Ryan of the Boston Globe, but I know we as a basketball world were all annoyed with the All-Star game and the All-Star weekend. I think Saturday night was actually pretty good, but the All-Star game for sure got everybody pretty upset. Bob Ryan, nobody was more upset than Bob Ryan. I'm trying to figure out, when's the last time you've been this upset about anything, let alone something that really didn't involve you at all, because he was tweeting out during this, once again, these NBA stars are showing no respect for the game. That's how he opens the proceedings.
He's going to the Mad Dog school here. Or Mad Dog's from the Bob Ryan, or whatever the Ryan is. Rob, Bob's, Doubleopolis.
Have respect for those that came before you. Your blood and sweat and tears.
You wouldn't know him if he sat on you.
Trying to figure out if this is the game, generally the game of basketball, or just the All-Star game itself. But either way,
I hope it's just the All-Star game.
Some game is being disrespected here.
He's old school, obviously, and I think a lot of old school players are kind of perplexed by what this has become because, we've been watching these All-Star games from years past on one of the monitors here in studio. It's part of our entertainment, and Lucius has been putting on football All-Star games and basketball All-Star games. They're throwing dudes out of bounds in Honolulu, Hawaii back in the day. They were not playing at all. You had big hits in the 80s and through the 90s, and I get that approach, but to say it's not what I prefer is fair, right? To say your character is broken and you've disrespected the game because you went out and had fun at an All-Star game, that is idiotic and evidence that it's probably time for them to retire him.
He continues, it's another Dunkarama.
Yes.
And 3-point farce.
Yes.
Not a single hand in anyone's face.
Okay, so we like the 3-point contest. We like the dunk contest. But if you're kind of doing both of those things in a simulated game with faux defenders, now we're super offended. It's just an exhibition.
And it was barely any dunks in that game. It was all 3-pointers because, the game is all 3-pointers now.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what you want to do.
Yeah.
I want to take my turn at the logo 3 or the half court.
Lucius, so you're saying it wasn't quite the Dunkarama that
really
Bob
wasn't,
Ryan
bro.
was alleging?
There weren't enough alley jams.
See it next year, he writes. What a waste of time. Adam, he's looking at right in Silver's big eyes.
But he said see you next year, so he's coming back.
All of his crusty friends are so proud of him for this column.
Hey, but Adam Silver feels him, though. You seen
for
Adam
sure.
Silver's tweet, right?
He is not happy. Oh, he tweeted?
Or it was something like that. He said he's not a fan of that.
Oh, no, he was ticked on the broadcast, giving the trophy to
award.
Giannis. It was you scored the most points.
Damian Lillard. Damian Lillard getting the MVP trophy. Yeah, and he's like, you set a record scoring the most points. Well, he was clearly not.
He was
pleased.
upset.
Yeah, they asked the players to care. They did. And,
Yeah.
and they ended
didn't.
up caring less.
Yeah, it's so funny.
Player league.
I saw, what did I see today? I saw Andre Iguodala, Larry Bird, and Julius Erving reportedly made visits to the All-Star locker rooms before the game to stress the importance of competitive play. And all those guys just erupted in laughter as those guys walked
such a
out.
big deal? This has been going on
It's
for
hilarious.
like at least 15 years
I know.
now.
This year,
maybe 20 years.
Yeah, I don't know why it blew up so big.
It's
but
just worse than it's. I don't know. I mean, and we are getting a lot of texts, and I've heard people say this. The way to maybe try and help this, you do give home court advantage to the winner of it, like they did in the MLB All-Star game. They tried to do that, but I don't know, man.
I don't think they're going to care about that either.
They
a lot
might.
of those guys are like, my team ain't even going to be in the finals. What does it matter for me?
I don't know what how wide open the West is. I mean, it'll probably depend on the year.
Especially for a Houston team that
Might help
they
a
don't
little
have
bit.
home field advantage. Sorry.
By the way, Bob Ryan, he sends out another tweet after that, and he says, if you're not personally offended by this disgraceful farce taking place right now in Indy, you don't love or understand basketball. These all-stars, in quotes, should be censored.
Yeah.
And where are the coaches? Have any of them have any pride? They're all acting like athletic court jesters.
I mean, speaking of not having pride, Bob, you look like a corpse on television. Okay? You look like you have wooden teeth like one of the founding fathers. You have so much coffee.
He doesn't?
I mean, you talk
look
about a farce and a bad image for the game. You give a bad image to bad newspaper guys on television.
I'm Googling. You're ball sacking me right now.
You know he doesn't have wooden teeth.
Yeah, I expect him to show up with one of those wigs on.
Oh, he
from
actually
one of the-
does.
One of the back in the day guys.
He got those straight from George.
Who needs to call it quits more on ESPN right now? Is it Woody Page, who's also looking as though he is broadcasting from?
How is that good for TV?
The coffin.
Are they both on the same show too? They're both still on Around the Horn.
There's no way they share a screen together. That's
alternating
That's an
old guy.
either or situation.
Share
Woody's
a screen and a.
I think it's probably,
Woody's got real teeth though.
Yeah, Woody does.
Bob with the wood stuff he's probably a step ahead of him
I
in
think it's
terms of
Bob.
needing to punt.
At every other TV show on that network, they're trying to get young and pretty, or former athletes. But that show, they're perfectly okay with it. They must have like the 70 and 80-year-old crowd on lockdown for that show every day at 2 or 3 o'clock whenever it comes on.
No question, dude.
Yeah.
No question. 972 says F basketball, bring on baseball. I'm doing that next.
Okay. Oh, that's right. We got to go. It is time to run G-Bag Nation. And we got some baseball stuff with you next. Then we'll hit the expressway here on 105.3 The Fan.
in studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Yeah, baby, it's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We're now just 15-20 minutes away from the Expressway. We'll get you caught up on everything that has been developing in our world of sports, including Johnny Manziel throwing his coach under the bus and Jalen Brunson recapping his perspective and giving new insights, his departure from the Mavs to the New York Knicks. It's time now for Eric Chiafalo to deliver some baseball gold. Here's the Chief.
All right, last night, Rangers hot stove with Jared Sandler. It was really, really good. Always is. But Jared had bench coach and offensive coordinator for the Rangers, Donnie Ecker, on to kick off the program. And I mean, it's worth hitting the rewind there and going back and listening in its entirety. Because it was very educational. But the things that stood out to me, the first one, talking about Mr. Foscue. We're all excited about young Foscue stepping up, maybe being the DH guy offensively. Everybody is just very, very impressed. Defensively, it's kind of like not really sure, but got to get that bat in the lineup some way, somehow. Hopefully he's breaking out all spring training and feeling good about going into the season. But this is Donnie Ecker, Rangers offensive coordinator, on Foscue.
I think when you're around Foscue, what stands out to me is he really reminds me of some of the great hitters, their behaviors, particularly the way he behaves around a cage actually reminds me a lot of Buster Posey. It's very quiet. It's very, very confident, and the work is like extremely detailed. And when you watch a guy like that work and you watch him go about his day and then you kind of look at his numbers, like this is just a guy that we're going to really count on to be an offensive pillar in this organization for a long time. So he's extremely intelligent with the game plan and model, which I know I've said that a few times on this call, but it's a really big phase in our system that pitching is doing some very elaborate things, and a lot of guys their careers are ending because they don't ever take that next step and just the intelligence of being able to figure out simple ways to kind of reverse it. So he's on that spectrum where I'd actually say he's already major league ready in terms of his ability to work an at-bat. So he's just on such a nice trajectory. His bat-to-ball skills are elite. Once again, as guys are navigating the big leagues and figuring out different problems and working through their swing, the one thing that lets them stay up here and ride the waves a little bit easier is the strike zone discipline. So anytime you're getting these guys, that's why Evan Carter's really unique, Wyatt Langford. I mean, these guys walk more than they strike out. Justin Foscue, Blaine Cram. There's a really cool crop that's just done a really nice job throughout the system of developing those patterns. And Foscue's one of those guys that nothing is ever going to be good enough for him, just the way he goes about his day. And that's just a very admirable trait that I've seen in a lot of really good hitters.
Man, the Buster Posey comp, I mean, that's big right there. I mean, talk about a disciplined hitter and approach at the plate. I mean, 85 walks to 70 Ks last year, so he had more walks than strikeouts at Round Rock and AAA.
It's awesome.
123 hits total last year. So, and the issue is, I mean, he's a second baseman, so like the defense certainly not anywhere comparable to a Marcus Semien. It's just necessarily where you're going to play him. I know they've been trying him out at first base. Maybe that's an area they could platoon him with Nathaniel Love. You need Lowe to get a day off like they did with Mitch Garver. But you got to love what you're hearing there about Justin Foscue and how he mentally prepares as a hitter every day.
Yeah, he did slide in there. He's a pillar of this team's future offense. Like, the defense is questionable. The foot speed is so questionable that as a middle infielder, it's not a good long-term projection. I think he's first base or DH. And he's also a trade chip, and a very, very good one. Like, you talk about a real professional hitter. I think I would be ecstatic if he spends a decade as your DH. I grew up in Washington State, and we had Edgar Martinez for the longest time, right? And he was a decent third baseman when he was young, but then he got old and he couldn't play the infield for a solid 10 years of his career. But you just knew, bro, we got a 325 hitter who shows up every day and is the perfect piece of the lineup. And I think, that kind of career is very possible for Foscue. But you got to be careful, with a guy like that, because this team's defense is so good. I think you got to make sure that you don't sacrifice that because you don't need his offense. I look at Foscue as much more of a very tantalizing trade piece for this, this deadline coming up in July.
Yeah, I mean, very well could be for sure. I mean, either way, if you can get something awesome in return for him, or if he ends up being a stud, it seems like one way or another he's going to be an asset.
Yeah,
and that's really exciting. And then the thing that he's talking about with just sort of the mental makeup, the personality, how driven he is to be great. He's an adult sort of at a young age, and that's what you have with Evan Carter.
Yeah.
As a young dude who's clearly he's grounded and he is a professional, and you don't have to worry about some of that stuff. He's going to be dedicated as it gets. And then he goes on Donnie Ecker last night with Jared Sandler on Rangers Hot Stove here on your home of the world champs. And he's the Rangers offensive coordinator. So he goes from talking about Foscue to the follow up here. Okay, what about Wyatt Langford? This is the golden boy. Let's hear about old Wyatt.
These guys that have stable life off the field, we happen to have these guys that are all under 25, some of them under 21, that are already married. And Wyatt Langford's one of them, right? He's these guys have such consistency in their off the field and their framework and how they view the world. And they're just far mature for their age. But when you're off the field is that stable and you already know who you are, when you come into these complex environments, when you go through failure, it doesn't shake you as much. That's something I know about Wyatt from when we drafted him. He went straight to Arlington to hit with us at the big league level, and he hung out in the cage with Simeon and Seager and Josh Smith, and I remember all those guys were there, and I just remember watching how comfortable he was and not trying to be anybody else, and a lot of people would have had certain behaviors, just becoming a multimillionaire and a first-round pick, and I just remember watching how humble he was and the questions he asked, and you just kind of know, you're like, this guy's different, and then you get him in front of you, and then you watch him in lives. You watch him face Dane Dunning. I watched him against Haney and Josh Sborz today. There's just not many guys that have his type of power with his, what I'd call finesse skills. He's got the power of a Josh Young, but the plate discipline of an Evan Carter. And it's just really different. He's a really, really different guy. He's as far ahead of somebody at this stage in their career that I've personally ever had, from AAA to the big leagues. And he's going to go through tough things, and the game's going to get him. He's going to have to make adjustments, but he's just a really, really unique piece of clay. And it just goes back to Kip and CY and our scouting department. I mean, there's something, right? There's something in our process that I can't dive into, but I'm sure Kip can. But there's clearly something in our process that's really doing a good job identifying the type of people that are going to excel in these types of systems with our staff.
Extremely encouraging there, boys. The future feels bright.
You talk about the plate discipline of an Evan Carter, but probably more power than a Josh Young, really. I mean, that's super exciting. And then with Carter, he went on to talk about the concern with the lefty hitting, and they seem to not have any concern at all when it comes to Evan Carter hitting lefties. He was like, that's not something we even think about. That dude with his mentality, his approach, he's going to be just fine.
Yeah, between all those guys, and I would throw Josh Young in there as well, they've done a hell of a job at identifying talented young players who have the hyper-focused grinder gene.
Right. They're getting the right kind of dudes in there, and that's a credit to CY and the entire scouting department that really does the homework on the type of dude you're getting. And some of that stuff is okay, you don't have to worry about that. All of the things are in place. He checks all the boxes to be great. Let's see if he can stay healthy and put it all together. The talent is there with all of these dudes. And I do think when you talk about Evan Carter there, Walchuk, and there not being a concern, it's interesting. I think so much of it is because, man, he got thrusted in super high leverage time where it's okay, we don't have time to see your growth here. This is playoff time. This is postseason. This is World Series time. So this is not a strength of yours right now. Not that it will forever not be, but right now we have to adjust ourselves because this is an extremely important game here. This isn't a losing team. This isn't a regular season, whatever. You have time to grow and kind of get used to things here versus lefties. His sample size is super small, and it's we don't have the time to give you these opportunities. But this regular season, I expect that.
Yeah, I think part of it is, preparation gives confidence, and that's the favorite tool in every coach's book when you're looking to give them the phrase. But that's real, And if you work as hard as these guys work, like Wyatt Lanker gets drafted, he comes and spends time in the cage. They just want to work and be better. Now you combine that with, I think this level of focus also isn't something that you can just choose to have.
Mm-hmm.
This is something that is sort of genetically selected or genetically chosen for you, by mom and dad or the luck of the lottery to be able to lock in, because most players get burnt out and they end up playing worse because they have a hard time getting focused while grinding through everything like that. And typically the greats, that's one of their biggest hidden secrets. And they always tell people this isn't talent, this is hard work, because they know how much more hard work they do. I always thought that was Peyton Manning's maybe greatest strength. There was not an end to his reservoir of fuel to want to learn and work harder. And that's how he made up for not being a great processor. S2 test was around for Peyton Manning's time. I don't think he would have scored that great at it. He was all about preparation of knowing how you would react, because he really couldn't react in time like Tom Brady.
Dang, that is interesting, dude. Yeah. I think Drew Brees is another one of those dudes who the work and dedication to being great allowed him, because he's undersized, no arm strength, just getting by on accuracy and knowing hopefully what the defense is going to do.
Kobe Bryant might be the king of all that with how many workouts and how many hours that he did. And then he took it to studying how often he was going left and right, so he would never have an opponent know. Right? And he'd be like, well, I got to do everything 50-50 throughout this game. Almost like he's Belichick thinking about running plays just so you have to scout me. So when we see you, then you don't know which direction I'm going ever. And if I'm going to pull up or get to the rim ever. And, I think it's cool to be able to put a spotlight on those kind of guys. And it's great that I believe the Rangers have a knack for finding them. These are rare traits. Usually these guys are talented and kind of aloof, or, talented, but, high strung, talented, but hella emotional. There's a wide range when we go talk to these guys, and, you see the grinders and you're like, wow, it'd be cool to have a bunch of really talented guys like that on the team. And I think maybe a combination of JD and CY and the scouts, we've talked about how they suck at finding and developing pitchers. I think they're great at this part of it.
Yeah. Let's get some pitchers that are that same archetype.
Yeah, that'd be something.
I think they've tried. I think we need to develop them a little bit better.
They are getting some talent in here, that's for sure. And I do believe it's going to pay off here before too long. Okay, it's time now to hit the expressway. We'll take you commercial free to the top. Who did Johnny Manziel throw under the bus? Jalen Brunson audio. And why we are so blessed to have had a recent change with the Mavs. That's coming up next. The G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Can I chat Frankles with you before we do anything else?
Roger that, Sally.
Welcome back. We got a jam-packed expressway. It is brought to you by the On-Time Experts. We got Johnny Manziel audio. We got Jalen Brunson audio. We got Cowboys hiring coaches. Let's rock this thing. We'll go commercial-free to the top. LA Live's coming up in about 16 minutes. We'll start with Todd Atcha, ESPN Cowboys reporter. And he tweeted about 20 minutes ago, reposted, the Cowboys have hired former Boston College offensive coordinator Steve Shimko as an offensive assistant. Spent the last 4 years at BC, worked with Cowboys OC Brian Schottenheimer in Seattle, replaces Will Harriger, who left for the Carolina Panthers. So, yeah, this is cool. I like them turning over their coaches, and I like them going into college and finding a guy, and we'll have to see, which, specialty he has. But I think Mike McCarthy does have a tireless pursuit of good offense in his DNA and in his track record. So when they're shuffling the deck and bringing in guys, I'm assuming this is going to help them take the next step in their progression offensively that we started to see for the first time around the bye week. That's what I'm expecting and hoping. Is my glass too half full on this, gentlemen?
Maybe a little bit. I think he's a Brian Schottenheimer guy. There wasn't anything at Boston College that would wow you. But, hey, that's not necessarily speaking to him. And he was an assistant quarterback coach there with Schotty in Seattle. He's 34 years old. He is one of those young, maybe up-and-coming coaches. Okay. So I think the jury's still out, but maybe he is. Maybe he is one of these guys that can come in and give you some added wrinkles and innovation.
But I do like the idea just generally of going to get a young guy from college to get into your system here. I think that's something McVay just did for the Rams, and you're seeing it defensively in Green Bay right now with what they just did. So, I mean, I like what they got going on here.
Mavs back in action tomorrow night, 6:30 on TNT. They're going to host the Suns. It's going to be an early game. Wanted to give you the heads up on that. It's going to be a TNT game. MLS season open up tonight. If you're looking, you don't have Stars, you don't have Mavs, what are you going to watch? Leo Messi at 7 o'clock. As of Tuesday night, the get-in price on StubHub was $68, guys. You know what that means? We're going to go watch Messi play this year at Toyota Stadium and not pay an arm and a leg.
There we go.
Wow. Last year, they were sitting at $300-400. The average price to see in Miami this year is still $275, but the road demand is not what it was last year. So
the shine's already off. Everybody that wanted to see him that bad got to see him.
It was his first couple of games. They were on that great run where they were trying to win the tournament that they were in, and I think it was new and exciting. But now it's just sort of like normal level demand. I also thought last year that might have been the only games he would ever play for Inter Miami. Now he's back for a full season, and there's just a lot more games that are going to be available. Charlie Woods, son of Tiger, going to compete in a pre-qualifier event as he bids to secure a place in the PGA Tour's Cognizant Classic next week in Palm Beach Gardens. There's a tornado. Be cognizant, guys.
Be cognizant. Be cognizant.
Woods.
Oh my God, where is it?
We need to bring that sound back, dude.
The young Master Woods will play Thursday in the 18-hole event at Lost Lake Golf Club in Hobie Sound, Florida. One of the 4 pre-qualifying sites the PGA Tour website says approximately 25 players and ties from each of the 4 pre-qualifying sites will advance to a Monday qualifier from which 4 players will earn spots in the Cognizant Classic February 29th. That would be awesome if he can already make it at 15 years old. I mean, just the fact that he's playing in it, maybe it's a sponsorship exemption, but maybe Charlie's going to be able to continue this story for us. Southland Conference suspended 8 players from that brawl last night after the game against Texas A&M Commerce. 76-72 in OT, got a little heated, and you had some punches and wrestling happening there in the handshake line. Then probably for 2 minutes or so, they had a hard time getting it contained because literally like everybody was fighting.
Damn,
pretty good.
Okay, we got Johnny Manziel audio, and let's start here with the LeBron cut. Here talking, he was in Cleveland as LeBron is in Cleveland, and here's Johnny's story about that friendship that he had.
I remember, this is how bad off I was whenever I was in Cleveland. LeBron would text me every week to come over to the house and watch a game or play poker with the boys and just tried to be there. And I was so depressed for the first time in my life that even my biggest role model and inspiration in my life couldn't get me out of bed to come and hang out with him. Wow. When I went to the Cavs games, I was in, I was out. I didn't really grasp and latch on to him in a way that I should have. And he tries to take me under his wing, right? And I'm just kind of nudging it away because of where my mental is and being just fully depressed in where I was in my life. Is that an excuse? Absolutely not. Because at the end of the day, the respect that I should have for them, giving me everything, should trump all else.
Yeah, no doubt. He was definitely in a spiral. It's hard, I think, to break away. He was definitely in a major party mode. And I think when you're in that party mode, you hang out with friends that you can do all that stuff with. You don't want to go hang out with other friends. They're not going to enable that behavior. It's interesting to see and hear Johnny Manziel have that perspective on that now, because I know at that time it was LeBron, it was everybody outside of very, very few people that thought it was cool to say, leave Johnny alone. He's just partying, guys, leave him alone. He's just like any other athlete. He's just having a good time with it. It was clear it was heading down a very, very bad path. And now he's starting to get perspective on it. But whenever I hear Johnny, I'm not sure where he is, because of how deceitful and how clever that he was, throughout that whole time in his life. It's kind of like Ryan Leaf, where you look at him and you're like, I hope everything's going good, but I just don't know. After everything that's transpired, I don't know if I ever will.
Yeah, and that's how the documentary that they just had, I believe, over the summer or whatever about him, where it kind of left off that way. Where it wasn't like, and all is beautiful now. Yeah. It's kind of like, we're still trying to piece this thing together.
Right. Like there was a lot of self-reflection and a lot of positives and growth that you could hear and see, but then he's also still, smoking blunts and playing beer pong in midday. So I don't know. I mean, and look, nothing wrong with that. Do your thing.
Sounds like winning to me.
Absolutely. That's a hell of a way to party in the summer, man.
I don't know if that was Gavin Dawson or Charlie Sheen.
Okay. He also threw his former coach, Kevin Sumlin, under the bus. And do we have just one cut here? What are we looking at here, gentlemen? Yeah, one
Looks
clip.
like there's 2 cuts here on Menzel and Sumlin.
Here we go.
Club Shay or Club Messe, as I call
Club
it.
Messe.
Yeah.
What was your relationship like with Kevin Sumlin?
My relationship with Kevin Sumlin was great. You know, he was my dog. You know, he rode for me hard. He went to bat for me. He went to war for me in a multitude of different scenarios. You know, I think where our relationship fell out a little bit is, you know, how do you have a guy who's a grown man who, I look back on this now, reflective in this. You know, how do you have a guy who's a grown man, you know, telling me what I should do? Obviously, my coach, my guy I'm looking up to, my head football coach, is telling me to live a certain way and put all this party and this behind you. But if you know anything about Kevin Sumlin, it's what he's doing behind the scenes.
Oh, he partying too?
So from my eyes,
So you say, I'm
it's
just doing what you
hypocritical.
doing, we party together.
We're 40-40 Club in New York.
Oh, yeah.
We in the back room playing pool with Ace of Spades. We're chilling.
Right.
Coach is there. This is what he does. So now looking back at it, it's hypocritical to me. And our relationship is great and will forever be great. And no, I do not sit here today as a judge of a man, a judge of a person who helped get me to the point of where I wanted to be in life. By no means whatsoever. I'm calling a spade a spade.
Right.
And I'm just going to be and give the God's honest truth as what I know it to be.
Right.
That ruffles some feathers, so be it.
Right.
It's the way the world goes.
Man, if I was Kevin, I'd call him so quick, and I'd be like, man, I'm not you. Okay,
Yeah.
do not compare us. Okay, everybody that goes to the club is not the same.
Yeah.
I'm grown, by the way. I'm grown. You still aren't grown yet.
Yeah.
Okay, I learned how to handle that responsibility. You still haven't yet. I'm a coach. I'm coaching you. All coaches are hypocritical.
Yeah.
We had a big old fat coach tell us, you're not running enough. Do it again. As his belly shaked when he said it.
You don't want to be fat and out of shape, do you?
I don't know. Do you?
Do as I say, not as I do.
Yeah, and I think, you know, sure, Kevin Sumlin has not had a perfect shutout record when it comes to balancing party and life. But as an adult, you grow and you learn how to balance having a good time with your responsibilities for the most part. And, you know, the thing that bothers me the most out of that is that this guy protected you so you could get drafted.
Yeah.
You know? And here he is having a tough month, and you're like, right under the bus, bro.
Bite the hand that feeds kind of deal.
Yeah, that's tough.
That's filthy.
Yeah. Okay, next cut here from Manziel on someone.
Are you surprised that he hasn't got a head coaching job?
No.
You're not surprised?
Mm-mm.
Why?
I think what made Coach Sumlin so great is no longer really with him right now where his focus is. You know, I think life has gotten the better of him a little bit. And I'm a prime example of, I don't want to sit up here and be a preacher, you know? I don't want to sit up here and tell anybody they're living wrong or anything like that, because that's what it used to feel like me back in the day
When they were
people
trying
were
to
doing
kill
that to
Johnny.
me. So I don't see the same spark. You know, I don't have much of a relationship anymore with him anymore. We'll reach out and talk like here and there, maybe once a year, but not like I have the relationship with my other coaches. And
it doesn't sound like they're all that great or whatever, like he was alluding to in the first clip.
I know that. Yeah, I was like, man, which one is it?
It is a little bit of a bummer. I mean, he still clearly has some bitterness towards that, you know, because I guess he was being made to feel some kind of way. But as you mentioned, like how many great things did Kevin Sumlin do for you that make up for the idea of, not to make up for what he's done and whatever, but in terms of just not feeling the need to air it out.
Yeah.
Like, hey, you should feel good about, we all have issues, whatever, but he did a lot of great things for me, and I'd like to be focusing on that. But he clearly wanted to get that off his chest.
Yeah, because, you know, this is your chance as a coach if other people will, you know, jump up and sing your praises while you're sitting on the sidelines.
Yes.
You know, that's how Mike McCarthy got the job. Several coaches get back in this because media happens and makes it seem like, oh, yeah, I forgot about that guy. Let's call him. And all of a sudden, a media story generates a job opportunity, and maybe Kevin Sumlin's looking for that opportunity right now. You can't even get respect from Johnny Manziel, your quarterback, who you helped, send to the NFL. That's tough. And we're getting in the text. I'm not trying to say Kevin Sumlin's perfect.
No, not at all.
Like,
He's
we
clearly
know he got arrested for a DUI here recently. I mean, but that's the thing. Kevin Sumlin's got
in
his
the last
own,
few months. Yeah,
his own issues. You know, so he doesn't need Johnny here piling it on as well, to your point. A guy that has been good to Johnny Manziel, as Johnny just told us.
And that's a brat move, though. Hey, man, I need you to stop drinking and focus. You're the quarterback of this team. Everything, a whole lot of eyes are looking at you. But you're drinking, coach. Like,
yeah, because I'm your coach.
Yeah, I'm the coach, man. Compare yourself to other quarterbacks out here. Don't compare yourself to what I'm doing, bro. Don't worry about that.
Yeah.
Let me screw myself over.
Yeah. And
Messy.
There is a bro code involved in here as well. There's coach, there's player, but as he answered the first question, he's talking about him like that's my dude. That's my dog, which means you're kind of more peers, and you should always be protecting those bros and dogs in public situations like this, especially.
Yeah, because the other thing is too is like I don't know that I can't recall any time where Kevin Sumlin was out in on record diminishing, whatever he was doing behind closed doors, we don't know. But if he's encouraging you not to do poor things behind closed doors and he's not airing it out, it's not like he is saying something and now Johnny Manziel's responding. It sounds like Kevin Sumlin, sure, he's got his own issues, but he's keeping quiet right now. It's not like he's talking about you.
Yeah, he wasn't saying this on draft week.
Yeah.
That would be your dad who was dunking all over you in magazines and newspapers and TV. Okay, we got some Jalen Brunson audio. And I believe why we're so blessed to have had recent changes at the Mavs here. Pretty good chunk, and then LA Live's just right around the corner. Here we go with some Jalen Brunson talking about his departure.
I really did want to stay in Dallas. Before my fourth season in Dallas, my last season in Dallas, we tried to extend our contract, whatever we can get. Was the most we can get was like 4 years and $55 million. And so obviously we wanted to do that. I wanted to stay there. I thought I would be there for a long time, and I liked my role there. It's funny because my agent was like, I mean, you can do so much. You can get more. I'm saying like, well, I want to be safe. Like, I'm not trying to gamble right now. This is not something you really gamble with if it's out there.
Right.
And so, but they were like, we want to see where we're at, like 20, 25 games into the season. But we were like, all right, well, if we're not going to do it, I kind of don't want to do it until after the season. I'm not trying to think about this
during the season. Right.
Yeah. So there's a period where Luka went out and I started to start. I was playing really well. I think I was averaging like 20 and like 6, maybe, whatever. It was about that 20 to 25 mark. And so we went back. We're like, hey, like, if the deal's there, we're thinking about it. Like, I'll do it. Like, right now. And still, it was no. Like, it wasn't a hard no. It was just like, we want to see. So
this was Dallas.
This is Dallas. This is still in Dallas.
Okay.
Trade deadline comes. I'm like thinking, like, all right, well, if I'm not getting extended, I'm probably going to get traded. Probably. I think the way I've been playing, like, there's just like
playing well, right?
I'm playing somewhat decent, and so that didn't happen. And then so like the deal came on the table after the trade deadline. I was like, I think I've outgrown that now.
Right.
Personally, that's what I thought. I was like, I think I've outgrown that.
He had, and I
played that well.
Yes, he did.
The Mavs didn't.
And that's why I premised it by saying I'm just happy that group is no longer in charge of these decisions. They made a bad evaluation. They didn't know how good he was. He starts absolutely balling, and they weren't flexible enough to say, "Oh, we were wrong. We got to keep this guy." No, you could argue it turned out okay.
Yeah, I think both are in good places, right? I think Brunson's in New York.
But you could have him right now. You could have him right now on like the second year of a 4-year, $55 million contract.
Yes, you'd be saving a lot of money. And you're not paying the max to Kyrie. But I think both. It ended well for both parties. But it is frustrating as a Mavs fan to look back at that and think like, damn, they really messed that one up. And they messed it up with his contract to begin with, as we talked about all last year, with not having that extra year.
Yeah, and I think the narrative was he's just going to New York. He went on to say there was no deal with my dad, and they weren't going to. He was not going to be a part of the organization at all. All of this came after the fact that the Mavs didn't do it. And then when you got into that summer of free agency, I was advocating for the Mavs to capitulate and give him the $30 million or whatever it was just to keep him.
That's what we had. So he's talking next about like going on the playoff run because Luke is injured. They go into the playoffs, and Jalen Brunson, that's when he really explodes.
Okay.
And then he says Mark Cuban just went silent on him.
Okay.
Obviously going to playoffs, Luke gets hurt like second to last game or last game of the season. And so he's out for the first 3 games, and I obviously did what I did.
Ain't no looking back.
And so that all happens. I'm trying to think of my timeline so I don't mess up. So we lose in the Western Conference Finals. And I remember seeing something on Twitter after the game, and it was like Mark saying, "Hey, like we can pay him the most money." And so he says that on Twitter. He says that in the interview, like whatever, like literally right after the game. And so I'm thinking like, all right, I'm okay. I just after that, it was like crickets. From my point of view, I can't speak to anyone else. From my point of view, it was crickets. And so, and obviously I saw like New York making moves and saw all that stuff. I was like, close to home, 2 hours away from where I was, or an hour away from where I was born.
Yeah.
Parents live on the East Coast, whole family's on the East Coast. So I started thinking like, this could be a real thing.
Wow.
And so then here we are.
Cuban went silent on him. Thanks, Cubes, for selling the team. It's time now to go into the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius Alexander with LA Live.
Still thinking about Johnny Manziel, bro. That was filthy work right there.
That was bad.
Wow, that was nasty. But hey, Johnny Manziel had I-30 lit back in the day. All the way from Dallas to Fort Worth. Fort Worth police brought the helicopters out looking for Johnny Manziel. So where he at? Where Money Manziel?
Where's Money?
That was wild.
He
right
was
there.
lit, bro.
Yeah.
Was he in a Bentley or something like that? And the police was chasing him? Come on!
Yeah, I think
something from a movie, bro.
I think that was the time he literally kidnapped his girlfriend.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I didn't want to bring up that part. You know. What's that movie with the guy? He was in the Bentley in the high-speed chase before he got arrested. He was a football player, had to go to jail.
Oh, The Longest Yard?
There we go. Adam
That's a
Sandler.
great opening sequence.
Yeah, that was Johnny Manziel, bro. I say that respectfully, Manziel. Please don't take that to heart. It's a Butt Naked Wednesday. Let's get into it. That's filthy.
Fire up this funk and let's have a toe.
Hey!
It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
Hello?
It's Megan,
Megan who?
the one with all the awesome stuff for you.
What kind of stuff?
Coffee and juice? Some cigarettes?
Next door, honey. Next door.
It's Butt Naked Wednesdays.
Yeah, she had the wrong door.
The laugh.
It's Megan! It's LA Live for February 21st, 2024. Yeah, them fofos. It's a Butt Naked Wednesday here in LA Live. Shout out to Miss Badu. I too was born underwater with $3.06. Peace to the gods. What's today's math, son? You could be anywhere in the world, but you're here, right here with LA Live, and I appreciate that. We appreciate that here on 105.3 The Fan. And LA Live is sponsored by Kissable Dental and their no-bill guarantee. Book online at kissabledental.com. Your kissable journey begins today. Mwah! Now, let's see. Should I play the cheap bag of it? No. Yeah, I play the G-Bag of the Day right here. G-Bag of the Day, we do it every day on The Fan at 2:30. If you see anything floating out there, man, don't be afraid to hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media, Lucius Alexander on Facebook, or you can go to Twitter, find G-Bag Nation, look in the bio, and follow everybody, shout it. Do it now. Our champion right here is from the RJ and Choppy Show. Which one of these guys is Chop? The Dallas Stars have a new player. You want to hear about him? Here it goes.
The Stars called up their top prospect. Let me go ahead and see if I can get this right.
All right, let's see.
This bill will help me out. Logan Stank-Assen.
Oh.
Wait. No.
That ain't it.
Stank as in Craig. Stankoven.
Stink ass.
We'll call her Vita from now on.
He wrote me stank acid as in
Stank acid.
So it's supposed to say stank as in Craig. Don't put this on Instagram, Ryan. Don't let Bob.
Stank acid.
I don't want the clip. Then it'll be, watch hockey.
Oh, that's funny, man. That's great.
Yeah, that is pretty cool right there.
He's Ron Burgundy, just cold reading whatever's in front of him.
Yeah, he realizes in real time, oh, wait, that's not right.
Yeah.
I like to consider myself the official Ron Burgundy of the station.
You will. I learned that I had to fix myself one time. I just handed you some paperwork with all kinds of curse words on it. Dawson almost read it. I was like, okay, don't do that again. LA Live 105.3 The Fan. It is a Butt Naked Wednesday. I have a question for the Tolos that I asked on Facebook right here. What is your unpopular opinion? What is your unpopular opinion? Let's see. I got answers like all social media should be banned. What you guys feel about that? You think that's unpopular? I think a lot of people want it banned, but they're too addicted to it. And we get information from it still.
Yeah, I think it's a very small percentage of people that would want it banned. Not popular.
So
I think most people would want it.
So it is an unpopular opinion.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
But I bet like amongst like mental health professionals, therapists and stuff, they'd be like, man, that's perfect. That's what we should do.
I believe you, especially at Twitter. My God. Brisket is overrated.
That's bull.
Yeah, I thought the same when I got here. It's probably because you haven't had the right one yet.
Yeah. You probably just had some dry brisket or something.
You don't realize what the hell is going on yet. But you'll come around.
What's your unpopular opinion? I asked this to the Tolos that follow me on Facebook, and I got answers like, birth control should be for men.
Yeah. I mean, if it was easier, I think we'd have done it by now.
Hey, dog, you got one of them birth control pills?
Yeah, I'll take that.
I got some plans for tonight. You got one left?
It doesn't work like that. You have to be taking it consistently, bro. I've been on this, man. I've been grinding here. I'm the one who's earned this opportunity.
4 weeks in.
At a kid-free opportunity. This is not yours.
Coffee and energy drinks are for lazy people.
Oh, my gosh.
Coffee's just good.
Yes, the caffeine is a weird deal though. I think if you can break it, the energy consistency and levels would be better without it. But once you go down that path, that is a hard thing to break. You get headaches. And it's probably 10
withdrawals,
days.
shakes, sweats.
Yes.
Is that just me?
No, the caffeine addiction.
Plus, there's a quality of life thing of just sipping that coffee, smelling it.
Right.
Oh yes,
It's
dude.
an enjoyable
Especially the stuff
moment.
Spittle has.
Oh,
I can't believe he got that past customs.
He's got some zooms in.
Yeah, dude. He's got that bam bam.
Yeah. We got to be all like Broaddus. He has never had coffee or energy drinks. He's just a man. He just digs down deep and musters up the energy to do something.
How does he do this?
Got to muster it up.
I got an unpopular opinion, Lucius.
Go ahead, dog. I mean, I know you do.
I do. Yeah, I have a lot of them.
Yeah, I don't think you have to even try. Just freestyle one.
Give me a beat, Lucius.
Let's go.
I think most religions are right. I think I relate to the Native Americans where they would meet people from other religions. They'd be like, cool, man. Yeah, that sounds great. I want to meet your God. I want to meet how you interface with God.
Yeah.
I think we let it divide us way too much.
I bet they can run that back if they wanted to.
With you and that.
But they want to spin the block on that decision. What's your unpopular opinion out here, people?
They needed me back in the day. They really did.
They were a Gavin
You gonna
Dawson
save
away.
You want to save your
Well, I could have at least talked to the others. Like, no, dude, it's cool. Trust me.
That's what we've been looking for, bro. That's what we've been looking for.
You're cool. I'm
There's no
cool.
more John Browns, bro. We
We're
just need
all
one guy to be
cool.
like, hey, man, can we just chill? All right, what's your unpopular opinion? Bobby Belt did not ruin the morning show.
I think that's a strong opinion.
It's a good take.
Yes, and there might have been a 3 to 6 months probationary period where it was debatable, but we're on the other side of that now, and it's pure gold.
The light at the end of the tunnel. We've seen the light.
Birthing pains.
But I do think I think it's a good nominee for unpopular opinion because that'll probably rile up the fan text right now.
Yeah, a lot of people text in and complain about
But they're wrong.
Unpopular opinion, The Sopranos was mid. It was mid.
Ooh.
Yeah,
Unpopular.
That is unpopular.
Now, the last season, I might be able to go along with you. Got a little artsy for me.
Oh, yeah, I can see you doing that
The
one.
finale definitely was like, what are we doing here?
was.
But I get it.
On that one. Somebody said, take some DMT and you'll see God. That is a fact, Jack. That is a fact, Jack. That is
it right
not a
in front of the
recreational jog. That is medicine. A 4-day work week would benefit everyone. Unpopular opinion. I don't know. I'm with that one. Des Bryant was sabotaged by his own coach.
Jay Jeezy?
Yeah.
I've heard a lot of sabotage when it comes to JG.
All 53 of them were. The entire fan base was.
I think we
for
all
a
got
decade.
He said, "You so bad at your job, you got to be trolling us."
I think he was just that bad. Even though I like him a lot.
I love Jay Jeezy, bro.
Yeah, hell of a guy.
Meeting people online is the best way to meet people. Unpopular opinion.
I think it does have the highest success rates currently. It's become the norm.
Yeah.
Although I think, guys, I saw this happen a couple of times recently. Because it's not happening, it'll blow a lady's mind if you actually try to pick her up in person. She'll be like, oh my goodness, this guy was so confident. He actually talked to me.
Yeah, that's true. It's easier to stand out now.
He didn't text me.
Yeah, I don't talk to people in public. The NFL product is not as good as we're sold. Unpopular opinion. It's not as good as we're sold, the NFL product. Usher's halftime show was mid. I don't like that, but you have your opinion. Oh, many shouts out to ATL. And
the mic was broken, though, wasn't it? The mic was off.
No, he was just lip syncing that thing, wasn't he?
I think
the
he was
acoustics were
singing.
weird.
He was singing at some points.
His part was good. The acoustics guy, the guy running the board, they need a Lucius back there. Okay,
Ooh, that could be.
Bring his mic up a little bit. I felt like I was hearing too much ambience.
A little low.
Yeah.
There was so many Easter eggs in that Usher performance.
Was there?
Yeah, Teddy Pendergrass shout outs, Michael Jackson, Roberta Flack and stuff. Here's another unpopular opinion. College is not a scam.
Well, maybe if you're like a physicist or something, you're not going to be able to find the experts in your field on YouTube. Go to college. Anybody else? There's a lot of history books you can read.
Yeah.
You know, you can get all this stuff. And you know, when I was growing up, college would be like, oh, you're going to community college, $1,500 a year. Oh, you're going to state college, $4,000. Okay. Oh, private school, you're hitting it $7,000 for the year going to private school. Now it's 20, 40,
ridiculous.
$80, $50 per year.
Yeah,
dude.
it's a hottie, bro.
Worst. Here, go pay for your degree. Then when you graduate, you start off your life now in debt and oh, good luck trying to find a job.
Yeah.
So it's just backwards for me.
Let's start off at $27,000. What's your unpopular opinion right here? Dak is pretty good.
I think Dak's pretty good.
But that's you reaching into your pocket and trying to find the nicest thing you can say about him right now.
No, I mean, in the regular season, we know he's good.
Here's one on the fan text. Eric makes the G-Bag Nation.
I just
It's
texted
unpopular.
that in.
You just texted
Thank you, Walchuk.
Another
I got you.
unpopular opinion. No one has ever been to the moon. The grass is actually greener in some situations. Not a fan of Beyonce's music or her voice.
I do like how that's a scorching hot take from the grass is always greener, or sometimes. The grass is greener sometimes.
Some situations.
You know what? You're right.
Yeah. Women should be at home.
That was me.
Wagyu beef. Wagyu beef is overrated. Popular opinion.
You should have had those sliders today.
Tell that to the Operators Club, right, Walchuk?
Dude, those sliders that they have are absolutely divine.
And I'll tell you what, I don't know if you guys, I tried this place in Grapevine, Son of a Butcher. I don't know if they got a bunch of them around or what, but they do a Wagyu slider. That's a move right there.
Okay,
but
I've heard about this spot.
Nothing could top what I had today, though.
I'm
Thank
glad
you,
you enjoyed
Operators
it.
Club.
Let's see. What's your unpopular opinion? I asked this to the Tolos and follow me on Facebook. You can follow me there at Lucius Alexander. I'm going to post my dogs later. Took them to the hill while I was running. They were chasing me. Like, we were playing football. I was trying to shake them and everything. It's crazy.
Got your moves back?
A little bit. It's almost there, bro. Adults are the ones ruining youth sports.
I agree with that.
That was Dawson who responded
These
in that
parents
one,
are getting
right?
out of control.
Adults are. Well, I already read that one.
we got to keep these kids together on their teams more. That would be my beef. You know, we're breaking kids up. Like, oh, you got to go play with the elite kids when you're 9 years old. Play with your buddies for a good 6 or 7 years. You can worry about that crap when you're 15.
Yeah. Roma wasn't a choke artist.
Yeah.
Gentle parenting is ridiculous. Put the foot down on these little bad kids. Yeah, people always say, this generation's so bad, this generation's so bad. Who's raising them?
That's right.
Thank you.
You gotta look in the mirror sometimes.
That's probably right. The parents, we all just get progressively worse. Now the kids just get worse.
That I can get with.
Yeah.
Everybody's responsible for this situation. Donut holes is the best.
Yeah, it's best deal in food when you get the free bag.
Oh, you got to bring a kid. Bring a kid, bro. They will throw you a bag.
See, I was wondering why I wasn't getting these lately.
I'm so excited for that.
Yeah. Our goal like 11:45, 11:50 when it's almost about to close.
Oh,
you know?
yeah, dude.
Doing all types of stuff. Foreskin is overrated.
That's what
know.
she said.
Foreskin is overrated. How would you know? And last one right here. Dak should have been MVP in 2016 and 2023.
Yeah, I'd say that's unpopular.
Here's another unpopular opinion on the fan text. That weed drop isn't funny at all, and it's overplayed.
That's weed. That's weed.
That is an unpopular take.
I've incorporated that drop into my everyday life. I will just say it to myself.
I was actually about to ask you if you could send me the file so I can use it for my podcast.
Yeah. Let's see. I have enough time to play this little clip for you.
Yeah.
You think so? All right. Well, we all agree that the NBA All-Star was mid. 3-point contest was a highlight because the game is a 3-point game now, so that's where all the stars were. The dunk contest needs a shot of energy. But one of my favorite pods, the Joe Budden Show, they were talking about how frustrating it was to watch Luka and the Joker, their buddy-buddy
I
situation.
think they were drinking. I think they were drinking during the game.
That might explain a lot because they really didn't care what was going on out there.
Everything would make more sense if what you just said it was dead balls on.
Yeah, man, I would enjoy that.
They might have been.
I would enjoy that.
Playing patty cake with the basketball.
Where are the Mavs at? Is God, Sham God in the city right now?
Oh, I hope so, man.
I think so. They host Phoenix tomorrow.
Okay. God, Sham God, tell your boy to calm down off our guy, Luka.
As far as the All-Star game, I personally am working on a petition. We're only looking for 7 million signatures, right? I never want to see Luka Doncic and the Joker in another All-Star game ever again. Please sign the petition if it comes to your city. I have never seen two not give any type of about that. Now listen, y'all are all all-stars, so I know, and rest in peace, Mamba, nobody cares. But them two care a lot less than everybody else. Yo, the Joker started complaining to a ref in the All-Star game when they threw the ball off his back. He went to the ref.
ran down there with
I'm
the
MVP, right? You know who the I am? You ever let some like that happen
hit me
again?
with a ball again, I'm a turn.
Yeah.
My brother right there.
That Luka tried to dunk, caught the spasm, but I didn't even care about that. That happens to the best of us. When they inbounded that ball, and Luka Doncic took one dribble by the opposing free throw line and shot that, I said, oh, wait a second. These are playing with me. These have no respect for nothing. He did that and then checked out to tweet. He talking about 2 for 1. I snuffed the out of him. I would snuff the out of Luka Doncic. I just seen him drop 40 on my team 2 weeks ago. What are we doing right now?
What are we doing?
Dawson said they was buzzed up though, so I'm with you
I
on
think
that
so.
one. Yeah, I'm running with that theory.
It was random and weird at times.
Yeah. Gosh, I'm God, tell your boy to calm down. All right, I'm pulling out. That's my time. Lord willing, the creek don't rise.
Funny take though. That's good stuff. Yeah. I mean, I'd nominate him for G-Bag.
Oh man, hey man, I love that Joe Budden pod. We're part of the family, according to my
oh really?
Yeah, my paid Patreon. Since I'm part of
Yeah, we're all family now, brother. Just like in the NFL, as soon as we draft you, until you're a free agent. Oh, Nick Angstad, Locked On Mavs, is going to join us. We'll continue the basketball conversation and get his predictions for what should be an exciting final home stretch of the season next year. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Now that we have From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, baby. It's hour 5 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. We're going to be on the Cowboys coming up at 6:20. Little Cowboys news of the evening. Mavs are off one more night. They return to action tomorrow at home against the Phoenix Suns, 6:30 on TNT. Joining us now, Nick Engstad, Locked on Mavs, here on 105.3 The Fan. And a good evening, sir. How the heck are you?
Doing well, coming off of the All-Star weekend, and ready for the rest of the season to get started.
Now, were you there, Nick?
I was.
What'd you think?
It was cold, guys. It was very cold. It was like 12 degrees one day. There were ice sculptures all over the place. There was like a 9-foot Larry Bird that was outside one of the venues. And I think it was getting stronger as the weekend went. I don't think that it was melting at all throughout the weekend. But Indiana did a great job. It was fun. There's not a ton to do in Indianapolis, but I thought it was a fun weekend.
What was the reaction inside the building to the Dunk Fest and the lack of effort? Was it as big a deal as it has resonated over national media since then?
The funniest part about the dunk contest was the reaction, because they had it in Lucas Oil Stadium where the Colts play. So it's this huge venue where they tried to cut off half of it. Like, it seats 70,000, so I think like twice as big as the AAC. And they tried to cut off half of it, and they're trying to capture the audio of all the crowd, and like it was just too big to capture. But the reaction from the crowd during the dunk contest was more about the boos for Jaylen Brown's scores. So like Jaylen Brown they were cooking the books for him a little bit because they finally got an all-star to join the slam dunk contest. And so he was getting some scores that I think were a little fraudulent. And so they were getting really upset about that. And then Jaylen Brown does that dunk where they turn the court into the Celtics court. And that was maybe the loudest I heard the crowd all weekend, because they were so upset that they brought in the Celtics court and put it on there. Like, you imagine if they did that in Dallas and all of a sudden it was the Rockets court or the Spurs court, we'd be like, what are you doing? Stop. Don't do this.
Yeah, that's a jam up right there. Okay, so I've been meaning to get your thoughts on this, man. I saw the Mavs were listed as one handicapper's favorite bet to win it all right now, because they're sitting at 13-1 odds, and he says this is such great value for how well they are playing. Nick, when it comes to thinking about the Mavs, do you put them in a championship context right now?
If you look at the West, you can just look across and go, all right, who are you really scared of, right? And if you put Luka and Kyrie in a series, anything can really happen against that team. The one team that I look at in the West and say, I don't think they have a shot, is the Denver Nuggets. And my colleague, Adam Mares from Locked On Nuggets, Locked On NBA, and then on DNVR as well, was doing a show, and he said, man, if the Mavs and Nuggets square up in a playoff game, I would give the Mavs 45% chance to win. And he knows the Nuggets better than anybody. Like, they just really specifically struggle with the type of offense that the Mavs run. And so if they're kind of worried about it, then, the Clippers, they have James Harden. I'm not sure that I'd be worried about that type of team, even though they're playing really well. The Thunder and the Timberwolves are both young, and the Mavs play the Thunder pretty well, and they've played the Timberwolves well this season. Like, they kind of match up pretty well against a lot of these teams, and they just added some size. And so I'm not like, I don't know that I would pick them as a favorite, but if you're one of those people that tries to bet some of those long shot odds, like, I don't know, you got Luka Doncic. What else could happen?
How about this impact Gafford's having as well? Did you expect it to be this much? Oof.
I think I expected him to fill in really well. Luka takes centers like that. I mean, look at what Lively has done. Look at Dwight Powell's about to hit top 5 in Mavs history in games played. Like, he takes centers and just makes them something that I think that are a little bit better than what they are. And so I knew he was going to fit in really well, and I knew he would be an easier fit than PJ Washington. But his rebounding, talking about Gafford's rebounding is a big change, and I think he's a little bit better than Lively in that sense, because he just pushes guys around. He's 5 years older and bigger and stronger in that sense. And so his rebounding has been a big deal for the Mavericks. We haven't had a center like that in Dallas in a while. I've been telling some of my listeners on Locked On Mavs, think about the last time the Mavs had a 2 a two-center punch like this, like a 1-2 punch, it was probably 2011 with Haywood and Tyson Chandler. Like, that's probably the last time the Mavs have had two centers like this.
Do you think it's enough that it gives them a chance of going up against the teams with the best centers in the game?
It's not. I mean, it's not going to be enough against Jokic, but what is? You know, you got to game plan your whole team around him. After that, you start looking, especially in the West. Who are the other centers you're even talking about?
Just Minnesota.
From top to bottom, it's Rudy Gobert. All right, Luka just obliterates him anytime he plays him. Chet Holmgren. Okay, not really concerned about him necessarily. Zubac, Luka obliterates him too. We mentioned Jokic. Nurkic, Luka destroys him too. It's like all these centers across the board, they have a really hard time guarding Luka, and so you have to guard the Mavericks too if you're going to say that. And so I don't think you're looking at any centers across the West right now, except for maybe Sabonis. Sabonis is the one that if you're in a playoff series against him, that you're like, we're not really certain about that. But then who's guarding Luka? Who's guarding Kyrie? You know, how are they guarding you? That's sort of the question you have to answer against these Mavs.
Nick Angstadt, Locked On Mavs, with us here in the G-Bag Nation. We know the offense is just always going to be there. As long as this team is healthy, the offense is not going to be an issue. What do you think is the ceiling for this team defensively?
It's changed definitely now. I mean, P.J. Washington's defense has been a revelation for them as well. I mean, he steps up and he's been guarding the best players, and he's really versatile and has prided himself on that end, and definitely has been better than what Grant Williams brought the team, or, you know, what Reggie Bullock was at the end of his time. And so the Mavericks have a legit, you know, wing guy that can defend 3, 4, sometimes 5, you know, sometimes guards as well. And so I think that's big. Having the two centers, though, I think is just massive. And I'm curious how that's going to look in a playoff series. How much can you play Gafford? He's only played 5 playoff games ever for the Wizards. Lively's never played a playoff game. How will they look in those certain contexts? But now that you have two of them, like, if one can't play, odds are the other one is going to be able to play, and they'll step up in that sense. So I think their defense has also always been predicated on effort. Can this team put together a good defensive game? Yes, kind of whenever they want to. Not that they're a really good defensive personnel team or anything like that, but if they put in the effort, they can look like a really good defensive team, and they can come out and take care of business, and then their offense carries them over the finish line, right? And so in the playoffs, that effort is just going to be there all the time, which is what we saw 2 years ago when the team was a much better defensive team in the regular season, but then all of a sudden they ratcheted it up in the playoffs, and you go, oh my gosh, this team can beat anybody at this point. And so I think that's what we're going to see this in the same vein as well, is that once they turn it on, once they put in that effort, it just looks like a different team.
Nick, I totally get it's been a small sample size with Gafford and Washington, and maybe the answer to this would be it's matchup dependent. But for you, what do you think the ideal closing 5 lineup will be against some of these top teams that they're going to be playing here coming out of the All-Star break?
Yeah, you couched it enough for me that I have to come up with 5 names, right? I can't just say it depends on matchups or anything like that. Yeah, I think Luka, Kyrie is obviously they're going to be there. I think PJ Washington is definitely in there too, and then I think they kind of can play like the hot hand after that, right? Is Josh Green playing well that night? Is Derek Jones Jr. Good matchup because of his shooting? I think Maxi Kleber is more likely than not the 5-man in that closing lineup because of the spacing that it brings, because of the switchability. Like, I think if I had to guess who's going to close a lineup, it wouldn't be Gafford or Lively. I think it would be Maxi.
What do you think of the P.J. Washington fit you alluded to earlier? Do you think that'll get sorted out and be smooth, or is it going to be a rougher ride?
It depends on what you look at. Defensively, it's been smooth so far. I mean, he's looked really good. I think that he's added a lot. Offensively, he's going to be like Sean Marion from 2011, right? Sean Marion would have some games. He had 20 games or so in 2011 where he had 0 to 9 points. And then he had 40 games where he had 10 to 19 points. And then he had a couple games where he had 20 points. He's just going to bounce back and forth. He was inconsistent with the Hornets as well, trying to find his spot in this lineup. But he can attack off the dribble. We've seen that already. The Mavs, he'll be able to take advantage of that as long as Luka or Kyrie are getting doubled. And so as long as he can take advantage of that, finish around the rim too. He had a couple of alley-oops already, which was a big difference between him and Grant Williams, is his ability to dunk at all, really. And so you've got that. And so I think he's fit pretty well. The shooting has not come around yet. And that's something that he has been kind of shaky in the past, but he's been really streaky. He had a game where he scored 43 this season. He hit 7 threes in that game. Like, he's capable of doing it. It just maybe won't be as consistent as we would hope.
Nick, you mentioned Grant Williams. If we did an anonymous poll in the Mavs organization, who do you think would come back as being more annoying, Grant Williams or Christian Wood?
I don't know that players didn't like Christian Wood as much. I just think that he didn't follow through on the court as much and was not great defensively and got lost. And I don't think he rubbed players necessarily the wrong way necessarily. Maybe they blame him for some of the failures of the team, but I think it would be Grant Williams, maybe because of a recency bias thing.
You kind of blew up Mavs Twitter yesterday, certainly with the Mavs ticket holders finding out about maybe a little price increase. What can you share with us about that for those that didn't see, and what was the reaction and response?
Yeah, I like to gauge where, when I see a story like that. So it was one of the number one trending things on NBA Reddit yesterday was all of a sudden this person posted, all of a sudden my Mavs season tickets are 50% higher than they were the season before. I was like, that's pretty high. And there was no notice or anything. And so I just posted it on Twitter, which I still call it Twitter. And I wanted to just see, does anyone else have this same thing? And I got hundreds of responses. I got dozens of DMs too from people on Instagram and on Twitter at Nick Van Exel on all of those. And I found that this is true. All these are increasing. It's almost like they're getting a championship tax, when a team wins a championship and all of a sudden the tickets are way higher the next year. From everyone that I heard from, their season tickets or mini ticket plans or anything like that are raising from 8 to 50%. Some of this is it's thousands of dollars. Some of these that are getting raised, and this is, and D Magazine wrote a story on it. Mike Palucci reached out to the Mavs and they basically told them yeah, we're keeping it within league average and all that kind of stuff, but I don't know about that. And so this is kind of what happens with new owners, right? New owners come in, and as much as fans were kind of excited that Mark Cuban was not going to be meddling in what the Mavs do anymore, that Brunson story is going around again today. But as much as they're excited about that, Mark Cuban cared an awful lot about the Mavericks and about the fans and about all that and about normal people. I don't know that this new family or these new owners are necessarily in that same boat with him. And so this is part of that.
Were you frustrated to hear the Brunson story as it circulated? Did that bring back bad memories? Or are you kind of okay with how this all played out?
I'm frustrated that we have to keep doing this. How many times do we have to go over the same things over and over again? The Mavs messed it up. They messed it up 3 different times. They messed it up on his rookie contract. Now it's Donnie Nelson, where they didn't give him restricted free agency at the end of it. He was just going to be an unrestricted free agent because they wanted to do different amount of years on the rookie scale contract because he was a second-round pick. If Brunson was a pick 5 picks earlier, this wouldn't even be a problem because he'd be an automatic restricted free agent. It's very weird. Then you have the season where he starts, ascending, where he starts to become a crucial piece, which was the season after he got benched in the playoffs. So they didn't really know what to do with him or how to pay him. Apparently they had that contract, the 4 for $55 that's going around, and there's things back and forth where the Mavs either offered that or he didn't take it, or Rick Brunson says that he would have and all that. But we didn't really know what Brunson was going to be at that point. But the Mavs, if he was going to take that, the Mavs should have offered him that then, right when it was. But then they tried to trade him to try and, fix that and all that. And then there was not giving him as much money as possible that summer when he walked. If they just had given him the full max, which, myself and Isaac Harris on Locked On Mavs, we were all for at the time. Just give him the max. You can't lose this guy. And so that's what they messed. They messed up 3 different times on it. And that's 2 different front offices. That's, Cuban all throughout. It's a failure on so many different levels. It's the Steve Nash thing all over again, except for maybe Brunson's probably not going to win 2 MVPs.
Yeah, but he is damn good, and that is massively disappointing. Okay, final thought here. It kind of goes back to the owners, and hopefully with their high ticket prices, they can justify going into the luxury tax. But what's the Mavs' opportunities to improve coming up this summer? Do they have the mid-level? How many picks can they trade, and how much better could they theoretically be for the next season after hopefully a deep playoff run?
Yeah, so I'm going to push back on the notion that they can just spend. It's a different NBA right now because of the new CBA. It's not just whoever can spend the most gets the most or has the most players or anything like that. If you get put into the luxury tax and then what they call the first apron and then the second apron, those all of a sudden you have restrictions. These teams in the first apron or the second apron this season, like the Heat and the Suns and the Bucks and teams like in the Warriors, Clippers, teams like that, they couldn't sign buyout players like Spencer Dinwiddie because he was making too much money. Like, you're restricted from doing certain things. These teams that are in the second apron for 2 years in a row, all of a sudden get draft picks frozen. So you can't trade them. You can't really use them. It's just, it really holds you back. They really want to try to level the playing field in that regard. And so as much as we also love the idea of these new owners coming in with all the money in the world and all that, it's not as big of an advantage as it has been, for what the Warriors have done.
Okay.
But what the Mavs have this summer is they're going to have 2 first-round picks they'll be able to trade. They'll be, future first-round picks. They, could do pick swaps with them too if they wanted to. But then they also have 4 second-round picks that they'll be able to move as well. You'll have the expiring contract of Tim Hardaway Jr. will be about, 17, 18 million. Maxi's deal will only be 2 more years. Like, you'll have some things that you can move around and some things you can do this summer. So I think they'll definitely make another move because they got to keep taking steps forward.
I love it, Nick. Thank you so much. That's a terrific report. We look forward to chatting Mavs with you sometime again in the future, sir.
Anytime, guys.
Nick Angstead, Locked On Mavs, joining you here on 105.3 The Fan. Yeah, that was great. Okay, when we come back, we'll chuck a little C-note, Cowboys news of the evening. What kind of subjects are we looking at?
Yeah, we got Jake Ferguson talking on Big Hank, Jonathan Hankins' podcast about his time so far in Dallas. We'll hear from Fergie next.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back, Nation. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. We got some Cowboys content here for you, some Jake Ferguson audio. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels. 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online to truckwreck.com. And here's Zach Wolchuk with that C-Note. Cowboys news of the evening.
Thank you very much. Big Biscuit. Jake Ferguson's been making the rounds with the media lately. I think he was just on NFL Total Access talking about his time getting ready for the NFL Scouting Combine, which will be coming up next week. But he was just on his teammate, and hopefully remains teammate, Big Time Hank, Jonathan Hankins' podcast. And he was talking about a variety of things, his current season that he just came off of, Dak Prescott meeting him for the first time, blocking Tank as a rookie. But we'll start off with him being drafted by the Cowboys and how this really was home for Big Biscuit.
How did you feel getting that call, and what did Jerry say to you?
It was crazy. The whole draft process, I was manifesting Cowboys. Like, I have a video on my phone of me at the Combine, zooming in on a Cowboys hat, and I'm like, Dallas, I'm ready. And so I was sitting there, and Baltimore comes up, like, Baltimore's on the clock, and my phone starts ringing, and I'm like, I'm going to Baltimore, like, all right, man. And I flip my phone over, and it says The Star. And I pick it up, and it's Jerry, and I'm like, oh, like, here we go. And he's like, how about we put a star on that helmet? I go, yeah, lock me in. And, yeah, that was pretty much it from there.
Hey, man, I had that feeling the time Roger Staubach called me a couple years back. It was crazy. I looked down at my phone. I was like, you got to be kidding me. This has got to be like his real estate office or something, right? Nope, it was Raj.
I would love to. I wish we had the sound of how you answered that phone call.
Man,
how
hello?
Did you answer with confidence?
Like a question mark?
Dodger?
Dawson here. I think that's probably what I said. And I don't know, my tone, when you're talking with somebody who's so revered and respected and is your grandparents' age, essentially, it is very, yes, sir. Is there anything I can do for you?
Right.
You would have thought I sounded like
pure gentleman.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Just a sweetheart of a man.
You're on your A game right there with Rogers. That's how you said you guys ended up talking for a little bit, right?
Yeah, he was looking for the quarterback, I think, at UTEP.
Right.
Laufenberg had asked him and some other legends to call Gavin.
Yeah, call Gavin.
And I don't think Laufenberg had his readers on when he texted my number to them. So he copied my number thinking it was the quarterback at UTEP, a different Gavin.
That's amazing.
That's such an epic story, dude.
Jake Ferguson on meeting Dak after getting drafted. How was that interaction the first time you ever got to speak with Dak Prescott?
What would you say your first impression of when you met Dak?
Dak?
Yeah.
He texted me right when I got drafted. He's like, hey, man, like the typical, like, hey, man, welcome to Dallas. And I'm drunk as hell. I go, hey, fo, I'm catching everything coming my way. I got no response. And then, I think he lasered one to me at OTAs. And he goes, I thought you're catching everything. I just started down. The media portrays him crazy, but he's just a dude, like a funny dude, funny guy. I love him now. He's hilarious.
I guess he's got to be talking national media with that, because it's like I don't think anybody's tried to portray Dak as nothing but like an awesome guy. Like anytime we've gotten to talk with Dak, he's literally one of the greatest dudes you're ever going to get to interview.
Yeah, I think he's just lumping in all the Dak conversation,
just like in general.
Yeah, just the general Dak conversation, which is very, very polarizing.
Oh yeah. And then
it's like he gets so much attention he could be like a superstar, but I think you're arriving from college. It's like, oh wow, you're just a regular guy.
Yeah.
You're not this ultra celebrity, like Hollywood quarterback or anything.
Just amazing.
Do you save that Roger Staubach number in your phone just to like have it, or does that thing get lost in the sauce so you don't actually go in and save it?
I never deleted it, and not very many. I don't talk to many people on the phone, so let me see if I can go through my recents and find it. That would be amazing.
If it's still in the recents,
if it's still in the recents, that is legendary. I don't talk on the phone guy, and nobody calls me guy.
So we always love the welcome to the NFL type of moments. I don't know that this was necessarily Fergie's, but he did talk about having to block DeMarcus Lawrence as a rookie.
My rookie season, I was like, okay, this is where I'm decent on run blocking, except when it's D-Law. And then I was like,
some certain dudes just know, like,
oh my gosh,
they can't expect for you to block, certain guys, but You can chip him, but
yeah, I'm in there blocking D-line my rookie fall camp, and he, like 2 plays in a row, just tosses me. And Coach Wells goes, "You scared of him?" And I go, "No, I ain't scared of him. I just can't block him."
Man, and that's an area where I think Fergie is solid at. He could improve there. I do think he's a pretty well-rounded overall tight end. He can get a little bit better when it comes to the blocking consistency. But, man, that's twice now in the last couple of weeks. You heard Puka Nacua talking about having to do that crackback toss and block Tank, and Tank just throws him over to the side, gets a 6-yard TFL. I mean, it does go to show you just how probably underappreciated DeMarcus Lawrence is. And we've talked about that, but a lot of people, I mean, I get it. The comments that he made, unacceptable, pissed me right off. But in terms of on the football field, DeMarcus Lawrence is an animal.
Yeah, he's a menace for sure. And that's a guy that like, he's the type of dude that sounds like wants to be your welcome to the NFL moment guy too, as a rookie.
I'm picking on those rookies.
I'm ready for it. And that is eye-opening for anybody. If you're Jake Ferguson, you've probably been a stud in football forever, and now you're having to block DeMarcus Lawrence, and you just can't.
No. I mean, that's a humbling moment, no doubt about it. Okay, and then here was Fergie on right now, how he's feeling going into year 2, going into year 3, just completed year 2. How's the career going?
how you feel your career is going? You know, obviously it's only been 2 years, but you feeling the game is starting to slow down for you?
Slow down for sure this year completely. I got so much more to give though.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like there were some I thought I had some drops this year where I was like, I might still be running.
Yeah.
Like, but definitely more to give. Definitely more to be just. I think my biggest thing is just consistency. You know, being dominant every game. Like run through faces every game.
Yeah.
Not just like, oh, we got, you know what I mean? Like Commanders on Thanksgiving. I'll make a couple. I want to run through somebody's face on Thanksgiving.
I love it, man. The temperament, the play style.
That's exactly what the team in general needs. You need to get some more of those guys defensively, I think. But that type of personality is one that is this team lacks that. He's on the short list of dudes that have it, and I think you need quite a few of those guys on both sides of the ball.
Yeah, and you don't have to be like the most athletic or the strongest. I mean,
right.
Fergie throws his body around and plays with a physicality that translates, even though his combine scores kind of sucked. You know, that's why he wasn't drafted, but the tape says athlete. The attitude and the play style says this is one of the more physical players in the NFL. And, yes, I agree with you guys. That's what the Cowboys need. But more than that, they need a reliable weapon that has the courage to go get that ball in the middle of the field. And that's what Jake Ferguson is.
He is.
With good hands and the ability to make guys miss if he is in space.
Dude's tough as nails, and I really think he's going to put himself into that top tier of tight ends. He's already a top 10 guy. I think given another year or two, we're going to be talking about him as you see like Travis Kelce start to phase out.
You think he's going Kelce Kittle territory?
I think he's going to be up there amongst the top 3 to 5 tight ends in the game.
Yeah, I do really think. I think he'll be a top 5 kind of guy for sure.
Yeah. All right, and then we continue the Cowboys C-Note audio bonanza. T.Y. Hilton on the Trenches pod. Now, T.Y., of course, was with the team 2 years ago, came in December, really was very productive for the Cowboys, became their number 2 option behind CeeDee Lamb until they got knocked out in that San Francisco game. But I don't think we really gave enough respect to T.Y. on how he was able to impact CeeDee Lamb's game and maybe help him. I think CeeDee always had it when it came to the talent, and the temperament to be a wide receiver one, but when it comes to some of the route running that you saw was super improved this year, I think T.Y. talks about some of this and how he was able to help CeeDee Lamb.
What, if any, difference do you see with wide receivers that came in with you like 2012 and then like guys like now?
These motherfuckers athletic, bro. These motherfuckers different genes. Jettas, Chase, man, them boys different, you heard me? They so athletic that if they had a vet, like a true vet, bro, that I can like help them, like CeeDee, like me over there helping him, because the vet he had was Amari Cooper. I know Amari Cooper. Amari Cooper doesn't talk. I helped him, but it was an option routes. Like I taught him like how to run a true option route, like how you should run this corner. We called it playing the game. CeeDee runs it. I told him to run it. He catches it. That little split second that I told him to change his angle, spin out the safety and skull. He said, I appreciate you, big bro. Got my jersey that game. That's crazy. And I've been trying to tell people, bro, like CeeDee is like that. Just me being around him, bro, and just watching him, like he works, bro. I mean, he deserves everything he gonna get, bro.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the proof is in the pudding here. It's not by accident that CeeDee Lamb has gotten definitively better objectively better in a multitude of different categories every single year. Like every aspect to his game. It's not even like one part of his game gets better. It's just like every part of his game gets better year in, year out. And the numbers and the consistency and the versatility, like it just becomes more and more highlighted. And the negative plays have gone away more. You don't see as many of the some of those drop moments that used to kind of bug you a little bit. Now he's obviously what we saw in the Green Bay game emotionally. He's got to be able to figure himself out a little bit. He acknowledged it when he was talking on Micah's podcast the other day. So hopefully that maturation to where he's not already frustrated within the first 5 seconds of a playoff game, win or go home, all the marbles, and this is what we're doing here. But by and large, that dude, he's certified, bona fide number one.
Yeah, he's got the talent, but he works so hard to keep his body in the best shape possible. But the work ethic, I don't think is something that he gets enough credit for.
No,
his caring a lot manifests in a lot of ways. And his work ethic, I think it's right up there with Dak and the other hardest workers on the team.
I'm with you, and I do love how he's like, I know Amari. I mean, Amari doesn't talk. Amari wasn't over here helping CeeDee Lamb, much like people want to think like Romo was helping Dak. That wasn't the case. It was a Mark Sanchez guy that was helping Dak. Here was Ty helping with some of the subtleness in the routes of CeeDee Lamb. And hey, it's one thing to be taught it. You have to go and implement it in a game. And here was CeeDee literally a week later implementing it in a win over the Eagles last year. So that's pretty awesome. I did also see some of the free agents. There's 3 of them that Mike Zimmer has a history with that maybe the Cowboys could get linked to. Now, I don't know. A lot of this always, when we talk about this, the dollars have to make sense. But we talked about star pass rusher Danielle Hunter yesterday. Another option, if you want to add another pass rusher, and keep in mind, the Cowboys have their own free agents that are probably going to go maybe to Washington with Dan Quinn, whether that's Dante Fowler, Dorrance Armstrong's a free agent. They do need to add some edge rushers. But Yannick Ngakoue, who's kind of been a little bit of a mercenary, still just 28 years old. He's been bouncing from team to team, but coming off a down year with the Bears, he's probably going to be much more affordable. And the Vikings actually traded for Yannick Ngakoue when Zimmer was there as the head coach. And, he's a guy that Zim would know. We'd have to probably get more information like how does Zim feel about him. But he's averaged over 8 sacks, 17 quarterback hits, 9 tackles for loss per season in his 8 years in the NFL, and he's forced 21 fumbles. So he's a guy that can be a very productive player, and you might be able to get him at a perfect time where he's coming off a down year, so the asking price for the market might not be so big. So that might be a name to look at, as well as Linval Joseph. And you broke down the article yesterday about how Mike Zimmer really made Linval Joseph's career. Now, he's a little bit of an older guy, but as a defensive tackle, and we know the Cowboys have done this before when they brought in like Jason Peters a few years ago. He's 35. He's nearing the end of his career. But if you're looking for like a one-year type of dude like you've done with Jonathan Hankins just to keep adding size in the middle of that defensive line rotation, stack them up like club sandwiches, right? Like Bill Parcells said, Linval Joseph, you could be going back to that well as well.
We be clubbing.
And then the final name, this is a toughie. Usually I try and practice these, and I did practice this one, but I'm still not confident, guys.
What happened?
Efedi Odenigbo. Okay. I think I nailed it. He's a defensive end. He was with the Vikings in 2017 with Zim. He got a deal with the Jets last offseason. Not expensive whatsoever. We're talking about like a 1-year, $1 million deal. But between 2017 and 18 with Zim, he had 10.5 sacks, 28 quarterback hits, 10 TFLs. So he fit and excelled in Mike Zimmer's defensive system. So just some more names to look at as the Cowboys get closer to free agency.
Did I hear $1 million?
Yeah, for 1 year.
Boom. That's the when Zimmer comes in, he doesn't like Stephen Jones doesn't need to know the name of the player, the position, anything. When Zimmer comes in and just says, "Hey, I got a guy, and this is how cheap he is," done deal, no problem. Can't wait to meet him.
He's going to say, "I've seen your fat ass since you walked in the door." I believe. Matter of fact, right? Fetty?
I think you nailed it, dude.
Fetty, yeah.
All right, we got a Rock Nation. We got Crosstalk with the Get Right coming up. Tonight's configuration, Reggie and Blake. And we'll be chatting with them about what's coming up on their broadcast next right here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105 through the Fan.
But let's get you on over to...
Sky Windows and Siding for their support of our exclusive spring training coverage on 105.3 The Fan.
Why do so many Texans love classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? They've got the goods and more new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. 5 new roads. Relax and enjoy the difference, y'all.
Yes, sir. Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Get Right's coming up next. Tonight's configuration, Reggie and Blake.
Woo, woo.
Gentlemen, how the heck are you?
Yo, living, fellas, living. How are y'all?
We're doing great. What's coming up on the show?
We got a fun show, 4 hours. We're going to talk to a friend who has feet on the ground in Surprise, Arizona. Kennedy Landry, MLB.com. We'll talk to her at 7:20. And at 8:40, what's something you're just dying to try? I just want to kind of yesterday we got into the bidet conversation again because my brand as a bidet ambassador is very strong. I got a text from some friends. They were like, oh, man, we're at a bar right now, and they're arguing about the bidets, and we had to let you know. And I was like, I appreciate that. And then that sparked the whole bidet conversation on the air.
As it should.
And I think I got a few people. I think I've converted some more. And so I'm like, all right, I'm interested in seeing what other things people are excited to try in their lives. So we'll talk about that.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. The Aaron Rodgers ayahuasca story is interesting.
Yeah.
I think that'd be, it seems like the king of all of those like therapeutic hallucinogens.
Right.
I'd like to fly down to South America, get in the Andes Mountains, find me like a shaman or a shaman.
Sure.
And go through that whole deal.
I'm kind of with you there. I know Neil Brennan. He does a pretty good podcast. I feel like all these comedians are doing podcasts, but they're often very good.
Yeah.
He talks about ayahuasca like that's his religion. Wow. Now is like he has some. He was previously an atheist. Now he feels like at some level of kind of like agnostic in a way where
an ayahuascan.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a technical term, but that seems to be where he is. And if somebody has that level of belief, I'm like, all right, I'm intrigued by the thought of it.
Yeah, it's interesting. The people that go through that, a lot of them find it to be very healing. And I'm always up for a little bit more of that. So you guys are lighting candles up here, right?
Oh yeah, that's another thing that's strong in my brand.
We're lighting them up here in the studio.
Yeah, you got the champagne toast, like the big old famous, big old fancy candles.
Yeah.
Bed Bath and Beyond style.
Oh, I mean, hey.
What are you talking about?
Most
right
people
now?
prefer to vape.
I was like, I don't know what you're talking about right now.
21st century
officer. Every once in a while I'll bring a candle up here. It's nighttime. Set the vibes.
I do like that. Did you ever cut the lights out and put the kids to bed?
Not usually going that far, but just the candle. Eventually, I think, maybe cutting the lights out would be apropos.
You guys are akin, though, because in the break, I mean, there's quite the hubris from old Blake Elliott over there about his vibes in his place of living.
If you get a candle, I told Wilchuck this last time I saw him, which was Thursday. If you get a candle, your whole day's better. You're having a bad day, make your way down to TJ Maxx or wherever your local grocery store is. Get you a couple candles, find some flavors and some scents that you like. Going to change your whole mood. I got one. I told him Lavender Wonderland. Mm-hmm. What I give it its own name. I don't really care what the name is.
He described.
It's not really helpful as a recommendation. Go get the Lavender Wonderland. I'm not seeing that one here, Blake.
But I heard the Lavender Wonderland.
You got to use your head.
Guess I got to go to the next grocery store.
That's what he said. His apartment is like a wonderland.
Yep.
Which honestly, like that,
Now
I also would like a wonderland. Mm-hmm. I don't know exactly what that means, but I would like to be in a wonderland. I think that works.
It's inviting.
Mm-hmm.
Very fancy.
You get it, and the whole mood is set. Whether it's just you, your lady.
Congrats to all your visitors in that way that are also joining you in a wonderland.
No, bottle of wine and candles for Blake's self.
Oh, he's like, these candles are just for me.
That's the bottle of wine, I think, is what's changing your day there, Blake.
No.
Boy, this candle's magic.
Oh my gosh, this is a candle.
Bro. Now, have you ever felt the need to light up some sage to clean the energy here?
No, I haven't gone that far personally. But I don't know. Do you feel like anybody?
Sean and RJ?
That's what I'm saying. Does anybody here have that bad of vibes? I feel like by the time we get to the nighttime, you guys have handled that. You guys got 5 hours of sterling, flawless radio.
Oh, thank you.
By the time we get there, all I just need is just a little champagne toast to make it smell nice.
Yeah, all of what you said plus what me and Wolchuk do.
That's right.
The vibes are good.
In the scary movies.
Yeah.
I thought it was a scary movie thing, lighting the sage. I've only seen that in horror movies.
Yeah, well,
Kyrie Irving thing too.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah.
That's what it's synonymous for me for now.
TD Garden.
Yeah, so I just assume it's like bad vibes, and
Bad
that could be
vibes.
like horror level vibes that you're trying to
keep the bad spirits away.
Do y'all watch horror movies alone, or you have to be with somebody?
I'm not really in on and with
just-
or without.
okay. That's right.
It's just not for me.
I'll dabble.
I like a good horror movie with someone.
Yeah.
If it's clever and has good suspense,
Yeah.
I'm in. But if it's just Hollywood suspense tricks and bang, bang, you know, I'm kind of okay. I don't
Dude, I saw The Conjuring by mistake, and
Wait, how'd you
that
see
was
it by
that was
mistake?
it.
You were getting the
I didn't know fully what I was getting myself into.
single
There was
single
some-
pay double feature for you. You just walked into a theater.
There was some naivety involved. I knew that she was putting the DVD in or whatever, and it was coming on, but I didn't realize what I was in for, and that has changed everything
how old were
about
you?
what I care about. I was in college.
He was like, "This is 2 days ago."
I was,
Conjuring is freaky.
I was 30 years old. No, when she gets thrown up into a chair and into in the chair into the ceiling,
The
and she's spinning
exorcism
around,
scene
and
is gnarly.
I can't handle it.
See, is it because it's too real, or just it's scary in general? Is it like this could be real?
Well, apparently it is real. It was
yeah.
based off a real life event.
I think that's what
The
more
real
people are scared of,
aspect.
is the things that are based on real events, rather than just like you said, Hollywood, just King Kong horror gore,
Right, yeah.
versus like this was down the street in Birmingham and this girl was possessed. And it's like, whoa.
Right. I think for me, it's less of that portion of it is just like the feeling of being startled or scared is not enjoyable for me. And so,
Okay.
like, because that's the whole premise is
Right.
that you are going in, you enjoy like that feeling
Like
in a
getting
way.
the blood flow.
Yeah,
That's
the
not where I
adrenaline.
want to be.
Yeah.
Right. And so,
Adrenaline going.
if I know that about myself, I feel like I'm wasting money here.
Bitch,
I'm
Right.
with you on that, Reg.
bench. So what's your reaction when like a family member hides behind a door and scares you? That's not cool, right? They're like, I
Dude.
got you. You should have seen the look on
They
your
might
face.
they might catch a right. That's the issue. Yeah.
I had to really calm myself down literally today walking in my front door this morning. And I wasn't sure if my wife and my kids were still asleep. And so I'm going in quiet. She's around the corner. She jumps out and scares me. And it scared me enough to where I had to calm down because I was so upset at her. I'm like, she doesn't even realize how much she's pissed me off. I need to walk away from
Which
her.
she
right
are we
now.
talking about? Wifey or
No, yeah, wifey.
Okay,
It wasn't my daughter.
That was a whole
That'd be
other level,
impressive,
right?
dude. Yeah, I'm waiting for that for sure. But my wife will get me. The thing that we had to nip in the bud early was you cannot do this to me. She had the habit of doing it to me when I'm taking a shower. And the slippery
vulnerable.
nature of that is just, hey, you cannot do that here. I don't want it anywhere, but especially when I'm on a wet, slick tile, I don't need to be startled.
The shower is the
I'm
worst.
gonna fall.
You're
Yeah.
vulnerable. You're wet. You're not ready. If someone were to intrude on me, I had those thoughts all the time taking a shower. If someone were to come in, I don't know what
This
I'm
is
gonna
bad.
do. I'm just gonna
that's a
stand
terrible
there probably.
thought.
That's why you get your bathroom baseball bat. You know what I mean? Just in case.
The bathroom bat.
That's right. Just right next to the toilet, right there. Plunger, bathroom baseball bat. You're
I
good.
think plunger might be just as effective. Plunge his face.
Oh, yeah.
What is this cartoon that you're living in? The plunge his face.
Yeah, the same as like a 32-ounce bat.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah, but with all the germs that get in his face,
He'll be dead in like 3 months.
I'd rather be
flat.
hit by your bat than your used plunger.
Oh, yeah, no doubt, man. That'd get me running. Here they come to Get Right with Reggie and Blake tonight. Thanks so much to Carter Freeman and Lucius Alexander. Thanks to Wolchuk and Chia Follow. Brian will be back on Monday. Send him some love on social media. Until tomorrow at 2, you're going home with the G-Bag Nation, Eddie's.
and studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's time for the Get Right on 105.3 The Fan.
Yes, indeed. It's time for the Get right here on 105.3 The Fan. My name is Reginald Atatula, joined alongside by Blake Elliott.
Yes, Sirski.
We got Ross Lubensky on the ones and twos. Thank you, sir. And thank you guys for rolling with us on a Wednesday evening in the Metroplex. We got you till 11, as we typically do. Should be fun. We will be hearing from a friend of the program. Had to call her up because she has feet on the ground in Surprise, Arizona, covering your World Series champion Texas Rangers in spring training. Her name is Kennedy Landry at MLB.com. We'll talk to her next segment, 7:20 thereabouts, and get some preliminary thoughts and ideas of what's happening in Surprise. So it should be fun. Blake, how you doing today?
I am having one of the best days of my life.
Really?
Okay, I don't want to say that my life.
I was about to say, like, you laid that on strong early.
I'm having one of the best days of 2024. Just a real euphoric day. Got a lot of stuff done.
It helps when we dip into the 80s.
Oh, the weather was just phenomenal all day. Drove around, windows down, music running errands, getting stuff done. It was just one of those days.
Getting stuff done describes what you did today. It also describes what you imagine the Mavericks want in the second half, I guess, in that way. In the stretch run of the season, I always feel weird. Like, my brain can be a little too literal at times. I understand this because, especially in basketball, when they talk about second half of the season, I'm like, we are past. We are good.
The break in the season.
Yeah, what'd you say it was, like 27 games left?
For the Mavericks, 27 games remain out of 82, which...
A half is 41. That's well past half.
We're not at the half. But regardless, right? It's the stretch run of the season towards the playoffs. The Mavericks currently sitting, is that sixth last time I checked?
Did they move to sixth? I thought they were seventh.
Were they seventh? Okay, very good. That's where my memory is right now. However, look, they made some trades, trade deadline. You got 6 games after the trade deadline, and they have won those 6 games. This team looked better in a very small sample size, but they want to get work done in the stretch run and give themselves an opportunity to go and contend and compete in the remainder of the season and then, of course, into the NBA playoffs. And with that being the case, I asked the question, which Maverick is most important to their success in this stretch run? As there's some figuring out they need to do. There's some recalibrating they need to do. 877-881-1053. That's the truckwreck.com text line if you would like to get involved. Blake, who immediately jumps to mind for you when I ask you this question of which Maverick is most important to the stretch run success?
I think it's a great question. I do want to.
Oh, thank you. That's very kind of you.
I do want to be up and honest that there is no perfect one answer, because if we don't say one person and we're like, well, what if this person's hurt? Well, of course, we're assuming everyone's playing at their natural.
And you know what? We'll get around to most of them. That's how the segment works. We throw out a whole bunch of ideas, and eventually we've talked about all the people.
We'll play them at their natural. The guy that jumps out to me the most is PJ Washington, and that might be obvious. It might not be. It's the piece that I think was very underrated in the trade of getting him, because I know Gafford put up the huge numbers and all that stuff, but with Lively being back in the fold and not being hurt, I know he's still probable with the nose fracture, but obviously with him playing and being healthy, we won't see as much of Gafford. We will still see him, just as much. PJ Washington is going to be started down the stretch during the rest of these games in the playoffs. Like, he is going to be that guy. And for me, we kind of know what to assume with Luka and Kyrie, especially recent. PJ Washington, if he can be that third scorer for you, I don't need 35 a night, but if he can give me 15 to 18 a night, an occasional 12, an occasional 20, but 15 to 18 a night, I think that's really nice for this Dallas Mavericks, because I feel like they're still missing that third guy when Kyrie and Luka get double teamed. That's someone they can really go get a bucket by themselves and not have to be open because of Luka and Kyrie, because there's gonna be times where they're off the court. And I feel like if PJ Washington takes that step and kind of what he was in Charlotte, being a prolific scorer, and now he's getting more and more comfortable, and then obviously his defensive side of the ball.
Right. I was surprised that you started with offense as like a third scorer, because I think that you could end up by the end of the season where he has not fully figured out his offense to the point that you of like satisfaction for what I imagine is Mavs fan. Actually, let me not speak for Mavs fan, for myself personally, because I would love him to be a 3-point shooter, at least spot up, when Luka gets him the ball, as Luka tends to do. However, he's not. I mean, you look at his numbers over his career, he's not been a great 3-point shooter.
A little bit below average.
And so it might be a lot to expect him over the course of a couple of weeks to all of a sudden find it, even though he's going to get a lot of open looks and those types of things, right? Even with his open looks, his shooting percentage hadn't been great. That might be something that you need to expect over off season and having the time to really develop that portion of it. The thing that he brings that is like that for me feels like the front, like, you know, the top of his resume, like the key thing that you're going to list out when you're talking about PJ Washington is defends other teams' best player, which is something this team hasn't had, particularly to the degree that PJ Washington brings it for a while. What the last guy that you feel like did that really comfortably? Dorian Finney-Smith?
Yeah, I was going to say Dorian Finney-Smith. And the thing now is you got him and Green. So if you match up against the Suns, let's just say, for instance, which we do tomorrow and then maybe in the playoffs, you now can, I feel pretty comfortable deploying Josh Green on Devin Booker, and you can go deploy PJ Washington on Kevin Durant. I'm not saying Kevin Durant's not going to score the basketball. He's still going to get his, but it's not.
I don't know, Russ. It sounded like he was saying PJ Washington's going to lock down KD.
I definitely heard that too.
Thank you.
But there is a such thing as PJ. You know, PJ Jail. He's been putting some good players, the likes of Wemby, and then when he was in OKC versus Shea and all those guys, like he's done a good job defending these guys. And if he is someone that you can deploy on a team's best player and hold them to right below their average or right at their average, and then not just take over the game and also gives you a little bit of a scoring boost, I think that's going to be the thing that puts this team over the top, that I think the casual fans outside of Dallas Mavericks faithful, like you guys, of course, don't notice. They just kind of say, oh, PJ Washington, whatever. Like, he could be someone that all of a sudden Kevin Durant's not going off when you play them, and now you're just going Luka versus Devin Booker, and I would take Luka over Devin Booker as far as them going back and forth trading buckets. So PJ Washington can play a really integral piece of this. I think he's the most important piece. That's going to be the reason that they go far or don't go far, in my mind, is going to be the guy they acquired at the trade deadline from Charlotte and PJ Washington.
I like that answer. Good answer, Blake. As we continue, we turn it to the truckwreck.com text line, 877-881-1053, as I ask the question, which Maverick is most important to the success of this team down the stretch run of the season, which from the 2-1-4, 27.3 games is literally a third of the season. So there you go, right during the last third of the Mavs season in the NBA, from the 9-1-8 and from the 2-1-4. Luka Doncic.
Yep.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, obviously. But I think also there is the degree of, clearly, he's offensively, the metronome of this team. He's the best player on the team. I think also, like, the defensive effort that he has shown is not something to be ignored.
You know how I am, like,
right.
I got to clap it up for my boy. He has shown the effort.
And what's funny is I think that I'm not necessarily as high on the defense that he has brought as some others, but it's still worth noting, right? It's still important. And I think that when you see the ways in which Nick Angstadt was just talking to the G-Bang Nation about an hour ago, right? When you see the ways in which the entire team brings effort, Luka Doncic is a part of that, right?
And we're starting to see it even when he, usually it was when he would score. I'm not saying it's an every time thing, but we're starting to see a little bit of Reggie, even when he doesn't score. He's like, okay, let me lock in, play defense, and get the ball back.
And so I think that when he is locked in and focused, I think it gives all the other players on the team like no excuse than to be locked in and focused, and they can be a solid defensive team. They can be a passable defensive team when that is the case, and then the offense can take over.
I mean,
so
what were they rated? I think they were the third rated defensive team when they went to the Western Conference Finals with Brunson and Finney-Smith and those boys. And I would say PJ Washington can be your Finney-Smith replacement. Obviously, we've had the Kyrie Brunson discuss 1,000 times, but I'm saying the sum of the makeup is still there. I don't think it's improbable to be, hey, this team, when they really need to turn it up, could be a good defensive team. And we've talked about this in lengths and done segments on their defensive capability.
I think the issue with that is if you're talking about the postseason is less about what you can do and more about what you can't do, and then they start hitting pressure points, and that's when Kyrie, Luka Doncic come here and dance is going to end up being the things where the teams might match up hunt, and then now they're putting Luka Doncic in ISO circumstances. Can you defend ISO consistently, even if you're going to give some level of effort? Are we going to kill your legs by doing that? But that's down the road. We don't need to think about that. Who are going to be the most important players down the stretch run? How do you like this for an answer from the 469? Derek Lively being able to handle the bigs. And there's some other people from the 940 mentioning another guy that you traded for, Daniel Gafford. And some people are even going as far as just pairing them together.
100%.
Which, do you feel like one, the other, both of them? How do you feel like with that answer?
I think honestly it goes kind of on Jason Kidd. Like I'm saying both of them / Jason Kidd. How does Jason Kidd play them when you play against certain matchups? Is Derek, because I've talked about it, Derek Lively's a lot quicker laterally, he's younger, he can move around. We know that. Daniel Gafford's more size, brute strength down low for your bigger bigs that are more traditional bigs.
Yeah.
If Jason Kidd manipulates the lineup well enough where when the other team's center and they're matching it, whether it's they're trying to stretch the floor and he puts Maxey out there, they're trying to play big and he has Gafford out there, they're playing more traditional and he has Lively out there. If he manipulates that well and has the correct person on the court, then I think each guy has their pros and cons and Jason Kidd can put them in the correct situation. So I don't necessarily put it on one player because I think from what Lively is getting better every game we see. But for the most part, we kind of know what he is this season. Like he's not going to all of a sudden start jacking up threes and guarding the one. Like we know what he's good at this season. It might change next season.
Sure.
We know what Gafford's good at this season. We know what Maxey's good at. If Jason Kidd manipulates and does to their strengths the best that he can and puts the right matchups out there, that's what I think will be most important when it comes to the center rotation.
Yeah, you got to the answer that I ultimately wanted to deploy. I wanted to wait till towards the end of the segment, so I didn't. No, it's cool. It's because I mean, on the truckwreck.com text line from the 214, Jason Kidd is most important. He goes as far as to say, trust the young guys. Would love to see Omax as an X factor. I don't think Omax has the seasoning yet. I think he needs some time. But I think one of the things that the trade deadline illustrated is Nico Harrison has done a great job over two major transition points is what I'll call them for lack of a better term. You had last offseason, you had this trade deadline. Over those two situations, he's done a great job of flipping the team and trying to address as best as possible a lot of the weaknesses of this team. And more importantly, giving the head coach the groceries, so to say, to work with. Now it is up to Jason Kidd to cook, right? And so now that you have cards to play, are you going to play them in the right sequence? Are you going to play them in the right order? Are you going to play them to the maximum of their abilities? And so I think that now you're going to see more of these things fall on Jason Kidd in just like a general sense of you got basically not an entirely new team. You know what a lot of these guys are, but this is a new team. And so you need to do some figuring out of what rotation works here, what rotation works there. When we want to go small, what's the best five for that, right? And that takes a little bit of poking and prodding. But on top of that, people have questions about Jason Kidd and his ability to utilize his team. Yeah. And so all of those things he's going to have to step up in that regard, for lack of a better term. And so I think that's going to be the big thing for me. He's going to be the important factor of now you've got guys that can do these things. Are you going to put them in the right places? So it's Jason Kidd and, of course, the remainder of the coaching staff, all the other guys, Sean Sweeney, Jared Dudley, like there's a lot of people that you can mention. But Jason Kidd, I think that he's going to be the important one.
I think another good point was pointed out. I was going to get to this, but shout out to the Tolos for being ahead of the game from the 9th row. Don't overlook what Dante Exum can mean to this team once he's healthy. And I don't know if I want to put it all on Exum because we're after the All-Star break and he is still out for the game tomorrow against the Suns. So it seems like the knee is not obviously healed. He's obviously not even probable or questionable. He's still just out. So I don't want to, I'm more so putting it on that backup ball handler, whether it be Jaden Hardy, whether it be Dante Exum. I know kind of Hardaway in a sense. But that guy I think is going to be really important when you come to these playoff pushes and the playoff in general, because Luka and Kyrie love them. They're not going to play the entire game. Like there's going to be some splits where they are off the court. And we've seen when they're not on the court, the offense doesn't run as smooth, which is pretty known with most teams. But some teams, you have a Tyus Jones, like a Derek White before he was starting with Boston. Like they can really run the second unit and can still keep going. And I think that's what Dante Exum did. He wasn't your starting point guard for a reason. Obviously he got slotted in to start it a little bit at the 3.
Injuries.
But I thought he was one of a really good backup for us. And I think they're really missing that little piece for when Luka and Kyrie are on the court. Not a guy that can score, but a guy that can set up the offense, a guy that can control the pace, a guy that can kind of set up the different actions and not get out of control. Because I love Hardy, and I think Hardy might be kind of that X factor as well. Mm-hmm. But we've also seen moments where he gets a little excited, where he dribbling off his foot, where he's kind of jacking up shots. He's gotten a lot better this last month. I think has been one of his better months as far as efficiency has gone. He shot the ball really well, especially I think it was that OKC game. He was knocking down threes. That next ball handler is going to be really important for me for when Luka and Kyrie aren't on the court, who can set up the offense. I'm not talking about scoring the ball, who can set up the offense. And I'm looking at Hardy or Exum. Obviously Hardy was being young, Exum was being hurt. One of those guys got to step up into that role.
Yeah, I think that's a very fair point. As you don't have, especially with Exum hurt, until he gets back, you don't have anybody that you feel really super confident about running the offense. You're still going to have the staggered minutes where Kyrie is there and then those types of things. On the YouTube, Finesse on the YouTube said, Dwight Powell, it's important he stay on the bench. And I was like, that's not wrong. You didn't have to say it, but you're not wrong.
I love Dwight Powell. Great guy.
Great guy. Right,
and I'm glad the role he's getting now, because I think he's getting a little less hate, because everyone acts like he demanded to start, and now that he's in his role as the third, fourth center, and he gets his cleanup minutes, and I'd be clapping when he gets buckets. I know everyone loves to hate on him and make him punching bag, but I'm like, you know what? I'm happy for bro. He's doing his thing. He's got his goggles on there. He's trying his hardest. I don't think he is actively trying to be bad or try to hurt the people. Like, he is trying his hardest.
I would hope not, but yeah.
And people are like, oh, and I've been guilty of this before. Like, oh my God, and it's like, well, he didn't say, kids, start me or I'm leaving the team. Like, he's not demanding that. We just had injuries and nobody else. So he was doing the best of his ability.
I mean, the frustration obviously is just, it's directed at him a lot of times, and maybe it shouldn't be. Maybe it should be directed other places, but yeah. And then finally, before we go, a few people have mentioned 214, number one, Kyrie has to stay healthy, but then also just the ways that this team, 929 says the Mavs are a way different team if Kyrie isn't playing.
100% agree. We've seen how they looked this last month.
The thing for me is he's clearly going to be important down the stretch run, because he gives you a different card to throw, especially in closing moments. And I think, I'm not saying anything incredibly novel. He is almost even more important once you get to the playoffs.
He's a playoff riser.
Because there's that, but then also now when you need closing moments, hell, we saw the Milwaukee Bucks just kind of uproot what they were doing to go get Damian Lillard. That is a closing situation. That is we need a guy to make sure that we can close out games. Luka Doncic clearly has some of that. But having a different type of closer in Kyrie Irving gives them a level of versatility to finish out games. And I think was something that they needed. And clearly, this is the first time that you're going to have an opportunity, I think, for him to showcase those things for your Dallas Mavericks.
I mean, what do you do at the end of the game? You got to double somebody. If you don't double and you let Luka and Kyrie ISO for the game, I can almost guarantee you, I think if they're not one, they're top 5 in clutch teams in the NBA when the game's within 5 minutes and within 5 points. They're either one or they're in the top 5.
Yeah, they've been legitimately one of, if not the best team.
Like, what do you do in the playoffs? Especially in the playoffs? What do you do?
You make sure you try and make sure it isn't in a clutch situation against these Mavericks. And so I think ultimately one of the things as we go around and talk about the guys that we feel are going to be the most important Maverick down their stretch run is pointing to the different ways in which they have a lot of guys that can impact games. And so ultimately they're going to have to do that over the final 27 games of the season. It begins tomorrow evening at the AAC.
Y'all better be there.
I think one of their first tests of the new look Mavs, the Phoenix Suns come to town. It'll be 6:30 a.m. or 6:30 p.m. rather. That'd be a weird 6:30 p.m. on TNT.
Yeah.
So there you go. It's the Get Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Just getting started on this Wednesday evening in the Metroplex. Coming up next, let's talk about your World Series champion Texas Rangers with our friend who covers the Rangers for MLB.com. Her name is Kennedy Landry, and she's coming up next on The Fan.
The latest from the Star in Frisco, as well as inside.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Reginald Atatula here with you alongside Blake Elliott.
Yes, sir.
We got Ross Lubensky on the ones and twos on this evening. Thank you, sir, and thank you guys for rolling with us. Coming up in about 20 minutes, we'll go around the NFL, talk about some of the big storylines in football today. But right now, we take you to the D&M Leasing Hotline, or via the D&M Leasing Hotline to Surprise, Arizona, where spring training for your World Series champion Texas Rangers is going on. And so we had to make sure that we got a conversation and got some, eyes on the ground. She works for MLB.com, wrote a really interesting piece earlier today about some pitching prospects who might be major league ready. And so I had to call her up. Kennedy Landry, at Ken Landry on Twitter. Kennedy, how you doing today?
I'm good. How are y'all doing today?
Doing well. Excited to be able to talk to you about the Rangers because, there's been a lot of talk here and we're, gearing up for this, but a lot of it for me ultimately boils down to I can't wait to see it. So you were able to be out there and get your eyes on some of the things out there. So this should be really fun. I'm excited at least. No pressure with that, but I guess let's begin here. Jordan Montgomery has been a lot of conversation because of the way that you have three guys that are going to be major rotation pieces that are injured until pretty far deep into the season. First of all, how tenable do you think this rotation as currently constituted, or at least as we project it to be constituted to break camp, how tenable do you think this is when it comes to just like its strength as a rotation in and of itself, and then the viability of health for the amount of time that you're expecting the likes of Evaldi, Gray, Heaney, Dunning, Bradford to be able to carry this team?
Yeah, it's going to have to work, quite honestly. When you're looking at this rotation, you have, 5 guys, including Cody Bradford. You have 2 who kind of not extended, but periods on the injured list last year, and Nathan Evaldi and John Gray. And then, again, those 3 guys coming back later in the summer. So, whether or not it is going to work, something is going to have to work out. Like you said, those 3 guys that I wrote about today are all on the 40-man roster, can be called up at any point. It's not outside of the realm of possibility. We see one of those 3 sooner rather than later, whether that's performance-based, whether that's injury-based, whether that's, a lot of things can happen between now and opening day, between now and May even with any of this group. So the Rangers, Chris Young, the front office obviously feels confident in the group that they have. It just seems like Jordan Montgomery's asking price is a little too high for what the Rangers have right now, and it's the highest payroll in franchise history. People are going to say like, oh, they're not spending as much as they have, but there's a lot of money on the books right now, so there's a lot going on, start to finish here. And like I said, it's going to have to work until we get some of those they get some of those arms back later in the year.
This is going to be very unscientific because I don't know how you put percentages on this, but like, what is your kind of current feel on the viability or the likelihood that Jordan Montgomery, ends up being on the Rangers this year? Because it seems like with his agent Scott Boras, sometimes this is just posturing with the team and Boras, and ultimately something will get done. Do you have that feeling, or are you in a place where you're looking forward to this team without Jordan Montgomery?
Yeah, I think at this point you're kind of looking at this team without Jordan Montgomery. It does seem like, Scott Boras and not just the Rangers, but the entire league are kind of playing chicken with each other right now. Like who's gonna blink first? Who's gonna do X, Y, and Z, or whatever? So I don't know. It's very interesting. I think spring training has started. All of these teams who were in discussions with Jordan Montgomery and Scott Boras, and even Blake Snell, who also is a Boras client, they now kind of have to go in and at least appear confident in what they have and what they're doing. So whether or not, Jordan Montgomery signs with the Rangers or any other team, all of these GMs have to, look like they're confident in what they're doing right now. So I think Chris Young has appeared confident. I don't know if he really is, but, it looks like this, this is the group they're going to have going forward. He told the media to not expect really any more major acquisitions. That doesn't mean things can't change over the next week, but I think that's where we're going here.
Kennedy, going to another spot, going inside the bullpen, what are kind of your thoughts on how the Rangers bullpen is currently constructed? Looking through kind of the depth chart, I didn't see as many left-handers as I think you would want to go into the season with. Do you think there's going to be any guys that we didn't see last year they're going to be in the bullpen this upcoming year, or do you think it's going to be kind of just a makeshift group?
Yeah, I honestly did realize there's not a lot of lefties on this roster as there were last year, but I do think it does feel like the bullpen's in a much better position than I think it was at the beginning of last season, especially with the additions of, Kirby Yates, who had a real great bounce back season. You have David Robertson, who's been, really good throughout his entire career. Honestly, I was kind of shocked that he had been in the league this long when the Rangers signed him. I was like, oh wow, he's like a little older than I thought he was, but he's, again, a very accomplished closer for much of his career. There are some lefties. I think Danny Duffy has a great shot to make this roster out of camp. He's a veteran lefty coming off of a lot of injuries. He was rehabbing with Frisco last year, actually. So I do think, this group, there's a lot of opportunities for a lot of guys in camp to make the roster. Bruce Bochy has been very honest and clear about what's going on here. But it'll be very interesting to see how, Bruce Bochy mixes and matches, especially when all of your high leverage options at this point with Kirby, Robertson, Spores, and Leclerc are right-handers. I'm very interested to see how a bullpen wizard like Bruce Bochy will handle that.
Yeah, we're talking to Kennedy Landry of MLB.com right here on 105 through the Fan. Before we go any further, we do have a person listening that wanted to ask, are you making a left or a right turn?
I actually am parked. I should turn that off. I put the hazards on because I had to pull over. I couldn't find a parking spot, so I just put the hazards on for a second there.
Okay. I think you should keep the hazards on. Let's make sure that you're safe as you give us a little bit of your time. But one of the things I did want to talk about as we continue on, you did mention the idea of the young pitchers, at least in your piece earlier today, that could end up playing into this, because you're right. They're going to have to make this rotation work. However, injuries happen in baseball. It's a long season, marathon, not a sprint, all those types of things. Let's talk about the guys that you're looking at. You mentioned Owen White, Cole Winn, and Zach Kent. Which of these guys early on, and I understand we've seen about a week of these guys not even throwing to live batters or whatever. Which of these guys do you anticipate maybe being first guy up to, try their hand should it be necessary that Bruce Bochy is going to have to call them into action?
Yeah, I think Owen White is kind of clearly the next man up when this all gets said and done. He made 2 relief appearances last year, kind of just out of necessity. I wouldn't even say he was fully prepared for that last year, and he kind of got knocked around by the Astros in Houston. Kind of unfortunate for your second big league appearance in that kind of situation. But he had a big breakout season in 2022, was one of the best pitchers in the Rangers system at that point, and then kind of struggled a bit last year. His velo was down. He kind of just, making the adjustment to AAA didn't fully translate for him. And I think he's in a much better place this year. He said he worked out at Tread in Charlotte with Dane Dunning over the off season, and really, he put in a lot of work to be able to get better, get stronger, get that velo up where he wants it to be. And I think he's a guy I really have my eye on this spring and going into the season for somebody who could really be a major contributor for this rotation. Maybe even out of the bullpen if that's something that Bruce Bochy thinks he can do.
Well, speaking of projections, I need you to make another one for me because that's our favorite thing to do here.
That's right.
The DH spot with Garver being gone is obviously freed up, and there's been a lot of speculation about who could garner that spot, and it's been kind of up in the air that it might be within rotation of a couple players. Obviously, some names of Wyatt Langford have been kind of at the top of that list. Duran. Who is somebody that you think might grab that spot maybe that we're not talking about, or do you think it's Wyatt's job to lose?
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's Wyatt's job to lose. I think it's, he has as much as a shot as anybody to win it. But there's a lot of other guys who I think have just as much of a chance, or maybe even more so than him. I think in my roster projection, while we're talking about projections, I listed Justin Foscue, 2020 first rounder out of Mississippi State, as I think somebody who's really well suited for that role, especially he has less defensive versatility than some of these guys. But I mean, the dude can hit. He had more walks than strikeouts at AAA last year. He has a real ton of power in his bat. Donnie Ecker compared him to Buster Posey the other day. Not, physically or like as he hits, but his demeanor and how he goes about his business in the cage, on the field, and all of those things. So I think, I think he gets lost in the shuffle with a lot of the Rangers' big name prospects, like, Wyatt Langford, Evan Carter, Jack Leiter, like these big names. But Justin Foscue has been as good of a prospect as the Rangers have had lately, and I think he's just kind of gone under the radar. And I think, he's on the 40-man roster. He has a real, fast track to it if he can, hit his way to a starting spot.
And to kind of pivot off of that, going back to kind of Wyatt and Leote, where do you see Leote kind of figuring out on this? Do you think he is still one of the starters in the outfield? Do you think Wyatt pivots over there and you have Justin at DH spot, kind of like you mentioned? Or where do you kind of see Leote kind of shaping out after all these roster moves?
I mean, that's what we're in spring for, and I think Leote hasn't done anything to lose that spot.
Okay.
It's, quite frankly, he's been an elite defensive center fielder. He gets on base, he bats in the 9-hole, he gets a production for the team. And I think if and when Wyatt Langford makes his debut and jumps up, that'll be a situation for whenever that comes. I do foresee when Wyatt does, eventually come up to make his debut, him getting a lot of DH days and a lot more rotational schedule with, those 4 outfielders, Evan Carter, Adolis Garcia, and Leote Taveras. Just because Wyatt's a serviceable outfielder, but with Leote, Evan, and Adolis, it's really hard to make that defensive switch, especially with how Bruce Bochy really, thrives off of defense in this game. So I think, those are, it's hard decisions to make, but it's good to have hard decisions to make in this game. So I think when, all is said and done and all of these roster moves are made, it'll be interesting to see how Bruce and CY kind of mix and match all of these things.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, once Leote comes up, it kind of brings up a really interesting idea, because you mentioned all the young guys that at least we can really anticipate being up at the major league level, or that we can maybe see possibly making it to the major league level, either breaking camp or at some point during the season. Is Leote the chief of the guys that could be made, I don't have the right word, but like expendable in a way, or like become a really good trade piece possibly? Or is there another guy that maybe comes to mind as a situation where he could possibly end up in that place?
Yeah, I think there's a few guys, especially, once you get deeper into the system, that could, be on their way out of the door. I think Justin Foscue is one of the biggest guys that a lot of people are kind of shocked that is still in this organization, especially he's a second baseman. He's a depth option, especially when you have Marcus Semien, and then you have Ezekiel Duran, Josh Smith, Corey Seager at shortstop. There's a lot of, different guys that can play his position. So that's somebody who could ultimately, be on his way out. I wouldn't, put money on that or anything at this point. But it's very interesting that, so many of these guys have, stuck around for as long as they have. And, Chris Young always says it takes 2 to make a trade. So it can't be, I'm sure there were conversations that happened, especially at last year's trade deadline, where the Rangers did ship off 2 middle infielders for Scherzer and Montgomery. But, a lot will have to happen, I think, with, guys are being shipped in and out via trade.
Before we let you go here, Kennedy, I guess 2 questions. I'll begin with this one. What player are you most excited to watch? Because I know for me, Justin Foscue is that guy, particularly because they're putting a first base glove in his hand and trying to get him work there. And that would seem to, tell me that they're really trying to find a way to get him, keep him on the roster and have him available to do many things. What player is kind of catching your fascination that you'll kind of keep an eye on in a significant way?
Yeah, I think all of those young pitchers I'm really keeping a close eye on. Those 3 I wrote about, Zach Kent, Colwyn, Owen White, I think are going to be super important. Like I said, Jack Leiter, I'm really interested to see if he finally puts this all together and, forces the Rangers to make a move to get him on the big league roster. That's a guy that the Rangers have really never lost hope in, even as, externally things got a little dicey. So there's a lot to watch for. I know when you look at this roster, it's a lot of guys returning from, the team that just won the World Series outside of Jordan Montgomery and Mitch Garver, like you said. So a lot of my interest is kind of elsewhere when, a lot of these young guys, these upper levels of the minors that could contribute down the line this season.
And finally, you're out in Surprise, Arizona. Obviously, a lot of work to be done. Keep an eye on this team. What's something that you're hoping to get done, or that you enjoy doing when you actually get a little U time out there in Arizona?
My favorite thing to do when I'm out here in Arizona is there's this great book bar out in Phoenix. It's a bookstore that also has a bar in the middle of it. They have some great wine out there, and I love to just, if I have an off day, I'll bring a book and post up with a couple glasses of wine for a little bit and, have a good time.
Sounds like a good time to me.
Yeah, Blake is our
perfect.
resident wine connoisseur, and that is such a Ryder answer, is to go to a book
It is,
bar.
actually.
But it's one of the reasons that we always greatly appreciate you giving us a little bit of your time. Kennedy Landry, MLB.com, at Kenna Landry, KENNLANDRY on Twitter. Kennedy, we appreciate you greatly.
Awesome. Thank you all so much for having me.
There you go. There she is. Kenny Landry, MLB.com, and probably headed directly to the book bar immediately after our conversation.
I mean, what is that? That's like my 30th interview or something. I feel like we're racking them up now.
How do you feel?
I feel pretty comfy now.
Just something. Okay, I was about to go into like interview mode, but we don't got time for that.
How do you feel?
It's the Get Right here on 105.3 The Fan coming up next. Let's go around the NFL where could Dak Prescott reset the quarterback market? We'll talk about that and more next on The Fan.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and RJ, we get you set for the match.
Get right here on 105.3 The Fan. Reginald Atatula here with you alongside Blake Elliott.
Yes, Sirski.
We got Ross Lebensky on the ones and twos, and you rolling with us on a Wednesday evening in the Metroplex. Thanks for doing that, however you're listening, wherever you're listening. Thanks for making us a part of your evening. You can be a part of our evening as well. There we go.
And we can be a part of their evening too.
That's right. Well, I mean, I feel like that's already happening with them listening. So that what I'm saying is that you can reciprocate by texting in to the truckwreck.com. You feel what I'm saying? I had to go through that myself. I had to go through the flow chart of how that works. But ultimately, we got it right on the Get Right, and you could be a part of the Get Right by texting in to the truckwreck.com text line. That number is 877-881-1053, or you can hang out in one of the various text lounges, chat lounges that happen on the internet. 105 Through the Fan on YouTube, where we're having big time conversations in here about how to fix the Cowboys. I appreciate y'all's hard work. I'll forward that to Jerry Jones. And then on the Twitch chat, twitch.tv/DallasFanCam, they're hanging out as well. And we have fun doing that.
I love the word lounge that you use right there. Chat lounge.
I know. I was about to say, does that lounge come with like bottle service?
Bottle service. Maybe
I'm not sure, but I do know that there's like shade sofas and stuff, so you can really lay out, have a good time. I'm lying, obviously.
Is it at least
it's
like
digital?
Kind of like what is it called? Like blocked off from the other lounges, so it's kind of
like a roped off. There's the exclusivity.
Yeah.
No exclusivity. We're for the people here. I don't know what you're trying to do.
You said
there.
you're joking, but digital chat rooms and having lounges, that's not.
No, I know,
that's
but
too crazy.
But the idea is there's not going to be a sofa for you in the digital lounge.
Someone make it. I know y'all are smart.
I don't know.
with AI.
What are you basically? I don't know. You're basically saying like NFTs. That doesn't make sense. I don't understand what's happening.
VR,
and therefore I take it as disrespect. Let's go ahead and go around the NFL here on the Get Right on 105 Through the Fan. And you know what? This around the NFL is here to make you angry. Why do I say that? Because Jordan Schultz of Bleacher Report, very good reporter, has this rumor. He reported earlier today that, of course, we're entering the last season of Dak Prescott's contract as a Dallas Cowboy. Obviously, he would carry a cap hit of $1.5 million and $1,000 trillion. Yep. I think that's the technical number.
Like a jillion.
Yeah, no.
The math checks out.
That's right. But no, the quote being that Dak Prescott, the rumor rather, will reset the quarterback market, commanding a deal worth $60 million a year, making him the highest paid player, because currently the highest paid player in the league on average annual value. Cincinnati Bengals quarterback Joe Burrow, $55 million annually. And so we are back in this time. I hate to tell you, because we went through multiple instances of this. We did this a lot with Tony Romo. We did this with Dak Prescott the first time around, where we just spent hours and hours and hours talking about his contract. And here we are again. Welcome. I hope that you were able to take some time off, enjoy some off seasons. We're back to quarterback contract talk, especially within the situation of setting the market and the number and all of these things. And yeah, there we go. What was your initial reaction to hearing the number $60 million, as that is supposedly where Dak Prescott could set the market for quarterbacks?
I didn't feel great. I'll be honest with you, Reggie and the Tolos. I didn't feel great about that number. The unfortunate part about this, guys, is they don't really have much leverage. I mean, what are you going to do? Say no and let him walk and roll into the season with Cooper Rush and Trey Lance?
Well, he's still under contract.
He's still under
this
contract.
year.
You either do that, or you have that huge cap hit, or you restructure and give him his money and backload it and go get all these free agents that we've talked about on numerous shows.
Which would just then throw a lot of that cap hit on the 2025 season.
Correct.
Which, you know what, sounds kind of like all in, if that's the way that you wanted to go about that.
Yeah. I don't know if they're able to, and maybe you can let me know, Reggie, if do like a 2-3 year thing. I don't know if Dak would not be wanting. I don't know.
Well, this is the thing, right? The shorter the deal that you do, the fewer years that you have to do the accounting of, the salary cap. So, because this is the thing, and CA loves mentioning this, and he's very right in this regard. Hey, man, the salary cap is just about accounting, right? This is just where do you put the ones and zeros and various other digits that you put into the spreadsheet. And so teams typically want to sign longer deals because, hey, now we can move the cap hits in various places, and we could take, cap hit that's supposed to be here and push it off to there, right? Hello, SpongeBob, Patrick meme, right? Why don't we take the cap hit and push it over there, right? But the shorter contract deal that you do, the fewer places that you could push that. And that's really the benefit of signing that extension. But as you mentioned, the issue ends up being Dak Prescott has, if not all of, most of the leverage in the fact, and I know I'm going to stop my sentence mid-sentence to talk about this, but on the YouTube chat, Lil Dallas Cowboy, appreciate you listening, on there was talking about the idea of, I say you trade Dak Prescott while you still can. Is it possible to get a first or second rounder? That all sounds fine and dandy. Dak Prescott has a no trade clause.
Yep.
Unless he wants to go in a trade, he will not be traded. Dak Prescott also has a clause in his contract in which you cannot franchise tag him. You cannot transition tag him. None of those things are available.
Exclusive, non-exclusive, forget about it.
You are in a place where either you negotiate or you restructure and take those hits and let him walk. Like, those are your two options. And the Cowboys, in the ways in which they are not great at negotiating, have made it very apparent. Although it's good, right? Like, you defend your quarterback, you stand up for the dudes that are on your roster. Like, there's something admirable to that, and players notice that and see that. However, right, when it comes down to the bare bones of the negotiation, you have given up a lot of leverage in being entirely, wholeheartedly committed to Dak Prescott in that way. And so it's very possible that you end up in a place where Dak Prescott sets the market, especially because it seems like they believe in him like a quarterback who sets the market. And then we end up in the place where it's just next man up on the contract negotiations. We know this with quarterbacks.
What do you think about the text chat? 3 different people saying let him walk.
I mean, I know there's a lot of people that would want to do that. At the very least, for the immediate upcoming year, you got to do some level of restructuring. Like, I understand that on the back end, some people want to let him walk, and I don't know what to tell you. Like, that's not been my perspective in the way that I viewed the NFL. You just let dudes walk, especially dudes of a certain caliber, regardless of how you feel. And I know that there's reasons to feel this way. If you are inclined to lean into the idea of quarterback wins, Dak Prescott is tied with a couple of quarterbacks whose names I'm forgetting in this moment, though, for worst winning percentage in the postseason, minimum 5 games, right? And so with that being the case, like, that's not really what you want. Alex Smith and Billy Kilmer, right? And so, look, there's reasons for you to be upset, but I still think that he's a caliber of quarterback where you typically don't move on from. Maybe that's an antiquated thought process in the NFL as it continues to move and evolve. But I also, more than anything, understand that I don't think that that's where the Joneses are and where they operate. So it's quite possible that you need to get yourself prepared to see that situation. Now, before we move on, I do think that we should make note of the fact that I forgot what I was going to say. I'm not going to lie. I'm going to be completely forthcoming as we continue around the NFL.
We make note of that.
That's right. That's right. We keep going. I'll save that audio for another time, but I will let you know that Amazon Prime Video is going to pay a record $120 million for exclusive rights to an NFL playoff game after the upcoming 2024 season, with according to Front Office Sports. Man, this money just keeps getting bigger and bigger for the NFL, which is why these contracts are going to keep going up. And I think why, when we need to talk about quarterback contracts in particular, or many contracts in general, we probably need to stop using like raw numbers, because 60 million ends up looking big. But if we do this as percentage of the salary cap, it's a little bit more palatable, and we can look at it a little more.
We thought the same way when they did the 40 million. Well, it was 40, right? When they originally, and everyone was like, oh my gosh, Dak 40 million. Now he's like, I don't think even in the top 5. Like, he's towards the Daniel Jones kind of middle upper tier range. So, I mean, it's all numbers. When the salary cap keeps increasing with these huge TV deals and streamings coming in, and like I've said, Taylor Swift, all this money coming into the NFL means you increase the salary cap because it's the revenue that the NFL brings in. Therefore, 60 million will be nothing one day, and it'll be $90 million quarterbacks in a couple years from now. And 60 million will be nothing. But I think it's just the perception of my quarterback's the highest paid in the league, the narratives that go with it.
And if you're not happy with your quarterback, that just makes you more angry. Yep. And I know there's a lot of Cowboys fans that are not. But yes, Amazon Prime Video.
They can pay for Dak's contract. $120 million. They got the bread.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to pay directly, though. I think that goes all the way around. But yeah, that's
Jeff Bezos cutting a check to Jerry Jones.
Hey, here you go, buddy.
Wait, so that $120 million, is that for literally one game?
As if I'm reading this right, to an NFL playoff game. They will have the right to I'm not even sure if they're going to get a good one, right? Like,
and that's what I'm thinking. Like them
wild card games are playoff games, right?
The Texan games, the shaky game where it's like 3:30 on a Saturday.
Wow, that's nasty.
I thought I was about to say the Texans are good football.
No, just like,
time slot.
But like that first playoff game is like 3:30 on a Saturday.
How dare you besmirch his light-skinned brother, CJ C.J. Stroud.
And it's just like, it's always just kind of like a weird game. So that's what just interests me. It's like, wow.
And you'll be able to see it on Amazon Prime.
Okay, so
game.
I had to look up how much did Peacock pay for theirs, and apparently they paid $110 million for their playoff.
Price of the brick going up.
So $10 million. What is that? $10 million? That's not that.
Well,
it's not.
And I imagine though that you're also going to be significantly less mad than that Peacock game made everybody,
because most people have
more people have Amazon Prime. I imagine. Man, people were so mad.
Because, bro, who has Peacock?
It was so hilarious. I had to be outside in order to see what the reaction was to that because it was hilarious.
It felt like a joke when it was on Peacock.
They were not.
Amazon Prime makes sense. Okay, we've seen a couple games already on here. A lot of people have Amazon Prime. Peacock was like, we know y'all ain't got it. Like, go ahead and subscribe.
And that's why they were on NBC. They started the game. They were like, we want to get you a little taste of this game so that you're going to be mad when it turns off.
Yeah.
And the people were. There was a lot of people who signed up and immediately canceled that thing.
I want to know what their numbers were. I'm going to look that up on the break, what their numbers were after
It was
the
out
game.
there. It was out there. It was out there. We'll get you some more so these NFL news as we continue on the Get Right here on 105.3 The Fan. I spent too much time talking about Dak Prescott, but that's not a problem. It's your home with the Cowboys and World Series champion Texas Rangers. 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, though, which prospects could determine how round one of the NFL draft goes here in a couple of months? Let's do some hypothetical thinking. We'll do it next on The Fan.
We have you covered, Stars. Fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's time for the Get Right on 105.3 The Fan.
Yes, indeed, it is the Get right here on 105.3 The Fan. Reginald Atatula here with you alongside Blake Elliott.
Yes, sir.
We got Ross Lubinsky on the ones and twos. Thank you, sir, and you rolling with us on a Wednesday evening in the Metroplex. We got you till 11, as I mentioned earlier in the show, coming up in about in about 20 minutes. How effective were the Rangers at addressing the bullpen? As, again, home of your World Series champion, Texas Rangers, 105 through The Fan. Right now, which prospects could possibly determine how the first round of the NFL draft plays out? Obviously, this has a particular interest to your Dallas Cowboys, who will be drafting 24th in the upcoming 2024 NFL draft. So you have a lot of permutations that can happen that would determine how things go for you. And of course, we've been doing the draft. I mean, just the royal we, in a way. I don't think us in particular have been doing the draft for all that long necessarily, but we've been doing the draft long enough that we, there's certain things that we can kind of see and, somewhat predict, but these things shift depending on what happens. And there's always a few players that will, where they go or what happens with them will kind of be the major branches in the timeline, so to say, of the NFL draft and how it plays out. So The Athletic put together a really interesting piece that I wanted to follow through with on, maybe some of the big players that, end up being the major blocks in the stream that force it to go one way or the other. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And so with that being the case, let's talk about it. Let's talk through it.
Let's talk through the draft shakers.
That's right. It's draft season, baby. Let's do it. Jaden Daniels, quarterback LSU, ends up being the first guy that drops in. Clearly, Caleb Williams is a guy that I think a lot of people really like. And he seems to be, as we get more and more word from various folks that do the draft and, do the evaluations of these prospects leading up to the draft. Caleb Williams has a lot of like the raw talents and abilities that people tend to look for. And people have done things as wild as comparing him to Patrick Mahomes and everything, understanding the comparisons are, kind of wild and set up poor expectations, those types of things. But look, man, if you are a first round or a number one overall pick, or if you're a team in that place and you need a quarterback, or if you're willing to trade up to get to that place, that seems like a guy that you'll get. All right, cool. But outside of that, right, you have Drake May, who is a guy who seems really polished, ready to go. I think a lot of people like him and what he can bring. But Jaden Daniels is interesting because you have those two guys, and those two guys for like a year have been talked about as the two guys. Jaden Daniels gave you a fantastic season. He played with a lot of talent at LSU, but he showed you a lot of things, a lot of, the natural talent and abilities, even if he, loves running into tackles and running into like mayhem in a way that doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Where he could be a guy that is, like a 10th overall pick, or he could be a guy that some team really loves, moves up for, or decides to take at a higher position. And that is one of those things that we know in the draft is that if somebody loves a quarterback, the quarterback position is so important that they will eschew some other player, and that will then push, in theory, good players further down, and I guess that in theory would help your Cowboys.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it. I think Jaden Daniels is kind of when it comes to those top three, he's definitely the wild card. Like you said, Caleb's kind of the consensus one. Drake May seems like a pretty safe NFL ready guy. To me personally, I feel like it's really hard to equate with Caleb, but I feel like Jaden Daniels could have one of the highest ceilings out of these quarterbacks in this draft because he can run really well.
Yes, he can.
He has a tall frame, kind of reminds me of kind of RG3, kind of how in college running style wise, kind of very vertical, not a lot of jukes and cuts, just gets downhill quickly, can push the ball downfield incredibly well, and with great leverage, good accuracy. Like
he won a Heisman.
Like those guys, if you go watch you can watch his highlights or the full game. Like those guys, Malik Neighbors and Brian Thomas Jr., they're not having to come back for the ball. They're getting put in the perfect spot when they would run fades. They're getting put at a high point where no one else could get them. Like he's very well at pushing the ball downfield and in the end zone. The other quarterback that I think is going to be really interesting is J.J. McCarthy. He, out of probably all the top prospects, got a lot of flack in the college season just because Michigan's offense was ground and pound, defense, run the ball, and McCarthy didn't have to drop back 50 times and throw it all over the yard. He would throw it 15, 20 times, good accuracy, good efficiency, and just kind of get the job done. and I've seen a lot of Alex Smith comps and stuff like that. But on some people's draft boards, it's being said he's the quarterback 3 on the list. On some, he's quarterback 6. On some, he's 4. Like, he is kind of all over the place. So I don't think a team's necessarily going to reach for him. But I think if you see a team like an Oakland or Seattle or Denver that's sitting there in the middle of the draft, and they pick J.J. McCarthy before a Bo Nix or a Michael Penix, and you're like, oh, okay, I didn't really see that one coming. I think that might kind of shake up the board a lot, because now some of these teams that didn't think they'd have a chance at Michael Penix, or some of these other receivers are now dropping because J.J. McCarthy was taken earlier than you may have expected. I think J.J. McCarthy is a guy that the media and maybe the fans don't see as highly, but coaches and scouts see him a lot higher and kind of see what he could do at the next level.
Which is wild, because he feels like one of the big, he feels like a reflection of one of the conversations that I think that just generally we need to have when we talk about football, which is the idea of like the context that you play in and when it matters and when it doesn't. Right. If you like with Brock Purdy is a guy that we try and, how good is he actually? He's playing with all these guys. And honestly, as long as he is in that place until they are trying to decide whether or not to pay him, the context doesn't matter because he's going to be in that context. You are evaluating this guy to pull him out of the context of Michigan and put him in the context of where you are. So you need to understand what he is. You need to isolate the variable him.
I think it'll definitely help if he's in a better situation. He doesn't need to go to a top 5 team.
Well, yeah, of course.
A team that needs quarterback has nothing. But if he went to a team that's like Denver, that's got some weapons, or maybe even like Seattle, that's got some weapons.
Well, and I
think that would help.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, giving a quarterback more things to help them, absolutely better. JJ McCarthy, like, look, man, and this is gonna ruin my bona fides, whatever, with Michigan fans. Y'all know I love you, and I also hate you, but it's cool. But JJ McCarthy, not that guy, right? Like, and look, he was a very good college quarterback, I think. You could see very clearly the what's the right word? The limitations of his game. That's at the college level, right? Like, you bring this to the NFL, and I'm like, if you are willing to gamble your situation on the limitations that JJ McCarthy clearly possesses, good for you, especially in the circumstance. Now, it gets a little dicey because, you're talking about who is that third quarterback after Caleb Williams, Drake May, and then obviously Jaden Daniels. Bo Nix is out there, and I can't believe that he's gotten to a point where people are like, that's a good quarterback, but he kind of has. I remember Bo Nix from Auburn where that was a toss-up. You would flip a coin, and depends on whichever side it comes up on, tells you whether you're going to actually have a good or a bad quarterback that day, and I mean legitimately good or legitimately bad. Michael Penix Jr. feels like the safer answer if you're looking for a quarterback, but if somebody decides to go for J.J. McCarthy, that could shape this in a way where, again, I think you're pushing more talented players down, because J.J. McCarthy, if you decide that he is a first-round pick, I already think that that's an interesting thing. Even him, Bo Nix, Michael Penix Jr., and I know that Brian Broaddus, our scout here, Super Bowl winning scout, has talked about how this is a deep class. You maybe have 5, maybe 6 guys that possibly could end up in that first round. The more guys that end up in the first round there, the more that, maybe comes to you and you have more availability there at 24. As the Dallas Cowboys.
I think another interesting point right here, and this is getting into the X's and O's of it, so excuse me for a second, but
yeah, no, I ain't no problem with some X's and O's.
What the first cornerback taken is, because I've seen it all over the place. I think the Taron Arnold was probably the safest pick from Alabama that we've heard a lot about. Also, Kool-Aid McKinstry.
Picking a defensive player from Alabama?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
It usually turns out pretty well.
You sure you want to do that?
So we got both the Bama corners are projected in the first round. But then you've also heard Nate Wiggins.
You said both the Alabama corners, and you did not take the opportunity to say the name Kool-Aid McKinstry?
I think
that is such a fun name to say.
Kool-Aid McKinstry.
Doesn't it feel good?
I just been saying it for a while now. Not live on the radio, but I've said it for a while because he was a big high school name as well. So I feel like it's lost its luster. There's a lot of crazy names out in college nowadays.
That's always the case, but I'm going to say Kool-Aid McKinstry every time I have an opportunity.
I had the Georgetown St. Paul game on, and a player was shooting free throws, and I looked over, and they had the graphic with the name of the player on, and his name was Supreme Cook.
Yeah, I think I saw that.
And I had to do a double take at that name because
where did he play at? Georgetown?
Georgetown.
Okay. There was somebody the other day. His last name was Youngblood. So,
well, I mean, is that a last name?
Yeah, last name.
That's a common last name, Youngblood. I went to high school with a Youngblood.
Youngblood. And then also you have the likes of Nate Wiggins from Clemson, who scouts think really highly of. Good technique, a good long range guy. And then
the cornerback of this show, I'm determining that right now. His name is Cooper DeJean of Iowa.
I was going to say that was the next one. And that one I've seen as high as in the top 10. And I've seen him all the way at the back of the first round.
And you know why? You know why he's the cornerback of the show, don't you?
Yeah.
Why is that?
You
didn't know, did you?
Complexion?
That's right. That's right. I need us to break the stigma of not letting white guys play cornerback. He's so good.
He's a dog.
There was a
lot of picks too.
I want to say for Texas, I don't know if he was a safety or a cornerback.
He probably was a safety.
Yeah, I think he was. Shout out to Blake Gideon.
I know Blake Gideon. He went to Georgetown High School, and I'm still mad at him for not catching that interception against who was that, Tech that year. And then you allowed Crabtree to go get that. You could have ended that possession. And the reason I'm mad about that, and I know I'm ruining the segment right now, I do not care. I saw that man in high school play both ways. Was it Leander, actually? It might have been Leander. No, it was Georgetown. He played both ways. He played quarterback and he played safety. And I saw him make one-handed interceptions and everything. All you had to do was catch the ball that was in your gut, and you couldn't do it. Thanks for nothing, Blake Gideon.
And then Texas would have gone to the Big 12 championship game. They would have beaten whoever they would have played. And then I don't know that they would have beaten Florida that year, but I feel like they would have given a little bit better of a contest than OU that season. But
that's such a wild thing to say. Yeah, maybe they beat Florida.
Maybe if they do this one thing, then they can win the next 3 games. Yeah.
Anyways, we're supposed to talk about the NFL draft right now?
And the last corner
we're supposed to talk about the NFL draft right now?
The last corner on my list is Quinyon Mitchell from Toledo.
Who I need to get eyes on, because I'm not going to pretend and act like I was watching Maction this year.
I don't think anyone was watching every Toledo game, but he was a riser these last couple weeks. And I think was it the Reese's Senior Bowl or was it the East West Shrine Bowl? I think I guess I was at the Shrine Bowl. It was definitely the Reese's. It was the Reese's Senior Bowl.
At least not in that regard.
Was clamping every single of your favorite receivers up, and I don't think he allowed to catch the whole Senior Bowl. Like, he was rising really quick, dude. So it's gonna be really interesting to see which guy goes first. And I think there might be a little bit of a run on corners. Once you see 2 or 3 of those names go up, a team that needs a corner might hop up in there in a spot to go grab one of those guys.
Especially since it's a nice group. It's another one of those positions that has a level of depth in this draft. And we know how it is. Everybody's been in the fantasy football draft. Not exactly the same, because I imagine teams operate just a little bit differently. But we've seen the runs happen where a team starts to get scared because the guys that they like are starting to, go, and they're like, we need to make sure we get our guys.
You reached. Oh, that's a Madden thing. That's when you're playing Madden franchise mode and you draft somebody and it goes, you reached.
I haven't, to be completely honest, I ain't played Madden since maybe like 13, 14.
I can tell you I stopped doing that when they stopped allowing us to import our, what is it called, Road to Glory player from NCAA football. That's when I was done with franchise mode.
And another position I want to get to is defensive line. I think that's going to be a really interesting one. I think both of the Texas dudes are really good, Murphy and T'Vondre Sweat.
Yeah.
And then also you got the Clemson. I'm forgetting his name from Clemson. Let me get it real quick for you guys, because he's also another guy that's going to wreck it. Newton, Jerzon Newton from Illinois. Apologies. Those 3 guys, I've seen T'Vondre Sweat go in the 3rd round. I've seen him go in the 2nd round. I've seen him go in the 1st round. He's a guy that I don't believe he weighed in yet. Looks a little bit bigger. I want my Cowboys to draft him at some point in the draft. I think he could be a game record that if he slips because of weight, because of whatever, because of kind of raw thing, I think he might be one of those guys that you see him taking and the team's going to be like, a team might jump up to get him. Oh, he's still available in the 2nd round and we got pick 46. We're going to jump up and go get him. I think the defensive line will be an interesting thing to kind of watch, because you can never have enough defensive line depth and help, as we saw with the Cowboys.
Yeah, I know. It's going to be huge. So those are some of the players, prospects that could possibly, determine how the first round of the National Football League draft goes. That's in April, late April. In fact, we got some time to go. And so are you a guy who tries to go and watch like film? Well, I mean, look, we all say film. Are you going and watching
22.
like cut ups and
22?
You're watching all 22. You're watching whole games?
Oh yeah.
That's real sick of behavior. You're on Broadus and Wolchuk level.
I'll do the occasional of someone else also talking me through it, like it's like a walkthrough of someone else doing it. But then every once in a while, I'll find a player that I just want to watch. And just,
you need to see if you can link up with Broadus and see if you can get involved with what he does there.
Now, I'm not gonna act like I know what's happening on the defensive line and the different different fronts and stuff.
Oh yeah, he definitely used his hands there. You know.
Oh yeah, he got to the quarterback.
Got to the quarterback. Just real high motor. High motor.
But like receivers and corners and safeties, I can usually do a pretty good job.
What that offensive lineman did right there is what we like to call a 2 technique.
Yeah, he really blocked that guy. It was really good blocking. It's the Get Right here on 105.3 The Fan. You know, starting to dip our toe into draft season right here on The Fan. Coming up next, though, the season that we're really going to jump head first into, Rangers baseball season, as your World Series champion Texas Rangers are getting it going in spring training. Clearly, Chris Young, the Rangers, tried to address the bullpen, and they made some moves. How effective were they at addressing the bullpen? Let's discuss it next on The Fan.
Through your phone, smart speaker, or more, name your
Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for rolling with us on a Wednesday evening in the Metroplex. My name is Reginald Latatula. His name is Blake Elliott.
Scherzer.
We got Ross Lebinsky on the ones and twos. Thank you, sir. Thanks for rolling with us here.
Swaggy Booty's in there.
Swag Booty's in there.
Yep.
On the Twitch. Opie World's on the Twitch. On the YouTube, Loki Joker. Douglas Scott, who said, actually been listening to 105.3 The Fan for years. This is my first time even commenting on the fan cam. So, hey.
We love that.
They're having a spirited conversation, as we like to call it.
You know what that just happened? They just became a member of the Foreground community.
Nobody calls it that.
Thank you for being a part of the Foreground community. I'll come up with a theme song or a drop to play.
Theme song? You're going to go compose a theme song?
Well, we'll probably get a drop when someone chats for the first time. Welcome to the Foreground community.
Do you even know if YouTube has the capability of doing that?
No, I'm gonna make Ross play the
Ain't
drop.
nobody doing that.
I'll make the drop.
I'll let you know right now. Ain't nobody doing that.
I will make the drop myself for the Foregrounders out there because I believe in you.
Nobody calls in.
And I love you, Foregrounders. It is late. What time is it? Exactly. Give me the exact 8.
You realize that there are clocks on the walls.
8,
like everywhere.
8:23, 33, 34, and you are choosing to watch me and Reginald. That takes a second of appreciation for me to make
absolutely.
a drop.
100%. Well, I mean, not because you don't need a drop for that. I literally come into each segment and try and thank the listeners for rolling with us on these evenings.
How about this? How about this for a quick one?
No, don't.
Yes. Go, Ross.
Don't, no.
Just a quick, simple welcome.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Didn't nobody tell you to do that? So get right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are, this is 105.3 The Fan. It's the home of the World Series champion Texas Rangers. And so I did want to talk about the Texas Rangers. Thanks to Kenny Landry, MLB.com, we talked to about an hour ago from Surprise, Arizona. But the bullpen was in some ways like the bane of many Rangers fans, onlookers, all that existence over the course of the season last year. Right? Like, obviously, you end up winning the World Series. Everything's good, right? Josh Sborz does great things. Aroldis Chapman holds it together when it comes to the postseason. In fact, Aroldis Chapman was very good, particularly against like Yordan Alvarez. He ain't had nothing for Aroldis, right? And then Will Smith handles his business as he needs to. Jose Leclerc ends up being, your closer, really handling the business as necessary, right? Like the guys do what they need to do when it comes down to it. But I can remember many an evening where I had palpitations. My blood pressure was not at the right levels because this bullpen was not was not what it needed to be, right? There were some issues with it. And with that being the case, right, the Rangers understood that. Chris Young understood that. He was aggressive in trying to address it at the trade deadline, or before the trade deadline. He actually went and got Aroldis Chapman. He obviously got Chris Stratton at the trade deadline, but those guys are not on this team. You bring in David Robertson, 38-year-old reliever who had kind of a Jekyll and Hyde.
That's
Jekyll and Hyde season last year when, he was really good with the Mets and the Marlins, not so much.
Yeah.
In this kind of split season.
3.03 ERA, 18 saves, up and down.
Yeah. And then you also bring in Kirby Yates, who, missed a whole bunch of time in the last 4 or 5 seasons. And so those are the major additions that you have to the bullpen. Does that feel like it's going to be enough, right? This was a bullpen that last year during the regular season had a 4.77 ERA, which was the 7th worst.
I don't think that's something good. I do not think that is something good.
Yeah, I can tell you specifically that it was not good, but I mentioned Leclerc, 3.29 ERA in 13 appearances in the postseason. Chapman, 2.25 ERA in the postseason. Sborz, damn near untouchable, 0.75 ERA in the postseason. And you have a few of those guys, but like I mentioned, Robertson comes in for, basically for Chapman. Yates basically comes in for Stratton. Is that enough to address what this bullpen is? It's, understanding that you've got a great lineup. The offense should be, cooking as it was last year. The rotation is going to be interesting up until probably All-Star break, as we talked about with Kennedy, right? You have these guys who we know the rotation is fairly solid, assuming health, which I don't know if that's a thing that you can assume. But then you're still in this place with the bullpen, and you really need it to be better and stronger. Do you feel like it is better and stronger with what they've done thus far?
So I don't want to say better and stronger. I don't know, but I'm also not at the point of maybe worse, because Chapman, like you said, was a heart attack waiting to happen, but also had his good moments against lefties, especially Yordan Alvarez. I think Spores was awesome for you. Obviously, you get him back. And like Kennedy said, I think there's going to be some young guys that might step up into the lineup that maybe we didn't see last year in the bullpen. A guy that did pitch a little bit last year that I think is going to get better and better with time is Jake Latz, the left-hander. So I'm hoping for a big progression from him.
There's him. If you're also looking for another left-hander, I know yesterday Justin Foskey was on Rangers Hot Stove with Jared Sandler, and Jared asked him like, who's a guy that maybe you've seen at the lower levels that could maybe be a guy that breaks out in a way, for lack of of the exact wording of the question. And Foskey brought up Antoine Kelly, who was another lefty.
Yeah, another lefty too, which
and so
is important.
That's going to be another name to watch out for as we go through spring training. Absolutely, really young.
He's my age. He's 12/5/1999, so he is 3 years younger than me. So there you go.
Not your age.
No, I meant to say 2 months younger. 2 months. 2 months younger.
Take your time. You got it.
2 months younger than me.
So it is about your age. Okay, very
is
good.
around my age.
And you are?
Am I allowed to say my government age on here? Can people?
I've never heard people call it their government. What's your non-government age?
The one you lie about and say how old you are? Because then, I don't know. I feel
like you're like 13 signing up for Facebook? Like,
right, I was like, why do you feel the need to like? I haven't thought about the idea of having to lie about my age in a very long time.
I've said my age plenty of times on here, but
is this look? If you don't want to say it, you don't have to say it.
No, I don't.
I just want to make.
I don't mind saying it, but some people might treat me differently if they knew how old I was. Like what I did there? Do
you think they're gonna like burn you at the stake or something?
Okay, I wouldn't say that far,
yeah,
but
that's a lot, Ross, I don't know what you're doing. Calm
down. Another guy that I think is going to have maybe, I don't want to say a bounce back here, but I think we're going to keep progressing. I'm having my eyes on is Grant Anderson. Came in, had that awesome fiery start. We saw, I think it was like the most strikeouts in a Ranger reliever. Had 7 of them. Obviously cooled off a little bit. I'm hoping with more and more reps that he can be a guy that we haven't seen that much of, that maybe can get back into that bullpen rotation. So I think there's some guys that it might not be household names that might start making a name for themselves. And I think when you have such good bats like the Rangers do, you can have a 3-run lead and bring in a guy who can get kind of more comfortable. I don't think it's going to be every time it comes in it's a 1-run lead. There will be plenty of times it is, but I think more often than not, when you have the bats that the Rangers have, there's not as much stress on the relievers. I do think we've talked about this sometimes. I think we're underestimating a little bit the starting pitching. Now there is not much depth there, but the guys that are pitching there, I think will set up those guys quite nicely. And if you get to the later half of the innings, I feel pretty confident with our closing lineup. It's kind of that middle of the road where it's kind of up in the air.
Yeah, I think that I have my concerns, as I feel like that's a phrase I say a lot because I feel like I'm a nervous guy. When I'm on the radio,
is that pessimist?
Yes, there's definitely some pessimism, but I'm just like, yeah, I don't know, man. It feels like you just replaced a couple of guys that went out with a couple of guys in, and you might have the same issues. However, then I have to go back and think about what were some of the major issues with the bullpen. And yes, maybe not having the super strongest bullpen was part of it, but also injuries served a lot of the issue with the bullpen.
Yep.
Even Josh Spores, right? Started the season fairly well, and early in the season, his shoulder started bothering him, pitched through it, hamstring, all sorts of things. Like, if this bullpen can manage to be healthier. Now, of course, is that something you can guarantee? Absolutely not, right? We talking about sports and baseball in particular, right? Long season, all those things. These things, there's a lot of variance within that. But if they do happen to be healthier than they were last year, they might be better simply because of that and having more of options. And really, Bruce Bochy is we talk about it a lot, a master manager of a bullpen. And if you just give him options that he can choose to go to at various times where his hand isn't forced in some ways, I think that might make the output and the outcomes with this bullpen a little bit better this year than they were last season.
We know how short of a leash Boch has. I mean, that was
when he needs to be for sure.
Like
he got to really short leases.
I was about to say, in the postseason, you would throw 2 batters. He'd be like, "Don't like what I'm seeing. Go ahead and take him out." You're like, "Oh, okay. Well, there you go." You could strike him out. He'd like, "I just don't like your stuff." Give up a single, give up a walk. He's pulling. He's not gonna wait till a run gets scored. I think you'll see some managers until someone scores, like, "I'm gonna let you get your stuff out of this." Guy gets on second, and you haven't thrown a lot of strikes. He's like, "Let's go ahead and go to someone else." So I think Boch is going to understand what he's working with. He's going to have some young guys, going to have some new guys, going to have some guys like David Robertson, some older guys, some veterans in there in that lineup. It'll be interesting to see kind of how they go. You still got Leclerc, still got Spore, so you still got your top dogs at the back, but it'll just be kind of interesting about the middle of the lineup where you have the Grant Andersons and Churches and some of those new guys in there.
Let's see. From the 817, I feel like we got insanely lucky with our pitching in the playoffs. That's amazing, but they haven't done a damn thing about it in the offseason. And that's absolutely something that, I've thought about. But
I feel like you don't accidentally end up in the World Series. I don't think you get that lucky.
No, but luck matters, right? Having guys, come into form at the right time matters. Having guys being relatively healthy at the right time matters. And so, yeah, like I understand what the 817 is saying there, but I do think that there's progression that is happening with some of these guys, because some of these guys were dealing with confidence issues in addition to health. And I think that having another season with Bruce Bochy and Mike Maddox is going to help them kind of stabilize in a way as well. But this is the tough thing about all the things we're talking about. We are doing a level of projection with relief pitchers, with bullpen, which is might be the thing that fluctuates year to year more than anything else in baseball, right? You think you're building a great bullpen, it might not be great. You think you're building a bad bullpen, and all of a sudden you look up and it's a really good one, right? That these are things that happen in baseball. And so that is something I'm trying to also, temper some of my concern with. Is it's another year. These guys, you have a stable hand at the wheel in Bochy and obviously Mike Maddox, and you've seen guys progress even over the course of last season with the confidence that Bochy puts in them and the ways in which he runs that bullpen and keeps them going. And so it sucks because I feel like I'm having to do the hope thing, but I do think that, hey man, the hope will, that hope of a level of stability comes through, and that could be helpful. Because from the 817, again, they say, I hear y'all. If anything, the pitching has gotten worse, which is crazy. And that's something that I've thought about, is like, at least to start the season. Because again, you have Max Scherzer and Jacob deGrom who are injured but should make their way back. Now, of course, Max Scherzer, what level of Max Scherzer are you getting? Because he's on the back end of what his career is, right? DeGrom still looked really good when he did pitch. It just was really infrequent. But yeah, like I think that the pitching or the rotation itself is not as good. I think the bullpen probably as good on paper. And if you have less of those other things that make it go up and down, like the injuries, I think that this could level out.
I think you put it perfectly. And I think Mike Maddox is an underrated part of this. He's one of the better pitching coaches. A lot of guys post Max Maddox or present have talked about how he's helped with their confidence, kind of getting some new stuff in there, really garnering their pitch, especially with some of those young guys. So that's kind of why I mentioned some of those younger guys progressing and continually getting better.
And you need it.
It's easy to look at last season and be like, well, he wasn't good, he's not going to be good this season. Well, guys get better over time and more confidence, and having some of those veterans in the bullpen and having veterans hitting on the field for all that stuff kind of helps and culminates, and you get another season under your belt. And next thing you know, you're doing a lot better than you did last year. And I think the 9-0 also points out a good thing. Bullpen is one of the easiest things to trade for at the deadline. And we have a ton of prospects if we do need to trade for an arm, which I think is a good point. Like if it's at a point where, okay, these guys aren't getting much time, and Foscue and Wyatt, whoever it may be, isn't getting that much time, and we got this really big, highly touted prospect, and we have all of our spots filled up and kind of blocked, and we need an arm, and we do that, and you don't use that much money. You just use kind of some capital and some prospects you have, and you go get an arm.
You're talking about prospects that are really highly valued, which I don't know.
Number 3 in the pipeline.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know if you use those prospects to get you relief pitching necessarily, but I mean, I think that is a point, is that you're seeing the farm develop to a place where you have more and more options, and especially because your major league squad has solidified enough that now some of those other options are even more expendable. And hell, we were talking about, and of course, I don't think I'd want to do this for relief pitching, but Wyatt Langford, and if you feel good enough with him playing outfield, understanding that Evan Carter's natural, or I guess the position that he's played more, is center field, he might end up becoming some level expendable in a piece that brings you back something.
I don't want to let Wyatt go.
No, not Wyatt. Leote.
Oh, I was like,
no.
I don't want him gone.
Yeah, no, absolutely not. And then 214 said, don't forget they got a catcher that they throw in there as a relief. But no, that's something I'm going to
monitor.
I'm going to be monitoring for sure from afar, but of course through our friends that will be headed out to Surprise, Arizona. Jared Sandler on a flight tomorrow morning, mere hours away from touching down in Arizona, Surprise, Arizona. And then the KNC Masterpiece G-Bag Nation will be flying out on Sunday. We have coverage from spring training of your World Series champion Texas Rangers here on your home of the World Series champion Texas Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
Text us in 877-881-1053. What is your concern level with the bullpen? 10 being you're going to jump out of your window scared. 1 being you feel fine.
Yeah, actually, I do want that. If you could text it in, just for me, my personal gauge on what's happening here. It's a Get Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, just because last night, you weren't here for this, Blake, but last night we had a conversation about bidets, and I feel like there were some people that were like, yo, I need to give that a shot. And that got me thinking, what other things do people want to try? 877-881-1053. What's something you're just dying to try? Let's come together and think ahead. We'll do it next on The Fan.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece, how the Mavs can avoid last season's second half swoon. Plus, to sit or not to sit. You want to see Simeon playing every single game.
105.3 The Fan. Reginald Atatula here with you alongside Blake Elliott.
Yes, Sirski.
You got in there quick. I was like,
Did I throw you off?
No,
I was
no,
trying
no.
to time it right.
No, I appreciate it. I guess I was listening more than I typically do. And I was like, man, you really needed to. You were like, I got to make sure.
Time crunch. Get in there. That was the thing. I did say that. Like I said it in like half a
Really
second.
really hurried. We got time, baby. We here till 11 p.m. here on your home of the World Series champion Texas Rangers and Dallas Cowboys. 105.3 The Fan. Text in, truckwreck.com text line 877-881-1053. What's something that you're just dying to try? And I may, just something that you're really excited to give a shot, because last night, which honestly, I still have not told you guys like what I was planning on talking about during sharing time, and really and truly, it was very different than what we ended up talking about. I don't know how we got to this place. Ross, do you remember how we ended up talking about bidets? Oh, yes, I do. I remember again.
Someone tweeted at you and was like,
yeah, I got a text from a friend of mine who was like, I'm at a bar right now and they're in here arguing about bidets. And of course, he knows that's my brand, right? That is part of my brand, is I am bidet guy at this point. I am evangelist for bidets. And so that got us talking, and I thought it would just be like a quick thing that I mentioned, and then we spend the whole conversation, the whole, segment talking about it. And I believe that there were some folks that were like, nah, I got to try that. And so with that being the case, got me thinking, what other things are we just, as a general public, as a Tolo family, what other things are we wanting to try? 877-881-1053. Blake, is there anything that you're like that you?
Yeah, hot air balloon.
Oh wow, that jumped right. That was on your spirit. You needed that to leap out.
I know. This whole time I was wondering. I was like, I need a couple of examples so I can kind of get the brain jogging. But wow, you right off the cusp.
Hot air balloon with my favorite candle up there.
You and these I feel like you're doing a bit now. You're not taking a candle and a hot air balloon, bro.
Actually, that might be a hazard.
I don't know if that.
I don't know, like the flames getting
I'm not
close to
gonna lie.
the hot air.
I understand a little bit of the physics of the hot air balloon. I don't know exactly what else we're adding in there.
Can you imagine a hot air balloon from your place in Texas, wherever you reside, and you've hot air ballooned all the way across states, and you're just vibing? But okay, I'll say this. I want an instructor that has complete control and has done it a gajillion times. I don't want to be there alone.
Well, sure.
I'll make that clear.
Where I used to work, they used to have like a 2-week-long festival, and balloons were a part of it. I got to go up. It's really cool, but I don't think you could bring a candle. I feel like wick that the
wicker,
the carriage is made of. Yes, the wicker. I feel like that's
the wick is in the candle.
Anyways,
a hot air balloon's up there though. Probably.
I haven't been in a hot air balloon, and now that you mention it, I don't know how I feel about it, because like
a little anxiety inducing.
A little bit. Like I kind of have a fear of heights, I guess. Like, not so much that I have not been able to get some stuff done, but like enough that it's something that I'm aware of.
Yep.
And so I'm like, would the experience be dope enough that I'm like, nah, you just got to do this? Or would I be like, yeah, nah, I'm good?
And I got plenty. So you go. I got plenty. Go ahead. Go.
Oh, you got a lot of things that you're like, I got to get
plenty.
off. Well, I mean, you're a young guy. You're like, I got some stuff to experience.
My mind is always jumping. So there's a gajillion things, but I want you to go.
I do want to get to the truckwreck.com text line from the 817. They said, I haven't had sushi or hibachi. I've also never tried a VR headset. And let me tell you, sushi, I don't love personally, but I like it, right? Hibachi.
Oh, yeah.
Make that happen.
Oh, yeah. Make that happen.
Make that happen once.
If you're looking for a good sushi place, Bluefish. It's got a couple of locations around the Metroplex, and they've got this, like, I think it's called an ahi tuna tower, where it's basically just like rolls of like sushi, but like broken down, and then it's so yummy. So yummy.
I got you, Tolo. Get you a VR headset. Go to your local Benihana. Boom, 2 for 1. You can get sushi there, and you get hibachi. They cook it in front of you. You got your little VR headset.
Hold on.
You're looking at stuff while you're there.
No.
You're grabbing your notes in the air.
No.
You're not for the Apple VR headset? The Apple Vision Pro?
Doing this out. I feel like the people have done this out in public. You look like a jerk. Like, I don't know if you're actually a jerk, because I don't think it's fair necessarily, but I do know you out here looking like a jerk.
Quick side note on that. I think you look like, because not a lot of people have them. If everyone in society were to have them, it would be like cool. It
would be dystopian.
But the fact that it's like
Orwellian for
it'll
my
be
taste.
like maybe one person in a city that has, unless maybe you live in like, I don't know, LA somewhere where they're just handing them out. Then you look like a.
Is that what's happening in LA?
I don't know. I'm just saying.
I just asking.
I feel like there's
$3,500, something obscene.
Yeah,
I mean, we've spent more money on crazier things as a community, as a world. So I wouldn't say 3,500 on something that I think it's pretty cool. But the fact that there's not that many people with it, you will look like Reggie said, kind of a
yeah, a little bit
nice
of a jerk.
person.
Yeah, no, but outside of that, like outside of the jokes of it, I do think like I've seen a lot of videos of like things going wrong with the VR headset, and I'm just like I'm not gonna be got in that way, right? Like
I do not have one. Blake Rich, I do not have one. I said I want one. I do not have one. Blake, let's get that narrative out there.
I actually don't think I want one.
Do you remember, like, it's been about a decade ago, which is crazy to say. This kind of all, I don't want to say started, but there was
Google Glass.
Google Glass. That was the one I kind of like, sort of like piqued interest in, but only because it was like understated. That Apple product, that is like front and center for everyone to be like,
yeah, but here's the thing.
Look at this guy.
That's kind of the point.
No, exactly.
Right, there's a little bit of a
want you to
status
know.
symbol, and then also like Apple themselves.
Okay,
you want it to be noticeable that you got it.
You should go get Hibachi, and you should try a VR headset. I think that would be. You can go to like Samsung and Apple, and I'm sure they'll let you try it. Just walk in and say you're a Tolo. You'll be good.
Oh, wow.
What?
972.
What'd they say?
They're dying to try bull riding, and not like the mechanical bull.
So you're saying full?
Oh no, okay, not top bull that'll jack you up, but enough to like say that they rode a bull. So like a real bull, but they're not trying to join the PBR or nothing.
The
right?
PBR is lit.
Okay.
I think that comes from, what was that game, Ross? Help me out. Pamplona Express on mini clip where the bull was chasing you.
My man said mini clip. You know ball.
Does nobody know
that's real Flash games. That's wild.
Does nobody know Pamplona Express? I'm pretty sure
I don't remember the
name.
game specifically, but
It
I
was
remember
the best
mini
game
clip
on there, and there's a bull chasing you. And
Is
that's,
mini clip still in the game? Are they still in the league?
And that goes into my second one. And all my men out here, if you're a real ball knower, you're gonna agree with me on this. If not, it's okay.
People are gonna be so sick with us saying knowing ball.
Knowing ball. I took this class in college, failed it because I've missed one class, and I would love to actually
Happens
been
to the
good at
best
it.
of us.
If I could have learned and mastered French, and then gone to France and Paris and je me sais pas, un, deux, trois, to a lady, oh man, that would be top 5 right there. That would be amazing. If I could learn French and really just know like the back of my hand and go to Europe and France and be talking in French to some beautiful women, that'd be great. So that's definitely in the top 5. Hot air balloon and learning French.
There's a lot of things happening on the Twitch. They let me know that Flash doesn't exist anymore. That's true. I had not really thought about it. And then also Opie World said the mini clip is still there, but they have like mobile sports games now. So
Pamplona Express is the best one. That's the only game that matters.
okay, all right. If you say so, I will take your word for it. From that 314, they really want us to know that their cousin has been training MMA for 5 years and really wanted to grapple with Khabib Nurmagomedov. Then he got his wish and got destroyed.
Wow.
Yep.
That's a pretty cool wish to have, though. If you did it with Khabib, that's pretty cool to say you sparred with him. Sparred, right? That's what they said?
I believe so.
Yeah. I mean, I'd love to learn like UFC and learn like mixed martial arts. That'd be cool. Okay,
boxing.
Boxing.
That's I'm dying to actually get in there and like actually train boxing.
The same.
But I also know I'm too damn lazy to actually train boxing.
Which one? Boxing, mixed martial arts,
boxing.
or karate? Is there another one?
Oh yeah, like I mean karate would be one of the martial arts.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't. Does
I don't
anybody
know enough.
like do MMA with karate? Because I know obviously like Muay Thai ends up being a big one and all sorts of other. But like I don't think does anybody get in there and just like get that hi-ya going in the octagon?
I don't know enough about it, but I'm in the same boat as Reggie. I would love to learn how to box and go to boxing and train, and feel like that'd be awesome. Get in good shape as well. I feel like we're missing some big ones. What are something people die to do?
Well, I mean, like it's just it's all individual, it's all relative, right? Some folks for the 204 boxing real, but like boxing is for real too, right? Like this ain't just a scrap. Like this is a whole different level. These things happen quickly, and then also just again, really the thing that is maybe stopping me is like the training is a different level of intensity of training when it comes to conditioning and all those things. And boy, I hate running personally, or like just the idea of running for no reason. You're going to have to get over that if you want to box, right? And so, yeah.
I got you. Here's going to top the list.
Okay.
Participate in a pay it forward line at a fast food place.
Oh, I've done that before.
Oh, you've already done it?
It's fun.
Not for fast food, but I have done that for coffee.
Well, I've done it before. I don't know. Does it feel the same? Because it feels like, and of course.
Did you start it or were you the recipient?
Nah, I'm a recipient. Yeah, we got the next one. But
Did you pay for the person behind you?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, that's the whole point, right? You participate.
What,
right?
what did theirs end up being?
I did not want to know. I was like, don't tell me. Right? Don't make me regret make me regret my like feelings of goodwill. I just want to have the warm feeling that I did something nice and not think about it.
You got one coffee. It was like $8. The person behind you. Yeah, so it was 40. What did they get? $45. Actually, you know what? We're just gonna go with mine. We're gonna end it.
Not that bad, but that's kind of what it was for me. So the one time I did it, my first mistake was doing it at Starbucks. So already that puts you behind the 8 ball. So when they said, when I got to the window and they were like, oh, your order's been paid for, I was like, oh, cool. I'll pay for the next one. They were like, it's like $25. Are you sure? And I was just like, so what do I do in this moment? Do I just say, no, I'm good. No, thanks. I'm not. Yeah,
all right.
Like,
depends. How much money is in your bank account? Because that would really dictate your answer, won't it?
It wasn't great. I was just like, all right, whatever. And just did it.
Drive off really fast.
Yeah,
pretty
much.
What do we think about standing under a waterfall?
That sounds lit, but that also is one of those things that sounds lit and you do it and you're like, overrated. Like that's what I imagine.
I don't know. Never done it.
Not a waterfall, but like at kids' water parks. Did you ever like the mushrooms?
A little bit different. Just a little bit different.
Yes.
Kids' water park.
A waterfall in Hawaii. Hey, I want to go to Schlitterbahn. Like those are different things, but I understand what you're getting for.
Yeah.
Participate in a lazy river. I'm like to do this. Really dying to do that.
Which, you know what?
Actually,
I do want to go like
go back. It's been a while.
No, like not just like a lazy river that they create, but like the actual like river floats that people do in some place where it's like a 30-minute float or
Those
like
get
hour
scary.
float where
Those
you
get
actually
scary.
for real.
Yeah, I've done those before, and people lose their phones, and then you're dying. You can't get out. Not actually dying. Like you're bored and you can't get out of it. Usually,
for real?
What's the other thing out of the lazy river where it's the front and it's like waves? And you're trying to get, and you get closer and closer.
What do you mean, whitewater rafting? Is that what you mean?
Wave pool?
No, the wave pool at like Hurricane Harbor.
Okay,
you
got
never done that where the waves get heavier and heavier the closer you get to the front?
Not.
Those things can get scary when you're young and you're doing that, and the waves are just kicking your behind. I'm a lazy river kind of guy.
All right, here we go. 214 said waterfalls in Hawaii are A1. Thank you for your service. From the 469 said I'm an offensive lineman in high school. I want to go up against Aaron Donald. Okay.
Wishing for death. All right.
But look, in order to be the best, you got to beat the best.
We'll remember you fondly.
We'll remember that exact
From the
number.
No, but you know what that is? That's a great story. Why you wish that? I don't know, but that sounds like a great story. Like I have a friend who played basketball against Cam Newton in high school. And buddy, fun story. From the 469, I already read that one. 817 wanted to let me know Lyoto Machida was a karate specialist, and they were a former UFC champion. So there we go. There's an answer there. Also, 903 want to let you know, Blake, that there isn't control when it comes to hot air balloon other than just straight elevation.
And that's
right?
perfect. That's what I want.
You just want to let the wind guide you.
I want to lose control.
Again, I feel
like that.
Are you?
Y'all like that? I'm getting a lot of smiles in the studio.
Let me get a
if y'all are
little.
missing it.
That's not what's happening. Let me get a little sidebar with you, Ross. Here, is Blake tone deaf?
No, but he is close.
Okay, all right.
There was one kid in band. It was so funny. They tried to get us to sing our parts, as they love to do in band. And one guy is just brutally tone deaf. And the director goes like, sing this note. La, and he goes, la, and he goes, no, la, and he goes, la. And it just went on like that for about a minute. And finally we were just like, all right, we have to move on.
Everyone that's listening knows that I have good vocal cords, and not everybody can accept that. I get that. Not everybody can be like, hey, he sounds better than Blake Shelton or Chris Stapleton. I get it.
Delusional.
It's hard for that to get into some people's brains. Some people got the pipes and some people don't.
Okay, that was a wild thing to say. And with that, get right here on 105.3 The Fan. Keep sexing those in. This has been fun. From the 601, want to catch a 10-pound bass. I actually legitimately feel ashamed to say this. I want to go fishing. I still have yet to go fishing.
So what's the they almost drowned in the wave pool? So that's what you like. It can get scary.
I shouldn't laugh at this because this is probably like traumatic for them. Sorry, it was my natural reaction. Coming up next. How much do fans want to be educated? This is all sparks from a JJ Reddit clip that we'll play coming up next here on The Fan.
Welcoming new listeners to our clubhouse with open arms. studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's time for the Get Right on 105.3 The Fan.
Yes, indeed, it is the Get right here on 105.3 The Fan. My name is Reginald Atatula. His name is Blake Elliott.
Yes, sir, Ski.
We got Ross Lubinsky on the ones and twos for you this evening. And you rolling with us on a Wednesday evening in the Metroplex. Passive sports evening, at least for one more night. As you know, we had, or I guess one night, right? Your Stars obviously had a back-to-back last couple of days. They will be back in action tomorrow. Mavericks also back in action, getting back going after the All-Star break. So, really going to have some fun tomorrow night, and we continue to build our way up to that. But a nice chill evening, and we appreciate you spending your chill evening here with us on the Get Right. Coming up in about 20 minutes, we'll get you some Mavs minutia, just some various things, season ticket prices, maybe how the Mavericks dropped the ball with Jalen Brunson, some other things. We'll do that later. But right now, actually,
Medford. What is he doing here?
I don't know why he's here. That's an apparition. I don't know why he's here.
Looking nice too.
Yeah, got the hair slicked back.
Got the hair, little polo on.
Shout out to the man Alec Medford. But we were just talking about things that you were dying to try. We talked about a lot of different things from the 469. They also added, we want to sit next to a NASCAR driver and go 200 miles per hour around the track.
That's a good shout. That's a really good shout.
I would like to do that, but I would like to do that once.
NASCAR F1. I think I'd go F1. I'd go F1 driver.
You'd want to actually, because I was like, I don't think do they have like the tandem F1 cars?
I don't even know. I don't know nothing about it.
I don't know about that, but I did just get a targeted ad like probably today, I think, that was about, one of those things where you like go to a racetrack and like drive like Lambos and Ferraris. That is something I want to do. That'd be really cool.
512 said learn to fly a plane. That feels like a lot of work, but a lot of responsibility. I don't know. Me personally, not really here for that. And then Loki Joker, of course, capping it off, said, how about a Dallas Cowboys Super Bowl parade? That'd be awesome. Yeah. Fair enough.
Trying to keep it light and fun.
Fair enough. But right now, this conversation I thought would be really interesting because it was sparked by JJ Redick, who's been doing the God's work on First Take this week, just trying to get us back to basketball games.
He's won social media this week.
Like I absolutely know that Adam Silver, the NBA media space and everything, everybody's like what we gonna talk about till Thursday when these games get back? JJ Redick's like, don't worry, folks. I got you with a couple of things. And today he gives us kind of an interesting one. Actually, we should just play the audio of him on First Take. This is what he was talking about earlier today.
Now I want to address Stephen A's point. Since when is it players' jobs to educate people on basketball? When did that become a thing? Isn't that our job?
I'll answer.
I do that as my job. That's my job to educate people on basketball.
I'm letting you speak, and then I'll answer.
It's our job, Stephen A., to educate people on basketball. It's our job. And here's the reality. This is the ecosystem we live in. I can do a video on my podcast. Where I break down the last 9 games the Pelicans have used Zion Williamson as the primary ball handler and what type of actions that has led to. I looked it up this morning. 54,000 views on YouTube. But I want to call out a coach yesterday. Oh, that gets tens of millions of engagements. That's the ecosystem we live in. So do fans actually want to be educated or not? Do they?
So there you go. That's obviously talking specifically about basketball, as that's what JJ Redick is inclined to do. And when he talks about calling out a coach yesterday, he said that Doc Rivers didn't have enough accountability to him in a way. But I thought that this was an interesting sentiment for JJ Redick to bring out. Just the idea of, do fans want to be educated? And I thought that was really interesting because, man, like, he's not wrong in the regard of certain content that is put out, whether it's, print media, video, audio, in those spaces. Some things you put out and they do not get a level of traction. And ultimately in the media space, that traction is kind of the voting that, people will use, especially since in a lot of places, if you're not paying for it, it is actually your attention that you are paying with. And so if things get attention, you'll see more of those things continue. And if things don't get attention, you won't. And the fact of the matter is the things that get attention are the things that are salacious, even exactly what we're talking about there, which is like debate television. A lot of people watch it. A lot of people engage with it. But how many people engage with maybe like podcasts that end up being kind of a little bit more niche where they'll break down X's and O's of whether it's football, basketball, baseball, what have you. And I found that to be interesting because it's not a simple question, but I think it's a nuance and it has a lot of arms and tentacles to it.
I think you put that perfectly. I will say to the video, I thought it was kind of funny how when he was starting to go on his little rant, I don't know if ESPN was going to cut his mic, how his audio kind of went out, or if that just happened to be a coincidence. They were like, oh, he's going because he is going at kind of the company he works at. He's saying the headlines that are made, the things that are put out there, these are getting more clicks than a more analytical side of the ball, which I think it's really important that he has pointed it out. I actually had a conversation with CA this morning about this, and we were kind of talking about if not saying the fan, but if any outlet puts out a headline that says Luka and Kyrie are working well together. That's the title of the video. Views, whatever. And then if we put out a title of a video that says Luka and Kyrie not working together, and this is why it was a failure, which one do you think more people are clicking?
Drama.
Like as much as people, and let's be honest, the people that are consuming a lot of these sports are men. We enjoy the drama as much as we want to push it out and say we don't.
Sports is our soap opera.
I was just going to say that is perfectly. Our soap opera is watching sports media. This is how we relax from whatever we're doing, and we watch that, and we love to see the narratives. As much as I hate the narratives and I hate this, but you still click it.
Well, I think, and the tough thing about it is I think the word narrative itself has come to mean more than what it is. It's like the narrative is just the story, and I think that is how we consume anything, right? We need to have the story of it, and I think that brings this around to one of my perspective on it for JJ, which is this is where, and I think he was implicating us, the larger us of the media, but I think this is where the education of it has to, I mean, you can do that, and I view that as kind of the medicine in a way, but it all has to come within the idea of entertainment. From the 817, the NBA is my soap opera, while the minutiae is cool, I prefer the drama. But like ultimately, we have to remember these are all entertainment products. Even, and I'm trying to remember, I think it was one of my professors at one point during the course of school or during the course of college. They were like, all right, ESPN, what do those letters stand for? Entertainment Sports Programming Network. The first letter is it stands for entertainment, right? Like that is, I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean that if they had put it in a different order, that it'd mean differently. But I think it's an illustration to help you remember. All of this is still from a perspective of entertainment. And so if you are going to educate folks, well, I still think the question of do people want that education is worthwhile, but that disparity also needs to come with the point of, can you find a way to make it interesting and entertaining? Because ultimately that's still what people are coming for. A lot of you find folks either working or, relaxing after working. Like you're not necessarily trying to work at sports as well, right? Like it's supposed to be a place that's entertaining and in some ways relaxing. And so sometimes it can feel like school if it's not done well, and it's a lot easier listening and a lot easier to digest sometimes when we go to some of the other places, you know?
I thought Mike Golick Jr. did a great job of kind of putting it on Twitter.
Shout out to Gojo.
He said, I think to answer JJ's question on whether fans want to be educated, some fans do, some don't. The thing is, most fans don't have the time to digest content as dense of X's and O's. The responsibility to teach doesn't fall on the players, but I think us in the media should teach that as well. And I think that's just what it is, kind of how you just said, Reg. Do some fans want to be educated? Sure. That's why on some podcasts where it's, like he said, breaking down how they're using Zion and zoom action and different flares and kind of some horn action, why that's happening and why they're scoring on their points per possession, some fans will really click into that. Not everybody has time to really understand, and they might still like the NBA, and they want to follow the storylines. Who was supposed to be good that isn't good this year, and who are the teams that are going to make it far in the playoffs, and who fell off, and who's surprising versus like, why is this team really good? And I think there is a core niche of fans that do care about that. And I think to JJ's part, the people that are on ESPN, a lot of people are just watching for entertainment. It's in the morning, you're just watching to kind of catch up on your little sports soap opera and keep up with all the characters and all the storylines, not as much of, like, I'll even pivot a little bit. When I watch a TV show, I want to know every detail of it. why it's happened. It's just how I am as a person. I watched a YouTube review after what I missed in the show, things to look for in season 2, things that I didn't notice. Like, I want to know why it's happening and kind of the psychology behind it. Some people just want to see the show.
But even then, that goes to another level, right? Are you watching the director's cut where they're breaking down how they made it and what the tricks of the trade of how they made it are? Because that's some of what we're talking about here, right? Let's bring it back to basketball where he is, right? Like, some people are here because I enjoy the sport of basketball. I enjoy watching the athleticism or what have you, right? Do I want to know how the sausage is made in that? What is this action called and how do you run that and all those things? Or do I want to just watch the game, right? Do I want to just watch the entertainment? Do I want to? And so, like, I think that the tough thing about it is understanding that everybody comes for a different thing and there are different, like, levels to various people. And the thing to remember, especially as we get into a further and further fractured media space where everybody can get exactly what they're looking for in, like, different niches, right? The mainstream, like the things that are like shot at a broad amount of people, broadcasting, literally in the word, it's going to be the things that are the most people can tap into. So it's going to be in some ways lowest common denominator, right?
It's easy to kind of take in. It's not hard. Like you said, people are getting off work. They don't necessarily want to X's and O's, and they're like, I can just really easily attach to this. ESPN is looking at how can we get the broadest amount of people that'll tap in and not really specify ourselves and count out all these people that don't know what we're talking about. Where JJ, who mostly probably everyone that follows him on YouTube probably likes basketball to a high degree and understands kind of what he's talking about. So that's his target audience.
And I think he needs to, and look, one of the things I know that Shannon Sharp got mad at him where he was like, he was basically, he's like, JJ was like, I know what we're doing here, but in some ways, right, you have to understand that not everybody is in the same bucket, right? So there's going to be some places that we have niche things where you'll have a podcast like Spits and Suds, mind you, right? Like Odyssey podcast. That's going to be real hockey, real niche. If somebody wants to tap into that, that's there for you, right? You're not always going to get hockey talk in a general larger space because there's not, like, that doesn't operate as widely. And we understand that, but sometimes, and especially coming off of this weekend with like All-Star and all those things, there's things that we know, but we're still going to complain about. And this feels like one of those places where we know, but we're still going to complain about it. But I do think that it's a worthwhile question, like, how much do people want to be educated? Because I think also a lot of people will look at, a circumstance like First Take where it feels like it's mostly fluff and there's not enough meat. And I think that is where we as media members have to find a way to balance that, where it's like we're giving you enough of the entertainment, we're giving you enough of the fun while also still giving you enough of the places where it feels like you're being entertained, you're being nourished, you're getting that kind of, education, for lack of a better term, and get that to the right place, right? And so I think that's ultimately the thing, is finding the right balance more than this is right or that is right.
I think that the NBA and sports media and in some instances the mainstream media being a soap opera, I think it's kind of the best way to put it. It's just
mainstream media.
It's just something that you can relax and listen to, not have to engage that heavily. And if you want to learn the game of basketball, learn the game of baseball, game of football, there's a gajillion podcasts about those. You can learn the X's and O's and hear from former coaches and scouts and players. Or if you just kind of want to hear the storylines and drama pieces that are easy to digest, then you can go to those mainstream ones, and they're available to everyone. So I think it's all subjective.
It is subjective. But I thought it was an interesting question, because I think it is something that, especially as someone who plans a show every day that's going out to a very large set of listeners here in DFW and even further via like the Odyssey app, YouTube, Twitch, and all those things. It's something I think about. Is like, how do I reach all these people and give them some facsimile of what they want? And so it's something that is a lot more, I don't want to dismiss the question because I think it's a lot more relevant than people consider, but I think that he's coming from a level of, he's coming with a level of spice that felt like it was too much.
I see someone texted in, too much Cowboy Laker talk on TV. While you might agree it sells, if they do, why the New Orleans Pelicans, like JJ said, are doing well, no one's really going to tap into the New Orleans Pelican fans and hardcore NBA fans. You're throwing out 50% of your demographic that wants to listen, that doesn't know anything about the Pelicans or cares about the Pelicans. So.
Right. And look, I'm not trying to absolve ESPN in particular and other because like
everyone does it.
There's balances that need to be struck, and a lot of times, honestly, it doesn't feel like that balance is struck. But I do think that it's worth acknowledging the difficulty of striking that balance. And we hope that at least when you listen to 105 through the Fan, you feel like that balance is close to being struck.
Hopefully we keep you entertained over here, baby, and
Well,
you
also-
learn something.
Yeah, I hope
digest.
you learn something. 877-881-1053 if you learned something at some point. Listening to the Get Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's get you some Mavs minutia, a little bit of audio when it comes to Jalen Brunson and how his exit happened. Maybe also what's happening with season ticket prices with the Dallas Mavericks. We'll talk about that and more next on The Fan.
Keep the volume turned up all day and night.
The Get right here on 105.3 The Fan. My name is Reginald Atatula. His name is Blake Elliott.
Wyszynski.
We got Ross Lubinsky on the ones, twos. Thank you, sir. And thank you guys and girls for rolling with us here on your home of the Cowboys and World Series champion Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. In fact, in that regard, tomorrow, Jared Sandler will be in Surprise, Arizona to start his time and tenure covering and calling Rangers baseball in Surprise for spring training. So excited to have him out there. And then this weekend, you'll get 105 through the Fan hosts other than Jared Sandler out there as well, man. It's time to turn up as your Rangers look to try and get a second World Series championship this season.
We were just talking about how fans like taking in content. And from the 817, tell me what you think of this, Reggie. I stick local and Tolo because I'm just trying to listen to the boys shoot the spuds about sports. Content honestly doesn't even matter as much as the show energy to me.
And look, that's absolutely, first of all, thank you for rocking with us. Also, secondly, I'm glad that you self-censored in that moment because I was like, I don't know if he's going to because I can read it and I see that word in there.
You like spuds?
I appreciated that.
Yeah.
I appreciated it. That was a nice little flair to add. But yeah, no, there's people that are in that place as well where it's like heavy on the entertainment, light on the sports. There's other people that are like heavy on the sports, lighter on the entertainment, please. And
Stop laughing, Blake, and trying to sing. I'm trying to learn about PJ Washington's EPA and Dak Prescott's on-off splits. You like how I switched them?
Yeah, I was like, wait, EPA? I don't think that's even. Also, just stop singing. You can laugh, just don't do the.
My singing is good, Reggie.
No, as a friend.
Okay,
I'm telling you, it is
as
not.
A singer.
Guys, did you hear that casual as a singer?
I thought he was about to say. I thought he was going to censor himself as your radio producer,
as a coworker, as an acquaintance.
What is the furthest distance I can put from us and say this?
Wait.
No, but people will tell you you're not good at something, like my singing, and then you'll be the next Kelly Clarkson. Don't let anybody hold you down, Tolos.
I'm
including
not the one
two people
holding
next
you down
to me,
in
guys.
this instance.
I know I'm a good singer. Now, you know what this is? Those are the people that go into American Idol. They don't listen to anyone tell them any differently. They go and embarrass themselves.
That's right. You remember, it's 100,000 watts. There's plenty of people listening to this right now.
Yeah, that's
already.
fine.
Okay,
it's
very
fine.
good.
I'm sure there's someone listening that probably wanted to do American Idol, and they also got told they weren't a good singer. But it don't matter to me. You like that? Little Michael Jackson?
Exhibit A through Z right there.
Yeah, you asked me a question. Did I like that? Absolutely not.
More Usher Blake. There we go. I'm not going to. They said SMH. I thought it was.
He thought he had an ally. That's funny. What is not funny for Dallas Mavericks fans, particularly ones that love being at the AAC for Mavericks basketball. Earlier today, or actually yesterday rather, a Reddit user named Let's Go Mavs. It's
credible. That's credible right there.
No, but I mean, like their allegiances are very clear. They posted that his Mavericks season tickets are going up 50% next year. And per a team sales rep, the team is doing away with loyalty pricing. And shortly after that, our friend Nick Angstad, Locked On Mavs, asked his Twitter followers whether they were experiencing something similar. And as we found out over the course of the day yesterday and through today, the answer is yes. So, like, I know that Nick was on with G-Bag Nation earlier today, and while on with them, he said that he saw numbers anywhere from like 8 to like maybe 20, 30% increases when it came to season tickets, or even like the maybe like 10-game plans, those types of things as well. And so we are in that place where it seems like the Adelson family, as much as people, thought about the ideas of all the money that might be coming through for this Mavericks team, what you're also seeing is having different decision makers maybe are changing the money of how much you're having to pay to get in, because loyalty pricing, Mark Cuban, that's something that he was very cognizant of and cared a lot about. I was talking with CA just about the ways in which Mark Cuban clearly cared about like the in-arena experience as well, and the ways in which, the little things that he tried to institute to make sure that fans kind of got a chance to focus on the game at the right times during the game and things of that nature. And so I'm wondering how many things we see kind of shift over the course of time as we start to see the Adelson Dumont ownership of this Mavs team, because now you look at the way in which, hey man, these prices jumped a good amount on for this season. And you typically see these types of things when a team like wins a championship and really changes a great deal in significance. And I mean, I think the Mavericks are getting better, don't get me wrong, but that is not the case here.
Yeah. Well, we're seeing the first big shift. Obviously, when you change the price of something, there's going to be shock. And I'm assuming that their thought process is the Mavs are one of the best media markets and sports markets. Someone's going to buy these tickets. They're not just going to be empty. But I think what Cuban did was, I know how loyal our fans have been over years and years, and I'm going to keep the prices the same, whether we're good or bad. These people are being loyal and coming to our games, and I want those loyal, faithful fans, and not just people that are showing up to show up. And I'm seeing a lot of people. I even texted some of my friends. Rashad Miller also let me know. He said, I set my eyes on the new price, and it was more than what I originally paid in the past 10 years. This is the highest it's ever been. So it is obviously something from the new ownership group. I don't know. So I'm not going to throw it out there. I don't know how much Mark Cuban has a say-so on this. I don't know if he's allowed to be like, hey, I don't like this and change it. I don't know.
He is not he does not have a controlling interest when it comes to the ownership group. Like they have a controlling interest where they get to make that decision. Now, there was a response from team communications to D Magazine, who asked, various questions like, is the team doing away with loyalty pricing? Is there any insight into the price structure? What prompted these changes? Those types of questions. Or when was the decision made also? The response that D Magazine received from team communications was read verbatim as follows. With the implementation of new benefits and incentives for our Club Maverick members, next season's ticket prices have increased incrementally, but remain at or below league averages. We will always keep our member pricing competitive, provide optimal service for our loyal fan base.
Great PR answer.
Yeah, that's very much.
Incremental.
And D Magazine went further to say that, they went through follow-ups to that they haven't heard back on what the benefits and incentives that were added are, and, if the team could follow, give further clarity on what the league average. And when it comes down to it, league average pricing is kind of tough to surmise, especially when you look at the really high prices that are coming from certain teams like the Knicks and the Lakers and the Warriors and the Celtics, right? And maybe that's why, maybe that's why these prices go up, is because this organization looks at it and like, it's a place where more money and more revenue can be made with a market that should be, at least seen by some, similar to those type of markets, as opposed to maybe like a medium or small market team in the NBA.
And the 214 points out, and you are as good as information as I'm having this, because I didn't go to resort there. What I know of the Vegas resorts is they love to nickel and dime you in resort fees. I'm guessing they're referring to the Allison.
Yeah, the Allison Dumont family and their interests in, resorts and such in Vegas.
Someone else said money for the casino got to come from somewhere. Reason for the price increase.
I honestly, I don't, and we don't have actual, responses from them, so we cannot say definitively. But honestly, I think we have sussed it out in some ways, is that Mark Cuban, for whatever, negative things that you want to talk about his leadership and his tenure, there's definitely some things that I can point to that make me very uncomfortable with the ways in which at times he has run the Mavericks. But look, man, it was very clear in a lot of instances that he cared about, making sure the fan experience was worthwhile. And I imagine some of that was making sure the pricing was good so that you could continue that, sold out streak and those types of things. And the Adelson family, probably that's less of a priority for them, that in particular. And so they want to be able to squeeze a little bit more money. And I know that sounds like real predatory, but that's some of what they have the opportunity to do. And so that kind of stinks in that regard.
What a Young Thug say? Business is business. Someone else said mine went up 37%.
That's tough.
Someone else said went from $320 a month to $450 a month.
Yeah, that's look, and I'll be interested to see how Mavs fans react to this, because
Probably negatively.
No, I mean, like, yes, the initial just like vocal reaction. I'm thinking about like, I want to see
actually buy.
Yeah, well, like, do people just, because I mean, look, there's a lot of people in Dallas that do have money, but then there's also people in Dallas that are like, and in this current time with this economy, right? There's some people that are like, yeah, I don't know that I want to go. I'm not sure I want to go to that place, right? Or does that fit into whatever budget I have or what have you? So I'm interested in seeing how this actually ends up going. But there you go. That was something that popped up Mavericks wise. And from the 817, someone said, bring back Reunion Arena where courtside seats for $5. Buddy, I wish. But no, not going to be there. I did want to bring you a little bit of audio here because I was alerted to this earlier today, and I was like, huh, this is interesting. Jalen Brunson, obviously former Maverick, drafted by your Dallas Mavericks, ultimately now a New York Knick and an All-Star, talked a little bit about how the circumstances of his final season in Dallas went, because there was a lot of reporting in the time. We had a lot of conversations about how and, what level of willingness and why he ultimately decides to leave the Dallas Mavericks to go and sign in New York. And so we'll get this in his own words. It's 2 parts. Here's part 1, cut 3 here on his willingness to possibly stay in Dallas.
I really did want to stay in Dallas. Before my 4th season in Dallas, my last season in Dallas, we tried to extend our contract, whatever we can get. Was the most we can get was like 4 years and $55 million. And so obviously we wanted to do that. I wanted to stay there. I thought I would be there for a long time, and I liked my role there. It's funny because my agent was like, I mean, you can do so much. You can get more. You can get more. I'm saying like, well, like I want to be safe. Like, I'm not trying to gamble right now. This is not something you really gamble with if it's out there.
Right.
And so, but they were like, we want to see where we're at, like 20, 25 games into the season. But we were like, all right, well, if we're not going to do it, I kind of don't want to do it until after the season. I'm not trying to think about this
during the season, right?
Yeah. So there's a period where Luka went out, and I started to start. I was playing really well. I think I was averaging like 20 and like 6, maybe, whatever. It was about that 20, 25 mark. And so we went back. We're like, hey, like, if the deal's there, we're thinking about it. Like, I'll do it. Like, right now. And still, it was no. Like, it wasn't a hard no. It was just like, we want to see. So
this was Dallas.
This is Dallas. It's still in Dallas.
Okay.
Trade deadline comes. I'm like thinking, like, all right, well, if I'm not getting extended, I'm probably going to get traded. Probably. I think the way I've been playing, like, there's just like,
playing well, right?
I'm playing somewhat decent. And so that didn't happen. And then, so like the deal came on the table after the trade deadline. I was like, no, I think I've outgrown that now.
Right.
Okay. Personally, that's what I thought. I was like, I think I've outgrown that.
Yep. So I know a lot of people, the conversation on Twitter when that came out was, did the Mavericks fumble Jalen Brunson? And, they should have paid him and done that. There was multiple attempts for them to try to pay him, and it just didn't work out from both sides, where Brunson was kind of betting on himself. And
that's not what Brunson is saying here.
Yeah.
What Brunson is saying here is he was ready to sign a deal if they put it on the table for him. They were not willing to do that. And honestly, I've heard similar things, the idea that, not necessarily that they wanted to be convinced on Brunson himself,
but on the team.
But you remember at this time, you still have Kristaps Porzingis.
Mm-hmm.
And so I believe that what they were looking at was trying to figure out how they figured out the situation of moving on for Kristaps, and then ultimately figuring out how all of that comes together.
And people act like how Brunson played in those couple games where Luka was out in the playoffs, that he was like that his whole career with the Mavs. Do we have a lot of recency bias within that? Like, did he play better towards the back end of his career, or not career with the Mavs? Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. He progressed. He continued to progress. I think for me, my criticism is always, and to be fair, right, I always have to temper my criticism, because I did not think that he would reach the levels that he reached here in Dallas, and then now, especially not where he is now. And so I give him a lot of credit for the development that he's been able to undertake, and the work ethic to get there. However, like in-house, that is your job, is to be able to determine and figure out if, especially when they're under your tutelage and in your building, to be able to determine, is this a guy that's going to progress? But ultimately, I think that it's worth noting, right, that, yeah, it seemed like the Mavericks wanted to figure out how they would move on from Kristaps Porzingis, and having all of these assets available if they needed to make a move was going to be necessary. And I think they got to the point where they ultimately did move on from Kristaps Porzingis, and were like, all right, cool, now it's time to give Jalen Brunson his money. And Jalen Brunson was like, at this point, I actually think that I can, it's a little too late if you had committed earlier. But however, let's get the rest of this as Jalen Brunson gives you the second part of the circumstances for him.
Obviously going to playoffs, Luka gets hurt like second to last game or last game of the season. And so he's out for the first 3 games, and I obviously did what I did.
Ain't no looking back.
And so that all happens. I'm trying to think of my timeline so I don't mess up. So we lose in the Western Conference Finals. And I remember seeing something on Twitter after the game, and it was like Mark saying, hey, like, we can pay him the most money. And so he says that on Twitter. He says that in the interview, like, whatever. like literally right after the game. And so I'm thinking like, all right, I'm okay. I just after that, it was like crickets. From my point of view, I can't speak to anyone else. Just from my point of view, it was crickets. And so, and obviously I saw like New York making moves and saw all that stuff. I was like, close to home, 2 hours away from where I was, or an hour away from where I was born.
Yeah.
Parents live on the East Coast, whole family's on the East Coast. So I started thinking like, yeah, this could be a real thing. And so then here we are.
And I thought that was the damning part of it, is the idea. Because, like, again, I can understand that the trade deadline, still trying to figure out, you get these things done. When you're out here publicly saying we have the money to pay him the most, and then the time comes, put that on the table.
Yeah.
And if you believe Jalen Brunson's timeline, I think that is where the Mavericks fumbled Jalen Brunson.
And this is the last thing I'll say about it is Jalen Brunson was getting benched in playoff series. He played a lot better towards the end. He put up great numbers without Luka. He put up great numbers with Luka. They went to the Western Conference Finals, lost to the Warriors. We all know what happened. They still got Kyrie Irving out of it, who I think, I mean, and this season he's put up great numbers.
They got Kyrie Irving, but you lost assets in letting that guy walk,
but
right?
Also, with Brunson, people act as if he was what he's putting up in New York, he was going to put up in Dallas. I hate when people, I'm not saying you, Rachel. I'm just saying people will bring it up all the time. They'll show us numbers. Oh, the Mavs could have had this guy. Guys, when a second or third option goes to a team and becomes the number one option, somebody's got to lead the team in points per game. Brunson stepped into that role amazingly. And as Dallas fans, you should be happy for him that he blossomed at home and is playing well and scoring all the points he's doing and getting all-star bids. I don't think he would be the player he is today under Luka.
No, I don't think that, especially because of like usage and the ways in which he needs the ball in his hands. At least he is right now. But I do think that the Mavericks would have wanted to have him here, and you like the ways in which we've talked about the steady drip of losing assets, especially draft assets that the Mavericks have had, and the ways that they've had to use more and more of those. They had to go to the Bank of Pressy to be able to get more in order to fix those mistakes. These are one of the mistakes where you lose those assets. And so at the very least in that regard, I think the Mavs did fumble there. But ultimately, they're in a place where I think they're able to maybe make some things happen. And so good for them in trying to like fix those things. But this is one of the things that you had to fix. And I think it's worth acknowledging. This is one of those places where you messed up.
No, I mean, I don't want to go on the point of saying messed up. I think it's a point where maybe you could have handled it better. Like if they'd have traded Brunson,
messing up is not something that means that you are irredeemable, but it's worth acknowledging when you mess up. Like that is what accountability is. I don't care what people think accountability is, which is getting up and saying I accept responsibility. That's not accountability. Real accountability is acknowledging when you messed up and then actively taking it. And so I think this is worth the Mavericks looking at it and going, yeah, we messed up here. Yeah. And now you've done the work to try and fix and get yourself in a better place. But this is absolutely one of those places.
Yeah, I think I'm still happy with the outcome that came. Did it cost you a little bit more in the end? Yes. But I don't think Jalen Brunson was blossoming into what everyone sees him at now to where he is in New York. And I'm happy for him.
So get right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's do a little sharing time. We'll do it here on the Fan.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owed
Get right here on 105.3 The Fan. Reginald Atatuli here with you alongside Blake Ellie.
Yes, Sirski.
I was about to call you a 3-time Hall of Famer. That's the other guy that I talk
not
with
yet.
frequently, Chris Arnold, who thankfully having a night off. He'll be working tomorrow night, not on the Get Right, but at the AAC as your Dallas Mavericks will start the final stretch of the season, I guess, the last third of the season after the All-Star break. They'll welcome in the Phoenix Suns, who are apparently in town already, which makes sense, right? Getting in town before the game. I could tell you how I know that, but I'm not going to because I realize I don't think that I asked this gentleman if I could say that.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So
you just have to use your minds.
My bad, y'all. I told you about a thing that you can't know about.
Inside jokes.
Yeah, that's not what you want to do.
Isn't that everyone's favorite, hearing an inside joke that you don't know the inside
right,
joke
and this
about?
is the thing. This is why I'm the jerk in this instance. Is usually if there's an inside joke, at least just don't tell me about it, right? Yeah. If I don't know that I don't know, can't hurt my feelings. Mm-hmm. Me telling you that you can't know about something is a real jerk thing to do. So I apologize for doing that. But what I will do in order to make good on that is to give you a little sharing time.
There you go.
Did you have something that you wanted to get to?
You go first. You
never have anything.
I do.
That's my sharing time. That's my sharing time.
Reggie.
It's supposed to be a half. It's supposed to be a 50-50 effort.
You know what it is, Ross? Every time I go first for sharing time, I talk forever, and I look up and Reggie's wrapping up the segment. I don't let Reggie talk. So
that happens from time to time.
I feel bad. I want both my co-hosts, or I guess my co-host, to have just as much time to share about his sharing time, because Reggie's a little bit better about being more concise with time. I'll just forget and we're into the break.
Well, one thing to remember is I'm here at least twice as much as you are doing this show. I share plenty.
Okay.
I got time to share.
Okay. Well, my son spotted a lemon pepper loot.
No, it was not that. Although that would be very funny.
Y'all are funny on the text line.
Somebody said which hotel in downtown? Oh man, it's salacious. It's not that salacious. It really isn't. It really is. Actually, I feel like I would not get in trouble for mentioning.
Okay, go.
Our friends, KNC Masterpiece,
yeah,
including Alec Medford, who's producer for them.
Hair down, I might add.
Yes. They had a dinner with or a dinner that was put together for the Swinging for a Cause charity. It's one of those auction items, and so they fulfilled theirs tonight at Nick and Sam's. When they went to Nick and Sam's, they saw one of your new Mavericks,
Daniel Gafford.
Daniel Gafford was there having dinner, but he was also having dinner with a friend, Eric Gordon.
Yep.
And so both.
I didn't know they said they were at the table together. I thought they just said they were both in the restaurant.
Oh, okay, they were both in the restaurant. I guess
I don't know.
You know what? I kind of assumed there, so I appreciate you clearing that up for me.
I think they were just both in the restaurant. No, I don't really have some long-winded sharing time other than kind of what I said to start the show, that today was great.
Mm-hmm.
I ran a bunch of errands, went to TJ Maxx, went to Target, went to Whole Foods first, and I realized the prices were just not what I was liking.
So you didn't know about Whole Foods? You didn't know about their game?
Grab bananas. They were $7.99.
Why are you getting bananas at Whole Foods?
Well, doesn't that sound right? Whole Foods is supposed to be like healthy, and I needed bananas.
Oh, you didn't even have like a reason. You was just at Whole Foods to be at Whole Foods?
I needed bananas.
Oh, you poor baby.
I needed bananas and more milk.
Like,
That's
I feel
what
like
I needed.
You went to Whole Foods for that?
And I would. Why are y'all both looking at me? I don't know Whole Foods like that. I was just like,
poor baby.
Let me ingratiate myself in Dallas. Let me go where I'll tell you my other reasoning off air. And I was like, let me go to Whole Foods and see what it's talking about. And I was like, okay, this is too expensive.
It's not talking about nothing, my boy.
So I just went to Target, got myself done.
That sounds a lot more reasonable. If you get real reasonable with your money, you might go to Aldi.
I know Aldi was my spot.
That might be where it needs to be.
My old spot, Aldi was right next, so I went to Aldi every time. That's the only place I went. But the closest Aldi's 25 minutes away.
Yeah,
so
that might not be worthwhile.
And then I went to TJ Maxx.
You living with the wealthy. You said you stopped by Whole Foods, but the Aldi not close by. I think that's telling that there's some demographics there, baby. I'm learning about where you stay. Okay,
and then
you be pulling around, seeing rich stuff.
No, never that. And then I went to TJ Maxx.
What's the closest Church's Chicken to you?
I don't think there's one in the area.
That's right. You see, we've sussed some things out. We're figuring some things out.
And I'm mad about that. I'm a golden chick enthusiast. I love me some golden
Church's Chicken.
I know, but
that means something very different.
I agree. But I love golden chick. I could care less. I was trying to be different. I'm not going to Air Wound or whatever that's called. I was like, let me go to Whole Foods.
Is that nearby though?
I think it's in LA. I don't even think there's one in Texas.
Okay.
I don't know. But I went to TJ Maxx. That was the highlight of my day. Got some candles. Got a new comforter.
They say you're not slick for going to Whole Foods. They know what you was looking for. You wasn't looking for no bananas, no milk. Well, you might have been looking for milk. I don't know. I don't know what kind of taste you have.
Y'all are
honest.
crazy. I got almond milk, vanilla, unsweetened.
Wow.
If anyone was wondering.
Wow.
And
that sentence that he just said called me broke. That's what it just happened.
And then I got some bananas and fresh strawberries.
Somebody says 601. Bet there's a Chick-fil-A. 877-881-1053. What kind of other establishments are in Blake's community?
Probably not pawn shops.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Guys, I didn't choose what's around me. I just
You choose. What do you mean you didn't choose? Whoa!
I'm saying I didn't build.
He was like,
the community.
this apartment was here first, and then I got it, and then all these other things populated around me.
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna bring it back to ground level. My dryer has been broke for a week, and I've been complaining, and they told me I should probably just go to the laundromat because it'll be quicker than getting a new dryer. So
you had to load up the truck and drive an hour to a laundromat because there's none nearby.
Okay, back to this. Either way,
you just took it down. You took it down to the dry cleaner. Like, Jay, wash these, please.
I went to the, what do they call it? The coin machine. I think that's what they call it. There was, never mind. I don't know. Laundromats
He's
are all
about putting like quarters in a washer dryer.
And those are all fronts for money laundering. We know that. I've seen enough of Ozarks.
Yeah, 972. You're right. No laundromat in Blake's neighborhood.
Don't know. I'm gonna go tomorrow morning. That's gonna be on the agenda.
Is there a public park near your house where a lot of people go walk their dogs?
Why is everybody coming at me on the
text line? A lot of folks wearing athleisure, walking their dogs.
You know what it is?
There's a lot of people that walk their dogs.
A lot of cyclists.
There's a cycle bar down the street.
Hey, we got him, baby! We got him.
Everyone's
just wealth. Just
Ladies
wealth
and gentlemen,
springing up. We got him.
No. Either way, I went to TJ Maxx. You know, you go to TJ Maxx, I feel like it's where you save money. And I got candles, 3 for $22. And it was a 5-wick, 3-wick, and un-wick.
A 5-wick candle is insane.
5-wick is the way to go.
That's unnecessary.
It's like a bowl.
That's like
excessive.
a torch in medieval times. Like, that's nuts.
And then I got some plants, and I got a comforter and some pillows, and just kind of spruce up the house a little bit, the green colorway.
They said it's the HOA in Blake's neighborhood.
Okay, you know what? I'm done talking about my shit.
817 said Blake's neighborhood got dog hotels.
All right, I guess I live in Beverly Hills, guys,
from the
Orange
214.
County.
Blake lives near a Sephora. Shout out to Eric. Shout out to pastry chef Eric.
I used to love my old apartment when I lived next to Aldi and Sonic. I didn't choose where I live.
That's literally where you live happened.
I did choose where I live. I didn't look at the area around me. I just said what price is in my budget and has a parking garage and a washer.
Your budget
and dryer.
must be crazy, dog.
I know. Ooh, man.
Yeah, guys,
These
I'm paying.
requirements.
Guys, I live in Orange County. The cat's out the bag.
Yeah, he takes a private jet to work every day.
Half price books. Half price books is one of my favorites. I'm gonna get a book and a glass of wine.
Wait, hold on. I feel like you're not getting the joke. Half price books.
That's a nice thing, right?
It's literally in the name, half price. Like they be getting like that is a used bookstore.
And I love that kind of place.
I feel like if you wanted to make the joke, you probably say that there's like a Barnes and Noble or something.
No Walmart nearby. Yeah, there's not. Okay,
right.
I'm not the mayor of Dallas. I didn't choose what's around me.
How many Starbucks are within walking distance of your place?
Probably a couple. I don't know.
Probably a couple. That's crazy. From the 214, Blake valets at the laundromat.
He lives near Jerry. I definitely do not.
That's
I was about to say, is your neighbor
definitely
Troy?
do not.
That's good stuff. Keep this going on. What other characteristics are of Blake's neighborhood? I found that, you know how I have fun when Blake's in studio? Bullying Blake. I'm not a good person. I want to admit that right up front. But bullying Blake has been fun for me. I apologize, Blake.
It's okay.
I am sorry, but not sorry enough to stop doing it. I'm just going to tell you that entirely
I teased him and Alec because they kind of said the same thing on the break. I said I'm going to start crying and maybe that'll make him stop. And they said probably not. So
I would imagine that they doubled down at that point. Yeah.
Yeah. Blake has an ocean front from his balcony. I wish.
That's right.
I wish. I look at a parking garage.
That
out of
big
my
old
balcony.
ocean that's in North Texas.
I got a nice view of Building 2 when I walk out to my balcony.
There's definitely a Panera Bread. That's
the
right.
real question is how often can you check next door and see folks posting about not in my backyard?
Oh wow, yeah, that's a whole different story.
Blake, say Tiff's Treats. I don't know. Is that a? I
don't know.
Is that a way to know?
I was going to say that or Crumble. That's how you really know.
I don't really know what's around me, guys. I go to work and go home.
Don't worry. We're gonna make you open up Google Maps. Actually, you probably use Apple Maps.
I do use Apple Maps. I would never use Google Maps.
Count it. And before we go, you did say you were going to Whole Foods from the 2 and 4. Blake, what's her name? It's the Get Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we'll get you your headlines on this Wednesday evening in the Metroplex. Maybe bully Blake a little bit more. We'll do that next on The Fan.
Text away your thoughts to the guys right now on the truckwreck.com fan text line at 877-881. Studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's time for the Get Right on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour of the Get right here on 105.3 The Fan. Reginald Atatula here with you alongside Blake Elliott.
Yes, sir. I thought you were going to give me a character right there, right before.
Ross Lubinsky on the ones and twos for you this evening. Thank you, sir, and thank you guys for rolling with us here on your live and local programming, your only live and local programming here in DFW at nights. To get right on 105.3 The Fan, your home of the Cowboys and World Series champion Rangers. We're gonna get you your headlines here shortly, but not gonna lie, during that whole break, especially if you were listening with us, if you hung with us during sharing time, it basically turned into me leading the pack of Tolos into bullying Blake for the neighborhood in which he lives. And so we actually started doing the receipts, getting to the receipts as more people texted in, said Blake's neighborhood has clean gas stations. And from the 214, Blake buys individually wrapped fruits, which is hilarious.
Doesn't everybody?
Absolutely not. And so with that being the case, we did the Googles. I think he beats the allegations in this way. The nearest crumble cookie is a 13-minute drive.
Correct.
Okay, so I think that counts as beating the allegations, I believe, right?
Plus one. 1 point.
He does not beat the allegations, and the nearest Panera Bread is 6 minutes away.
Yep.
Yep. No, that one fits. This is where it gets spooky. The nearest Starbucks is 12 minutes away by foot. I'm talking, he could walk. It's a 12-minute walk to the Starbucks. In fact, he did this work, and I appreciate you for contributing to your own bullying.
Yep.
If Blake wanted to hit 5 different Starbucks and make it back to the crib, he could do it in 12 minutes.
Driving, yeah.
Did not beat the allegations. And finally, I did crack the original joke that he was going to be very far away from a Church's Chicken. I was actually wrong. He is a 6-minute drive away from a Church's Chicken.
And a 5-minute from Lavandra JR Corn Laundromat.
I guarantee you that's not how you say that. But there you go. There's the Blake Elliott bullying about how nice a place that he lives in is. So there you go. I don't know what we accomplished there. Was that team building?
Yes, my apartment does have Tesla chargers on each level.
What?
Someone texted that in, so I just wanted to...
Look, y'all are really good at drilling down to just the amount of wealth that Blake Elliott lives around.
Now the dog park with the poop bags and public restrooms with the bidet provided, I don't think we're there yet. A bidet in the public bathroom.
Yeah, that one's a little wild, but I do think the poop bags. I'm pretty sure
that is there. I think almost every apartment has that now. They gotta have
I do think so, because they don't want to see all this. They don't want to see all this dog. What's the word that's not going to get me in trouble? Poop.
Blake doesn't need a Starbucks. He has an espresso at home.
Good answer. All right, let's get you some headlines. People are enjoying this so much. People are enjoying this so much that we probably need to move on to other things. Let's get you some headlines on this evening in the Metroplex. The Stars have a very interesting thing happening. Your Dallas Stars, who get back active tomorrow, I believe. They're in Edmonton, if I remember. No, they played Edmonton. They're in Ottawa against the Senators tomorrow. But Leah Asimakopoulos, I hope I said her name correctly. She covers the Stars and high school sports for the Dallas Morning News. Does a good job covering the Stars, mind you. I enjoy following her. And Mike Heika also doing reporting on this. The Stars are exploring a free direct-to-consumer option for the upcoming season next year, which obviously would make them pioneers in the sports streaming space. Because obviously they are also covered by Bally Sports Southwest, and the Diamond Sports group that has the regional sports network Bally Sports. They're going through bankruptcy. There's only a guarantee that they will continue to cover sports this next season. We have no idea if they're going to go out of business after that. We'll have to see. So right now, a lot of teams are trying to figure out what's going to go on going forward. In fact, we know the Rangers, that's kind of hampered some of their finances. We'll have to see what they ultimately try and do going forward, and that will determine how much money they have available to them. The Stars are exploring this regional sports network as an alternative, rather, to the regional sports network agreements that we are used to. Whatever that ultimately ends up looking at, home sports office or whatever, or HSC. I forget what that was, a home sports channel. Bally Sports Southwest, Fox Sports Southwest, whatever those types of things. They're looking at, and Brad Alberts, who's the CEO of the Stars, confirmed that they are looking at or working with a parent media company incorporated to create an app where Stars games could be streamed direct to consumer, and that would be for free. Other professional teams have looked at and explored it, but the idea that it would be completely free is just a whole different level.
Yeah. I mean, we would love it as consumers because with all the different streaming, you never know where the game's going to be. Bally's, local TV, ESPN Plus. Like, I'm just ready to go back to cable. But right now, you're not missing anything with the Stars 3-game skid right now. And I blame this on one fan host, and his name is Zach Wolchuk. Ever since he went to the game, they have not won. They have not won. He went to the game on Saturday. They lost in overtime to Edmonton, and they've lost 2 in a row since. So we blame this one on Wooly.
Get Wolchuk on the phone. We gotta have him defend his honor.
That's my only reason, because the Stars, they were cooking right. Now, jokes aside, they were doing really well. They were, I think, 10-3 over the stretch before that. And then they've lost 3 in a row to some good teams, but
sure, yeah.
Hopefully they can get back on the
missing Miro in one of those.
They need some defenders.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be a big thing because when Miro is not there, it's really evident just how lackluster the defense is, at least up to the standard of play that they would like to play. But I found that to be interesting because not just the idea of like, hey, free direct to consumer is great. But then I started wondering, like, where does the money then come from? And I understand hockey ends up being a little bit different when it comes to the carriage agreements and the money that ultimately ends up happening there. So I imagine that, operating costs did not hinge as much probably on the TV money, or maybe it does. Maybe I'm speaking out of my keister, but I do wonder how that ultimately affects them. From 2 and 4, they said, I thought Amazon was buying out Diamond Media. No, what I understood was that they were buying into it. They were buying a percentage.
Correct.
And to help them float it. So I imagine that Amazon's interest would...
Not buying out completely.
No, I imagine that Amazon's interest would incline them to maybe try and see Diamond Sports continue on into the future, but there's just not certainty in that regard. And so that's something that we will hopefully learn more about, see more about. But this is on the table for your Dallas Stars, the possibility of maybe, just maybe, going into a place where they go direct to consumer. And I imagine a lot of Stars fans would be super excited about that.
I would love that.
Absolutely. All right. So as we continue to get you your headlines on this evening, I found this to be really interesting as well. So we found out earlier this week that, college football playoff went ahead and, agreed to the 5+7 model when it came to their college football playoff 12-team playoff. And so now they have that certified. And apparently college football commissioners immediately went to work today in discussing the possibility of growing the college football playoff field to either 14 or 16 teams.
Oh, wow.
When the next contract goes into effect in 2026.
I don't love that. I think 12 is a good number because you're already making a big jump. Think about it. We're going from 4 to 12. They didn't go to 4 to 6 to 8. Like, it went 4 to 12, which I think was the right jump, but it was a big jump. So to already increase, I think you got to, obviously this is looking forward and them trying to plan out to see how things go. But I don't know if 14, 16, then you start getting where teams are going to take the regular season this hard. And there's already even been discussions about if you're perfect and you're getting toward the latter half of the season, do you sit guys? Because you've already locked in a playoff spot.
Yeah, I think that this goes even further towards what I think is ultimately going to be an end game for college football in particular, which is, maybe 30, 40 team kind of super league that looks a lot like the NFL where you have 2 conferences and then you end up with 16 team playoff, something like that. But while we're talking about that, I do want to take a break because I did say that you besmirched the name of a host on this station.
I did?
Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
He works on the G-Bag Nation. His name is Zach Wolchuk.
Uh-oh.
Zach!
What's up, man?
How's your evening going, my friend?
I mean, hey guys, my evening was going well. I was just watching some college players, and I hear that Blake's trying to blame me for the Stars' losing streak. What
That's
the hell
right.
Is going on?
That's right. All right. So let's see if we can confirm some facts here, just to make sure. You recently went to a Stars game, yes?
Yeah, I went to the Edmonton game when they lost in overtime on Saturday.
Okay. Have the Stars won since then?
No, technically they have not won since then.
Were you cheering loud enough on Saturday to give them that extra fan boost?
I feel like I did my part on Saturday. I don't think I was the reason why they lost in overtime. They had a penalty. That's not on me.
Okay.
Could be.
That sounds like you're not taking accountability.
Yeah,
okay. What do you have to what do you have to say in defense of yourself to the allegations that say that you are the curse of the Stars right now?
I would say I went to a game against Phoenix, a home game earlier in the season, in which they won in overtime. So I'm 1-1 at Stars games this year. I do know who is the culprit, but I don't want to throw her under the bus.
Oh, wow. Your soon-to-be-born daughter. That's crazy, dude. That's
No, it's not her.
Oh,
She's innocent in all this.
okay. All right. I guess my deductive reasoning was not good there. Okay. Well, Chuck, who are you watching right now just to get the most out of this bothering you on this fine evening?
I was just watching this guy, something Isaacs from Penn State. He's an edge rusher, number 20, and I do appreciate the fact that he wears long white sleeves, so I can always tell where he is on the field.
And I also have a question for you, Willie. The most important question of the night: did you light a candle?
Yeah. I did not light a candle tonight. No, I did not.
You got to start over. All the film watching you've done has been invalidated. Yeah.
Maybe Adisa Isaac would be a better player if I had just.
You're really. It sounds like this portion of it is really grinding tape.
Yeah, I mean, this guy's not really wowing me, but it's okay. I watched a defensive tackle from Clemson that wasn't too bad. So, it's hit or miss. You can't always fall in love with the players that you're watching, especially now. I'm like 100 guys in here. So, I mean, we're looking at probably third-round players, fourth-round players.
Okay.
And in your defense, the truckwreck.com text line is coming to your defense from the 2 and 4. To be fair, the Rangers won the World Series game when Wolchuk left with Brian.
Yes, that's true. As soon as I walked out of the building, Corey Seager went yard. And
so I don't know if that helps you, actually. That might be
heartbreaking.
Yeah.
Well, we clinched the ALDS against Baltimore, and I was there to watch that.
Okay, there we go. So just
work?
inconclusive.
Does that work?
Inconclusive. All right. Very good. Thank you for giving us a little bit of your time for this nonsense. Hope that you continue to have some fun grinding tape, and we'll see you tomorrow.
All right, boys. I love you, Reg. Thank you so much. Blake, go bleep yourself.
I love you too, buddy. There you go. That was an impromptu visit with Zach Wolchuk in the middle of our headlines on this evening here in the Metroplex. Real quick, I didn't want to get to this because we learned that as we get to your headlines, we learned that, hey, man, and betting odds can shift very greatly with social media because Justin Fields unfollowed the Bears yesterday and also followed a number of Falcons players. That shifted the Falcons to become heavy favorites on the team to, retain his services. Justin Fields actually talked about it today. This is going to be cut 8, Ross, about the idea of unfollowing the Bears. Let's hear. Do you believe his explanation?
The unfollow with the Bears. What's up with that?
Man, bro, I'm glad we're talking about it because why do people take social media so serious? Like,
but why are you unfollowing the Bears?
Like, I still mess with the Bears. It's not. I'm just trying to take a little break. I unfollow the Bears and the NFL, bro. I'm not just trying to have football on my timeline. Like, I know y'all mess with a girl, EQ, especially you. Just because you don't follow the girl on IG don't mean you're not messing with her.
That's true. That's true. That's facts. That's fact. Oh, so you're saying you mess with the Bears more now that you unfollow them?
Man, it's not even like that.
Okay.
It's something that I don't want to see in my timeline. I'm about to go on vacation. I don't want to see no football. And guess what?
Just get a little away for a little bit.
It's either keep Fields. We want Fields. It's either draft Caleb. So it's like, bro, man, I'm tired of hearing the talk. I just wanted to be over.
I like how he's being honest, open and honest. He sees the draft Caleb, trade Fields, because I always kind of wonder how much they're really reading into. He sees it; it's everywhere. But I love that quote he gave. Just you ain't never talked to a girl just because you're not following on Instagram don't mean you're not messing with her. All timer right there.
Yeah, but here's the problem: the Bears' social media account ain't who's selling you all these things, right? They're not sending you all these things. And also, okay, so how do you explain all the Falcons players?
Now,
right?
I will say, was he following them before? I don't know if he was following them before. Because you know how people go on Twitter and they'll do like as if he wasn't following them before. He might have been following. He follows a lot. He follows Saints players as well.
He wouldn't respond the way that he did if he wasn't following them before. The answer would just be, I was never following the Bears.
No, I'm talking about the Falcons, guys. The Falcons.
Oh, the Falcons.
Like if he was already following them beforehand, because like I said, he's followed a bunch of different players around the league, and now people are like, oh, he's following. And it was like, well, they might have been friends in college. So I'm not reading into it too much. I do think a little bit of it, he doesn't want to get.
He sounded guilty as hell. Stop trying to defend him.
I'm defending my boy Jay Fields. I think he wants to get away from it, go on vacation. And, just because you're not following somebody don't mean you're not messing with them. Shout out to my boys out there.
What you're telling me then.
Undercover.
Because, again, the social media account for the team don't be posting nothing all that salacious. That man was just sick of seeing the Bears logo, is what I'm hearing.
See, look at you, Reggie.
What when they send a player a happy birthday message on the account? Like that's what he's trying to get away from football. They're not sending a playbook on the Instagram account.
They're out there. Should we draft Caleb? They're doing a poll.
They're not doing all that. He's just sick of seeing that Bears logo. That's what it is. I swear.
I mean, wherever he goes up, wherever he ends up, I think he'll be fine. But I think it's a little bit of tongue in cheek on both sides.
I do find it funny that he acted so red-handed when there's a lot of ways that you can get around this, I think. But you know what? It's just ultimately for me, it's very funny. I don't think that it's going to affect like his career or success. I do find it funny that we could create this much of a mess.
Where did the odds go? You said the odds changed.
I think it was minus 110 now for the Falcons.
For the Falcons?
And the next closest is staying with the Bears at a plus 650.
And then probably Steelers third.
I don't remember who was after that. I could find it for you, but yeah, it's a huge disparity.
Social media, man, can flip.
We can make some things shake. So there you go. Those are some headlines. I don't know how good of a job I did with headlines today.
We got Wolchuk on, so it's a W.
It was a mess. It was a mess. Oh, another thing that happened today: Eric Hosmer retired.
Yep.
So pretty good baseball player. I was about to say very good baseball player. Yeah, but I mean, he said that he's taking a new challenge, doing a media company with a podcast, which feels like everybody is doing nowadays. But he said he's committed to giving back to the baseball community, and so I'm interested in seeing what that podcast looks like. Also, Ellie De La Cruz at spring training. He was in live BP taking batting practice off of Hunter Green, and maybe he didn't like a pitch because he fouled one back, and it hit a Maybach.
Ooh,
owned by Hunter Green,
not the Maybach.
That's right. And so that was a funny thing that happened today in Reds training camp, where a pitcher pitched it and the foul ball went and damaged his car. Ultimately, I believe Ellie De La Cruz will be responsible and pay for it. So there you go.
Yeah. I couldn't pay for it.
Oh, I wouldn't pay for it. I don't got that. Sorry. Well, actually, Ellie, I was like, what is Ellie working with? I don't think Ellie's got that much money coming to him.
He better start getting it.
He's fast. He's big and fast. People that big should not be that fast. Anyways, it's the Get Right here on 105 through the Fan. I stand by my statements. I do not care. Coming up next, let's do a little bit of an audio grab bag. We're already going off the rails anyways. Here's a whole bunch of different audio from the day, and we'll run it by you coming up next.
Always a welcome sign for this club.
ourselves.
Berman is just a crazy fool because I just had a flashback of him literally running through every team in 60 seconds.
The Raiders. But anyways, this was as I continue to try and basically what I'm doing is as we continue to get more nonsense, I'm just trying to pull out of my pockets just more information and sports stuff so that you feel like you're getting your money's worth out of this show.
Yes.
Because at this point, I'm sorry. I apologize. But right now, this was kind of fantastic as, we're firmly in college basketball season at this point. A17 says that was a good Madden. But we're in college basketball season. We're barreling towards what's going to be championship weekend here soon. NCAA tournament coming around in less than a month at this point. And we had a fantastic finish in Kentucky LSU men's basketball at LSU in Baton Rouge. So what's to understand here is that LSU had a lead here, 73-72, with probably less than 20 seconds left in the game hereabouts. This is what it sounded like on ESPN.
Low block on the far side of the court. Now he'll come get it. 15 seconds remaining. Being defended by Ward. Dillingham jumper. Got it! Kentucky takes the lead. LSU has a timeout. They're not going to use it. 7 seconds to go. Here goes Wright with 5. Wright with 3. Driving. Has it blocked. Gets it back. The shot. Gone! Tyrell Ward puts it in on a broken play. And LSU wins it. 75-74.
It's pretty good.
Another upset in college basketball. Obviously, yesterday, if I remember correctly, we had or was that 2 days ago? UConn falling to Creighton.
Yes.
And of course, UConn, the number 1 team, had won 14 in a row. In this instance, number 17, Kentucky, knocked off by unranked LSU. This has been a wild college basketball
Purdue
season.
just lost a couple days ago.
Yeah.
To Ohio State, college basketball. We talked about it literally on there about how many upsets are happening and what these teams' record is on the road, and then 3 of them play out the next couple of days.
Yeah, so that was just a wild thing, and that begins our audio grab bag on this evening. We're going to throw a whole bunch of audio at you. All right, I'm going to actually make this a choose your own adventure, Blake.
Okay.
All right,
my favorite.
Do we want to talk about the Rangers? Do we want to talk about Johnny Manziel, or do we want to talk about inside the NBA TNT?
Give me inside the NBA TNT.
Okay, very good. This is why these guys make their money. They are hilarious no matter what. And the reason why I say this is apparently, I believe this was during the All-Star weekend.
The All-Cast.
No, not the All-Cast.
Oh, okay.
This is these are the guys. This is, Shaq, EJ, Kenny, and Chuck, right? The guys that you typically know and love on Inside the NBA for TNT. They were out at All-Star weekend in Indianapolis, but they weren't on air. We got a little bit of video during one of their breaks. Now, understand, they're talking into their microphones because it's loud in the arena, and if they talk into your microphone and goes into the system, you can still hear it in your headsets. But we got this audio, and what there is to understand is that Shaq apparently, as he had his number retired for the Orlando Magic, apparently TNT did not cover that live. It was broadcast on NBA TV, and he wasn't the happiest about it. Here's part 1.
That's right. Okay. You hear that? He said when they retire your Celtics jersey, we'll put that one on TNT. Who said that? I can't tell you. I'm not a snitch. Hey, I tell you what. I'm big in Phoenix. When they retire your son's jersey, I'll put it. That was after my 4th championship when you still have none. You the only motherfucker. Artie, you know what we should do when they retire his jersey in Cleveland? We should go break into programming.
So yeah, that
Got
was
him.
Chuck really getting after Shaq there. Try to really poke at him. Hey man, we'll make sure to broadcast it when you get one of these other jerseys retired. Because at this point, Shaq has had his Lakers jersey retired. What's the other
Magic?
one? Now he's had his Magic jersey retired.
Heat.
The Heat was the second one because this was the third one. Can you play this other audio clip? Let me make sure that we have it because I believe that this was the one that started the audio here. This is where Chuck was really starting to establish his point of attack on Shaq and his nerves.
No, dude, you can't be mad about that.
What do you mean?
He's mad that they didn't show his ceremony on regular. They showed it on NBA TV.
That's the first place I turned after that. When the Orlando game ended, the first thing I did was turn to NBA TV. I said, I know we got to be carrying Shaq.
But he says y'all didn't give him any respect. It should have been on TNT.
Oh, TNT had a double header.
That's what I told him.
Yeah.
I don't get mad, brother. I'm all good.
But it should have been on NBA TV, but it wasn't, was it?
It was. That's what he's complaining about.
Okay.
I never complained. You're a lie. You said they didn't show you any respect putting your on NBA TV. That's not complaining. I was just telling a snitch. Just telling people what they think I think.
I'm not mad. I'm just letting them know how it is.
806 is absolutely right. I love Shaq, but he gets his feelings hurt too easily sometimes. You know who Shaq is? Shaq is the person who always got to win, right? Yeah. And he always goes too far, right? If it's
we know you got rings and you're great, and it's like, well, you remember them rings? Okay. Yeah,
it's
know.
like Shaq is the person that you can't joke with, right? You try and tell a
100%.
joke, and now he's trying to hurt your feelings because he can't joke.
Yeah.
You can't joke with him.
You want to go back and forth, tongue in cheek, keep it lighthearted?
Can't.
Well, that's why that team dropped you, and you suck, and I won more championships.
That's why you ugly, right?
Yeah,
like that's Shaq. Shaq is your friend that immediately is going to talk about your mama. Right, for no reason.
Or that girl that left you.
Right. He's going to go to hurtful places for no reason. And that's Shaq.
That's why Carlisa left you. And you know it.
And so it's one thing that I found fun about this is just like a full reminder. Oh no, none of this is games. Like this is who they are.
Yeah. And I think that's why people love the show. There is pretty high authenticity within the show. There is no cheese and crackers, TNT telling them what to say. They be letting loose what they feel in that moment.
Absolutely. So yeah, 214, also right. Shaq is the guy that clowns and everyone gets mad when they make a joke on him. Yes, exactly. That's exactly who Shaquille O'Neal is.
And unfortunately, usually those guys have plenty of ammo.
And you know what? Not only that, unfortunately for you, Shaquille O'Neal is 7+ feet tall and very, very large. Yeah. So you're just gonna have to deal with that that dynamic.
Kind of have to deal with it.
You're just gonna have to deal with that dynamic. All right. I thought that was. How do you feel about that start to the audio grab bag?
Oh, great.
All right, cool.
Give me some Jay Manziel. Give me some Money Manziel.
Okay, so this is Johnny Manziel. He was on the Club Shay Shay podcast.
Great pod.
Yeah. Okay, so he's getting to talking about kind of his mental health and these types of things, and it seems like we've had Johnny Manziel seemingly have some come to Jesus moments, but not necessarily have that. Let's go with cut 7 here. This is Johnny Manziel talking about how LeBron tried to help him.
I remember this is how bad off I was whenever I was in Cleveland. LeBron would text me every week to come over to the house and watch a game or play poker with the boys and just tried to be there. And I was so depressed for the first time in my life that even my biggest role model and inspiration in my life couldn't get me out of bed to come and hang out with them. Wow. When I went to the Cavs games, I was in, I was out. I didn't really grasp and latch on to him in a way that I should have. And he tries to take me under his wing, right? And I'm just kind of nudging it away because of where my mental is and being just fully depressed and where I was in my life. Is that an excuse? Absolutely not. Because at the end of the day, the respect that I should have for them, giving me everything, should trump all else.
Wow. I didn't really see it going that way. That was pretty deep. I mean, he's being pretty open and honest. Your biggest role model, inviting you to his house, LeBron James, which probably could say a lot of people's role model and one of the biggest figures in sports ever, come over to my house, have Taco Tuesday with me, have poker night with me, and he just couldn't get there. That's pretty dope that he was able to open up like that, but also sad that he was going through that.
There's that, and this is tough because I don't want to be the person that doubts things. The problem is we've seen Johnny Manziel at various points kind of give us words that are somewhat like this, where it feels like he has some level of understanding of what's happening with him and he's progressing. And then we've seen it not necessarily be all the way true. We saw it with the Untold documentary that he had, where it was like, oh yeah, it seemed to be a level of growth and appreciation, and wasn't necessarily there. And it's not exactly the same, but it reminds me a little bit about oh my goodness, what's my Baylor wideout that Josh Gordon. Right, Josh Gordon seemed like a dude who wanted to be right so much, but constantly like made the wrong decision and like kept falling. And part of it was like, whenever you heard him talk, you wanted to believe him that like, yo, he's trying to get this right, and then ultimately it didn't work. And it feels like Johnny Manziel is somewhat in that same space, but he was also getting a little messy, as it seems like the Club Shay Shay podcast is prone to allow people to get now.
Shout out Cat Williams.
Well, shout out Cat Williams. Shout out Monique. Shout out to a lot of various people. Let's go to cut 5 here. This is Johnny Manziel talking about his former coach, Kevin Sumlin.
What was your relationship like with Kevin Sumlin?
My relationship with Kevin Sumlin was great. He was my dog. He rode for me hard. He went to bat for me. He went to war for me in a multitude of different scenarios. I think where our relationship fell out a little bit is You know, how do you have a guy who's a grown man who, I look back on this now, reflective in this. You know, how do you have a guy who's a grown man, you know, telling me what I should do? Obviously, my coach, my guy I'm looking up to, my head football coach, is telling me to live a certain way and put all this party and this behind you. But if you know anything about Kevin Sumlin, it's what he's doing behind the scenes.
Oh, he's partying too?
So from my eyes,
So you say, I'm
it's
just doing what you're doing,
hypocritical.
we party together.
We're at 40-40 Club in New York.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
We in the back room playing pool with Ace of Spades. We're chilling.
Right.
Coach is there. This is what he does. So now looking back at it, it's hypocritical to me. And our relationship is great and will forever be great. And no, I do not sit here today as a judge of a man, a judge of a person who helped get me to the point of where I wanted to be in life. By no means whatsoever. I'm calling a spade a spade.
Right.
And I'm just going to be and give the God's honest truth as what I know it to be.
Right.
That ruffles some feathers, so be it.
Right.
It's the way the world goes.
He unfiltered for sure.
Yeah.
Call a spade with the ace of spades in the club with Coach, man.
Shannon got real messy when that 40-40 club. Yeah,
the 44 club. What you know about that? What you know
and then
about the 44
he was
club?
like, "Oh yeah, I'm supposed to be like, yes,
Yes, of course, you know,
yes, of
keep
course,
going,
Kevin
of course.
Sumlin, yes."
Wow. I know someone was getting down like that. It doesn't really surprise me. I know coaches get down like that. That's not the end of the world.
Don't
but
remember, Sumlin has a few DUIs on him, and people have talked about how the drinking ends up being an issue for him. So
probably not the best role model for Manziel.
Yeah, I just found that to be, I found that to be, I don't know exactly how I felt about the idea that Johnny Manziel kind of spoke to it in that way, but I mean, again, he's trying to think about all these things. It just messy ends up being the word, and I don't know if he's wrong or right for that. I don't know that I even have the place to like cast that judgment. It just all feels like mess, and you know what? Gonna exist in the mess for one more cut. This was Shannon Sharp's follow-up when it came to Johnny Manziel, asking if he was surprised that Kevin Sumlin is no longer coaching.
Are you surprised that he hasn't got a head coaching job?
No.
You're not surprised? Why?
I think what made Coach Sumlin so great is no longer really with him right now where his focus is. You know, I think life has gotten the better of him a little bit. And I'm a prime example of, and I don't want to sit up here and be a preacher, you know? I don't want to sit up here and tell anybody they're living wrong or anything like that, because that's what it used to feel like me back in the day
when they were
people
trying
were
to
doing
kill
that to
Johnny.
me. So I don't see the same spark. You know, I don't have much of a relationship anymore with him anymore. We'll reach out and talk like here and there, maybe once a year, but not like I have the relationship with my other coaches. And
Yeah, I don't see that spark. Man, Johnny letting it fly. I need to watch this one. I missed this episode. He is unfiltered in this one.
As one thing you can say, Club Shannon Sharp, he's managing to get interviews that kind of spark off these kind of pull quotes and things that are really intriguing. And there is something said for the idea of like the vulnerability that it seems like he's getting from his guests. I know some people ask, somebody said 2 and 4. What is it about Club Shay that makes people go after people? I don't know. But I mean, look, I know some people have criticism of Shannon Sharp that he's not like pushing back on some of the assertions of his guests, but they feel comfortable enough to talk, and I think that's something.
It's that Shea Laportier. I think it's a cognac that he has. You know, he'd be pouring it up for his,
I did not realize that. That's
cognac. He pours it up for his guests. And next thing you know, man,
that truth serum.
That guy over there, he screwed me over. So did that guy, and they just be letting it loose. They don't feel like nobody be tight knit when they on there. They be letting loose like they would they.
I mean, if you jumping on a podcast to talk for a few hours, I can't imagine that you're going in there going, I'm not gonna give you nothing. Like if you agreed to this high match and you're ready to do some level of talking. One thing I can say is I do hope that Johnny Manziel is actually getting some level of like real clarity, and that the words that he's saying like are coming from a real place as opposed to I have to imagine that you don't do that just to try and appease other folks. Like I do think that like the Netflix thing, there was something that stood to be gained, right? They're paying you to sit to do this documentary. That's one thing. Going on a podcast and talking this way, I don't know what it serves if not simply honesty. And so
correct.
That's what I've got to hope is out there for him. We might get to some of the Donnie Acker cuts coming up next. Just to get right here on 105 through the Fan. Thanks for hanging with us all evening. One more segment on the night. It's called The Final Call, and we'll do it next on The Fan.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and RJ, we get you set for
Here on 105.3 The Fan, Reginald Atatuli here with you alongside Blake Elliott.
Yes, Sirski.
Ross Lubinsky on the ones and twos this evening. Thank you, sir, and thank you guys for rolling with us on what has been a quick, very fun 4 hours of broadcasting here on this Wednesday evening in the Metroplex. We want to give a big thank you, shout out to Kennedy Landry of MLB.com for joining us also. Zach Wolchuk of the G-Bag Nation jumping on for a little bit while we harangued him. Make sure you keep it locked to 105 through the Fan. Wolchuk will be back with Dawson and Chia Follow tomorrow, 2 p.m. to 7 p.m. And I know that we also got Jared Sandler touching down in Arizona tomorrow. So I'm not sure if he'll get to going immediately. Knowing him, he loves doing his work. But as the big voice guy said during the break, you're going to get daily updates from Surprise from Jared Sandler. And then, of course, the fellas, KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, both headed out to Surprise next week. So it's going to get real fun real soon when it comes to your World Series champion Texas Rangers on the home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. It's the final call here on the Get Right. There's a few things that we can do. Do we want to hear a little bit of Donnie Ecker, bench coach for your Texas Rangers? We can hear one of two things. We can hear him talk about Justin Foscue, the middle infielder who maybe has opportunity to do some DH stuff, has his first base glove out for spring training. Or we can talk about Wyatt Langford, the wonder kid that was drafted last year, progressed up the minors pretty well, and has a possibility of maybe being a DH and also in the outfield.
I feel like we've heard a lot about Wyatt, and I love Wyatt, but let me hear some Foscue.
Okay, cool. So this will be cut number one. This is Donnie Ecker, I believe, from Rangers Hot Stove on Tuesday, talking about the Rangers, or talking about Justin Foscue.
I think when you're around Foscue, what stands out to me is he really reminds me of some of the great hitters, their behaviors, particularly the way he behaves around a cage actually reminds me a lot of Buster Posey. It's very quiet. It's very, very confident, and the work is like extremely detailed. And when you watch a guy like that work and you watch him go about his day, and then you kind of look at his numbers, like this is just a guy that we're going to really count on to be an offensive pillar in this organization for a long time. So he's extremely intelligent with the game plan and model, which I know I've said that a few times on this call, but it's a really big phase in our system that pitching is doing some very elaborate things, and a lot of guys their careers are ending because they don't ever take that next step, and just the intelligence of being able to figure out simple ways to kind of reverse it. So he's on that spectrum where I'd actually say he's already major league ready in terms of his ability to work an at bat. So he's just on such a nice trajectory. His bat to ball skills are elite. Once again, as guys are navigating the big leagues and figuring out different problems and working through their swing, the one thing that lets them stay up here and ride the waves a little bit easier is the strike zone discipline. So anytime you're getting these guys, that's why Evan Carter is really unique. Wyatt Langford, I mean, these guys walk more than they strike out. Justin Foscue, Blaine Crim. There's a really cool crop that's just done a really nice job throughout the system of developing those patterns. And Foscue is one of those guys that nothing is ever going to be good enough for him. Just the way he goes about his day, and that's just a very admirable trait that I've seen in a lot of really good hitters.
Ooh, my favorite part was him talking about going around the cage and being detailed, and nothing's ever going to be enough for him. I think you'd love to hear that from a young guy that a lot of times young guys, they're just trying to get out there and get loose and get their swings and be confident. He's like, no, he's confident and detailed, and he's mad if one little, I read that as, or heard that as, he's mad if one little detail's off. If his foot's a little bit to the left too much, or if the ball's coming at a different angle. Like, he is like, okay, this right here, it's almost like he's a little scientist in the cage, and I love to hear that from a young guy.
Yeah, man, Justin Foscue, I was fascinated by his interview on Tuesday with Jared Sandler on Hot Stove. He is a guy that I'm going to be very intrigued by with his work at first base, and of course, just the idea that, he walked more than he struck out this past season, the meticulous nature and ways that you have to take at bats in order to be able to do that. That's worthwhile. And we can slide in this Wyatt Langford audio as well from Donnie Ecker, Rangers bench coach and offensive coordinator. This is him talking about Langford.
These guys that have stable lives off the field, we happen to have these guys that are all under 25, some of them under 21, that are already married. And Wyatt Langford's one of them, right? these guys have such consistency in their off the field and their framework and how they view the world. And they're just like far mature for their age. But when you're off the field is that stable and you already know who you are, when you come into these complex environments, when you go through failure, it doesn't shake you as much. That's something I know about Wyatt. From when we drafted him, he went straight to Arlington to hit with us at the big league level, and he hung out in the cage with Simeon and Seager and Josh Smith, and I remember all those guys were there, and I just remember watching how comfortable he was and not trying to be anybody else, and a lot of people would have had certain behaviors, just becoming a multimillionaire and a first-round pick, and I just remember watching how humble he was and the questions he asked, and you just kind of know, you're like, this guy's different. And then you get him in front of you, and then you watch him in live. You watch him face Dane Dunning. I watched him against Haney and Josh Sports today. There's just not many guys that have his type of power with his, what I'd call finesse skills. Like, he's got the power of like a Josh Young, but the plate discipline of an Evan Carter. And it's just really different. Like he's a really, really different guy. He's as far ahead of somebody at this stage in their career that I've personally ever had, from like AAA to the big leagues. And he's going to go through tough things, and the game's going to get him. He's going to have to make adjustments, but he's just a really, really unique piece of clay. And it just goes back to Kip and CY and our scouting department. I mean, there's something in our process that I can't dive into, but I'm sure Kip can. But there's clearly something in our process that's really doing a good job identifying the type of people that are going to excel in these types of systems with our staff.
I've heard enough. Rangers back-to-back World Series champs.
I just found it interesting that Donnie Ecker spoke to like marital status as something that
I thought that was
fact. I was like, I don't know that I would think of it that deep, and I don't know that that is like predictive in that way, but interesting kind of coincidence of things, maybe.
Structure and off-work balance, I guess. I'm not married.
Not everybody's marriage works the same, too. So,
Yeah.
But, I mean, good for those guys that they present those types of things. Super exciting for your Rangers as spring training has gotten going and it continues to go over the course of the next month or so. So get right here on 105 through the Fan. It's been a fun evening with you. Myself and Blake will be back tomorrow evening, 7 to 11 p.m. Again, thanks to Kennedy Landry. Thanks to Zach Wolchuk. We'll catch you tomorrow. Until then, y'all be easy. Peace!
Be blessed.
Through your phone, smart speaker, or more, name your device. The Odyssey app is there for you, thanks to our friends at Comerica.
Meet Cheryl. Hey. She's on vacation and lost in the moment. Unfortunately, so is her Chase debit card.
It's gotta be somewhere.
Maybe she lost it at salsa night.
These skirts should have pockets.
Or maybe she lost it at Pilates.
3 and 2 and...
But she's not worried. With the Chase mobile app, she can lock her card till it turns up. Tools that help protect. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Wake up. Breakfast. And Nature Made vitamins. Whatever your morning sounds like, Nature Made fits right in. Whether you're looking for vitamin C or a multivitamin to get key nutrients, we've got you covered. Now that's a good morning. We take care of you so you can take on your day. Start your day with Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Hi, it's Pete Thompson with a Consumer Team Alert. Has your HVAC company told you you need to replace your home's furnace? Well, pump on the brakes. Before you do anything, call the On-Time Experts to get a free second opinion. Their technicians will be thorough and transparent, so you can be confident you're making the right decision. Their technicians aren't allowed to sell new equipment, so you'll get all the facts you need to get your furnace back up and your home warm again. Go to theontimeexperts.com and set your appointment time today. That's theontimeexperts.com.
Personal foul on the road? J. Alexander Law is your MVP in court. As the trusted law firm and proud sponsor of the Dallas Mavs, we are committed to fighting for your rights. Whether you're hurt by an 18-wheeler or hurt on the job, call J.